main page and look at it, and like they say that they are cryptocurrency kind of setup, and my question is if they're doing the cryptocurrency, then why are they wanting me to pay for their services? You know what I mean? Like, I'm
Right.
I'm they've even got the cryptocurrency and everything listed down below on their mainstream and or on their main platform
Right.
main
And are
page.
we earning any kind of live peer for
No,
streaming?
nope.
How do you
Well,
earn
we're
live
we're doing it
peer?
through Minds. Minds
Right.
is the ones that's doing it, but
So
like not from
Mines
Live
is
Peer.
paying for that, I believe. Like they have to
Yeah.
pay for that service. So
Mhm.
I think right
it's
now
not
it's
free to them.
free. I think right now it's free because they opened it up for testing for us. But yeah, I think essentially it would be a paid type of service. But like you're saying, I don't understand how it could be a crypto and charging for the service, and then how are we're not earning by being part of the ecosystem, adding to
Yeah.
the
See,
blockchain basically.
see, that's kind of what my whole thing about that is. And then me and me and Tan and Mark were on there looking at it, and they have like 8 people who are actually. I forgot what the situation was, but they have 8 people doing the job that freaking like Twitch has 120 people doing when it comes to the cryptocurrency and the on-chain stuff. So it was like I didn't even know that until freaking Tan mentioned it.
You
And
talking about mines?
no, live peer. It's
Oh,
just
okay. Live peer.
I'm kind of skeptic about that in the way
Well,
they are.
mines is basically about a 8-person team too.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's probably closer to 20 or something now, I think.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
20? Oh,
Like in my more recent discussions with like either my Ryan or Jack or something, I think.
well, that's better than I was thinking, but yeah.
Yeah, it's getting up there. I think they've hired some more people, I think.
Cool. Definitely need it.
Yeah, definitely.
I know.
Because I think that the streaming at Minds, I think that with this initial phase, I think it's going to be like free for now. But I think the intention will be to put it on to like Minds Plus or Minds Pro at some
Only.
point here.
Yeah, you would have to have Mines Plus or Pro to be able to live stream. I think that's the way what you're talking about.
Yeah, and maybe like with Pro, you'd be able to have more capability, maybe more people on a stream or something. Maybe they could do something like that. Because I know they're always looking for reasons, reasons for people to join Plus or Pro. Maybe doing something like that.
I have seen an uptick in the views though since I started live streaming. I mean, there is a big difference. So, I mean, in that aspect, I mean, if you're able to live stream on here, I would take advantage of it, because it's I've gotten $30 just off this month alone, and it usually takes me about I'd say about 2.5 months to get $30
Cash money from
cash money
from where are you getting the
from Mines
revenue?
Mines Plus.
Mines Plus revenue? Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah.
I
Cool.
mean, I have seen the advantages to it, but
Because I know they're redoing the Minds Plus monetization. 'Cause I had like a chat with Ryan like a week or two ago, and then we had like the
Town hall. Yeah.
town hall like last week or something. And
Yeah,
I'm not
don't
really
you?
keen on some of that because I mean just doing away with the like monetization.
I don't like that
That's
at
how
all,
I get a
dude.
lot of mine.
It's kind of it's like a multi-level marketing scheme, like we're
Yeah.
a pyramid scheme now because we have to invite somebody in order to get
Yeah,
45%
kinda got
cut.
that. I kind of got that feeling too. It's like, yeah, I mean, the only way to make money is to get people to use your link to get, you know,
And then I just told everybody that was here earlier, it's not working right now, John. There 3 people signed up for Plus under my link, and not one of them got credited to my account.
Hmm.
I
wish
mean,
I
they may
would.
have to do it in the right manner or something like that. Use that link or something, not just do it on their own.
They did. They did. I gave them the link. They clicked on the link. That's how they signed up for Mines. That's how they found out about it. 2 people, they said they swore up and down they clicked the link. Then
Yeah.
I signed up for it myself under
They
the link,
also have
and it
to
didn't work.
they also have to be active for at least, I think it's 48 hours, or
No, I heard it was 30 days. Like,
is it 30?
yeah, 30 days. Like,
All right, cool. That might be it, because I think there's one that's like probably at least a month, and then there's one that's barely a month.
I know there's
Okay.
some metric of activity. They have to be active for a certain amount of time before they recognize it as a confirmed invite or whatever like that.
Okay, cool. But see, they don't tell you that. They don't tell you that on the thing. They just say you get your 45% when someone pays for the year or whatever. You know?
Right. That's
So
part of the breakdown in the communication. That it's a frustrating part of it, and yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, because I think the other method for monetization is just with is that the super mines, where you'll get if you're a Plus member or Pro, you get some of the super mines with the either the tokens or cash, and that'll be one. But then I think the idea is like they'll basically try and at least if you do it by like the $7 a month, they'll try and give that monetization to you through super mines, or like if you do like the $60 a year, which I do, they'll somehow do that to you or something like that. So I'm not sure I really understand that, if they're just kind of passing that through. But
yeah, I don't understand the whole monetization model of the live streaming. That should be a whole nother monetization model.
Well, see, like, I think I posted it earlier today in the chat, and I think, first of all, I think with like the analytics part, I agree with organic reach 100%, but I think they also should add in freaking clickbait rate. You know what I mean? To where we know what the click rate is on posts that we make. How many people are just seeing it or clicking on it because of boosts, or because it's being popped up on their profile, compared to people who are actually watching it. You know what I mean? And I think that would be a big difference in the analytics too, because these boosts are just way out of hand. I mean, they're boosting everything. I go into a group and just because I make my groups freaking public, all of a sudden I got 50 freaking boosts. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. Nobody.
You can turn that off now, Roger.
I gotta go private though.
No, you don't. You can turn the boost thing off now, brother.
You can?
They just updated it, yeah.
I'll do it. I mean, because I think it's getting out of hand with all that stuff, If you can't give people the views that you're promising them, stop giving them that many views. I mean, it's that simple. I have no problem.
Yeah, because it's not helping us, dude. It's hurting us, because nobody wants to go see my gardening group and go see some chode or some like bikinied woman, like I don't know, man. It's not working for me the way they're doing things.
Yeah. They're telling everybody they can give them like 1 million views and shit. And they know damn well they don't have 1 million people on here.
Yeah, and they're talking about there's 5 million people on Mines.
Yeah.
There might be 5 million accounts that have been activated and created or whatever, but there's not 5 million active users.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they've ever really published like how many of those accounts are active in a given month or something.
Right.
They
If there's
have,
if there was 100,000 people, I would be shocked.
yeah, same
Yeah.
here. I'm really amazed with like the fact that the chat is actually still got people on it. To be honest with you, you know what I mean. Like the profile or my actual Minds account is like a barren ghost town. I've got people that will like my posts and stuff like that, but I get no comments. I got one person that reminds my stuff, and that's because I've known them for a long time. And well, you guys have been reminding it here recently, but other than that, I mean, no activity whatsoever.
Hmm.
And they have those groups. I went in to check my old groups because I haven't used them for forever, and I went in there and they were just completely out of sync. People couldn't find like old groups that they had. They just literally vanished. So Bashy and them had to go in and fix all that. That was like about a month ago. So there's a lot of things that really do need to be worked on and fixed. Like I can't give in to that whole idea that there's 5 million people on Minds. It's just something.
No.
I don't agree with that
And
either.
John, have you looked at the Minds Plus or Pro page lately? It says that you can get paid in Ethereum, Bitcoin, something else, and it says that you can get a website still for the Pro. And they told me that you can't get a website for the Pro. So like, I'm so confused at that.
Well,
Right.
I think they might be getting away from the website for Pro. I think Ryan may have mentioned that. They may just not have updated the Pro website.
Do I see something interesting? Check out
But
this
it's
company.
new.
So,
It's new. They updated it since the last time I looked at it. That's why I'm like, why are they updating it with false information?
maybe they're not talking to each other or something. I don't know. Could be something like that. Yeah, it's just. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Now, do better. Was there something you were trying to say?
No, that was the my video started playing and
Oh, okay. I thought you was
it was a
talking.
person talking to me.
I didn't know for sure. I heard.
Yeah, I got
something
you.
in
No,
there.
no worries, no worries. I was trying to stop it quick as I could.
Yeah, just with the plan changes for Minds Plus, I'm just not sure because I don't know if like the base membership really, or like people that are the Minds Plus members really understand what's coming. And I'm not sure how they're going to react once they realize that just posting something to Minds Plus, you're not going to get that can lead to like pretty much no monetization unless someone opens up Minds Plus account to unlock it or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like
I-
none of us are going to make any money anymore.
I mean, because I don't know what the incentive other than maybe the idea that someone could do that. I think that's kind of a fruitless effort to some degree. I don't think I would go out of my way to make a lot of posts like I do, with the photographs and all that kind of stuff. But if I'm not really getting much for it, other than just the standard tokens or whatever. 'Cause I mean, I do have my bank account connected. So I get cash for it, but
Well, see, like Minds actually was one of the first platforms that I've seen who've made these kind of mistakes, and I went to another platform that was fairly young that kind of did the same thing Minds did. You know what I'm saying? Like I just hit record, so So you guys were talking something about. I'm pretty sure I know what it was, but you were talking about the that podcast thing that they came up with on Minds. Isn't that what you were saying?
Yeah. We were just talking about new functionality, and apart from networks, that's really the only new functionality that Minds has released in the last couple of months.
Well, I just
Not
finished.
this year.
I just finished that audio for John G, and he said he mentioned it to me that I could use audio on that new thing they put on there for podcasts.
Well, you
Yeah,
have
but you're
to
going to be a Minds Plus user, aren't you? Or
Yeah.
a Pro, Plus or Pro.
Yeah.
plus.
And I've been wanting to just keep quiet on Minds and not say nothing to nobody. You know what I mean? Because
Well, I've got 400. I've got 400 tokens to go before I can actually sign up to their year or their lifetime Minds token plus. Then
Wow.
I've been sitting on 300. I've been sitting on 2,000 tokens off chain and 1,000 tokens in liquidation. So liquidity, so I kept on adding up, and I'm just almost close to actually getting mine plus for relatively free.
I just signed up for a lifetime myself.
I'm not doing
No,
that.
it's like less than $100 for 2,500 tokens right now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to pay for the amount of work I've done with mines. They should be paying me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am not going to pay. Full stop.
definitely.
They've got more than their blood's worth out of me.
Shit. That's why that's why my behavior has been so erratic, because I get so frustrated and I just like fuck you motherfuckers, and then go do my own thing for a while and leave the whole internet social media thing alone, and then I come groveling back, and I'm
Well, I don't call it groveling. It's just you. I mean, you get
I don't
addicted
grovel.
to people on Minds. Like freaking, I said I couldn't tell you how many times I've said I was going to leave Minds. Like I just recently said I'm going to do it, and the only reason why I stayed on there was because I was waiting to give that video to John G.
Welcome to Hotel California.
yeah.
Freaking everything's crazy on Minds. It's you know what I mean, and it's. We were talking about it the other night with Dave Kelso about freaking this so-called administration, because Mark likes to call them the administrators and shit. Like, you can't even call them administrators. Call them like a bunch of wild hillbillies from freaking.
Sorry, admin. I've got to be with them, admin.
You know, a bunch of wild hillbilly rednecks from New Jersey. You know, freaking crazy people. They are. They do crazy shit. Like the old man John didn't. I found out from Rhea and Tan that he ended up freaking like getting all religious and crazy in the head and banning people from Minds because they were saying stuff that wasn't religious.
Yeah, I've got a story about that. Won't share, but yeah, I've got a story about that.
You know? And then like this crazy stuff about the Fediverse. That's the one thing I wish Dave would have come back on too, so we could talk about that. Like that's fucking crazy shit. I get so sick of hearing everybody talk about decentralization. You know, I mean, a decentralized internet and everything. And
You know what? Bill is a marketing person. He hasn't got no idea about anything. Not even marketing, but he's a marketing person. And if he hears a word they can jump on, we'll jump on it.
you know. It's like I was trying to explain to Dave last night about freaking like there's really, I mean, you're not decentralized when you go on the Fediverse. When you go on all that shit, those nodes, all you're doing is replacing one load of shit for another load of shit. Same thing, different place.
Truly.
Sort of decentralized because the data is mirrored.
You know. Oh,
Really, that's
okay.
what-
So I can go and mirror something on an emulator. You know what I mean? I can get a freaking.
And well, it's peer-to-peer mirroring, isn't it? So you can connect to, like I said last night, if one node's down and the other node, another node's got the same data.
Mhm. I did kind of like what I disagree with Dave on that whole thing with freaking Odyssey and what they're doing. I really do like that setup that they're going there. It's just too expensive.
Okay.
But it's that perma web I was talking to you guys about.
Yeah, mine started
Oh.
with that. Ended about what 2 years ago.
Hmm.
Yeah. They tried it and
One of the cool that I was like hoping would, be a thing. I was posting stuff on the permaweb.
Now, I've been playing around with it for a little bit, not doing anything that costs money and stuff, but like just the perma web, and it actually is pretty cool. They had that R drive on there. That's what um, uh, Odyssey's doing right now, and like you can take and freaking put that stuff on R drive, and it's there. They say that it's 200 years. They try to claim that it's a
yeah,
life.
I made that argument myself.
Yeah.
The the technology behind it is not quite
That's it.
blockchain, but it was a interesting way that they approached it.
I think it's pretty cool. I do.
It was a unique way of approaching to the blockchain style technologies.
So far, my first stream with Kick, and I've already got Stream Team 34, and he says, "Hey, dude, I discovered your channel, and I absolutely love your content."
Hey, I know. If you only just started there, how can he love your content?
I know. It's like the same shit.
Sounds like it sounds
mean,
like a spam bot thing.
That's far fetched.
No, I
Yeah,
think
spam bot thing.
I think maybe I could do like some cool stuff on here, like put like AI porn on here. What do you guys think?
Remember, read terms of services.
Oh, that's right. And then this other
First
one,
and foremost.
yeah, he says if I'm interested in hooking up on Discord, he'd be interested. So
Okay.
then hey, this other one's from Kennedy 701. It says, "Hey homie, I checked your videos. Seems like you're on a new kick, not yet affiliated and verified."
Yeah, it's spam. It's spam.
Yeah, two of them from
Okay.
the get-go, man, right from the start. Rumble is horrible, man. I go to Rumble all the time and check on their shit, dude, and it's just, I mean, they, on a daily basis, somebody sends messages from Telegram saying how great I am, and they want to help me further my streaming experience.
I just streamed on Kick, and the people that were commenting were, they had to be like teenagers,
Yeah.
or even teenagers or kids. It was
Well,
most retarded, brain rot conversation I've ever heard.
that's usually what I get off of Discord, though. So whenever I'm on Discord, I have to be real careful about people that I join up with, especially gamers, because they end up being like these little 13-year-olds that sends out these pings. Hey man, I'm
I,
going online.
something that I find irritating about Discord, and I don't use Discord at all, really, but is there is certain people that will use the at everybody or at room tag, and every time they do that, I get fucking email notifications and stuff.
I do the at all or
Yeah,
everyone,
yeah,
but I don't do that unless it's really
yeah.
important.
I've actually set up a specific spam filter, email spam filter for that content.
Yeah, whenever I do that, I do that like in my groups whenever it's important. Like if I'm making an announcement that maybe everybody wants, but other than that, I don't do it.
Yeah,
And then
really
like
good.
you go to other people's things and they're doing it all the time. Oh, I'm doing a live stream. Well, you know, if they want to watch your live stream, they'll go to your freaking channel that you have selected that says live streams and they'll watch it. You know, they got a little red numbering system there that shows when people post. So,
Yeah,
you know, it's ridiculous. It's like here on Skype, you know, people do that freaking ringing everybody. I think that's like rude, dude. Like, yeah,
yeah. Skype, where even you do it. You want to post information into one room. You will post it into 50,000
but
rooms.
that's because I have to share the love, dude. Everybody loves Roger, dude.
Uh,
Did you ever watch the TV shit series? Everybody loves Roger. Everybody
okay.
loves Roger.
You say so.
There's a TV series that says,
Everybody loves Roger. If they don't, well,
I mean, shit. Like, and you know, it's not about the kids.
what to explain that one?
See, you never watched Everybody Loves Roger. You didn't understood that. If it's not about the kids. That's the thing that really irritated me about that show. Like they'd say everything's not about the kids. I'm like, are you serious? These guys are supposed to have like 2 kids, and they're trying to say it's not always about the kids.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it's at the beginning, right? Whenever they first started in the introduction to the show, when they said that, it always stuck in my head. I was like, you have got to be out of your mind. They had a girl and a boy, 2 kids, and you're trying to tell me that they didn't just take over the house. Anybody who's been in a family knows better than that. Kids take everything over. So
Do what we Brit English do. Send them up chimneys.
no,
it's no idea.
I think that's just a little horrible. I can't believe you said that, man. That was just horrible.
Wait, we're in Victorian times.
Well, Victorian
If it wasn't
times.
for that toe sticking, if it wasn't for that toe sticking, wouldn't have ended to watch much.
In Victorian times, that was cool. I mean, because like kids ended up coming up missing and shit because parents killed their kids. You know what I mean? It's like, you do that again, I'm gonna kill you, and bam, they were just gone. You know?
I'm not saying kill them, just saying send them up chimneys.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It was cool back then to send them off. You know what I mean? Because the alternative was killing them, and they literally killed their kids. They didn't just say it. You know, they like they just disappeared one day. Freaking Hansel and Gretel sent to the dark forest to freaking fend for themselves, kind of shit.
If you're in the middle of London, I doubt you find any dark forests close.
Well, what was the name of that district that Jack the Ripper was in? It was White Castle. Send him to White Castle.
White Castle? No, it was White Castle. It was, remember, that's not White Castle.
I'm pretty sure it was White Castle. That's the only thing I could remember when it comes to those districts in London, because like you guys have like a shitload of weird names. like Westminster.
Mhm.
Westminster. Isn't that one of your
Whitechapel.
Whitechapel, White Castle?
Yeah.
That's like a
Yeah.
hamburger joint here in the United States.
Actually, yeah, Whitecastle would be.
Whitechapel. That tells you where my mind is. Damn it. So, what did you find out about that town hall meeting? Did anybody even contact you?
Nope, we are still waiting. Bill's playing Bill again.
Yeah, he totally ignores like any kind of like. Okay, you're telling me he hasn't replied to you?
At
Nope,
all.
I've not heard anything from
He
him
hasn't
at
replied
all.
to you about that, about the thing, but he replied to my post when I used their new feature.
I went in and checked right now, and like you're the last person that's even made a comment. Like that's it.
Yeah, and he, according to what I'm seeing here, his avatar must have moved from the comments that I made back on the 4th.
I mean, it's frustrating to no end, but at the same time, if you blow up and yell at them, they get to act like
Different.
they're
Yeah.
some kind of moral high ground, and really they deserve the bitching at. But you,
Or they try to act like they're on the high ground. Remember, I'm spoken out my treatment of poor Bill.
they
Yeah.
use whatever validation in their mind to justify their actions. You know what I'm
I'm trying to, anyway, yeah.
Well, I noticed it's gotten to the point where even Rhea's getting pissed off at him. She's starting to make like really. Not that she was ever not making rude comments. Don't get me wrong, you know what I mean. But like, freaking, she's actually saying it towards those guys because.
It's given me a lot of ability to hold my frustration and like not overreact.
I don't know, I've been dealing with Bill since, 2017?
Right. And
Don't think
I know,
anything has ever changed.
so I'm gonna let it go, and maybe they'll figure something out, and then we can talk about it at the next town hall if I decide to have another one.
Whenever that may be.
Okay, he made his last comment. Bill made his last comment October the 22nd.
Hey, October 20th. Oh, okay.
And
I-
Bashy made hers on October the 28th. And that was it.
Oh, yeah. It's my noted. Yeah.
He can reply to something to do with a new feature on his platform, but he can't reply to a question about something that we've been doing for the last 2.5, 3 years.
Actually, the last two comments that Barshy and Bill made was just related to it's been resolved, or it has been resolved, whether it is. Without any further explanation. As you know, I've been criticising them for some time about not providing sufficient information, GitLab tickets, references, actually just explaining themselves.
Right. I get annoyed because a lot of these issues have to do with phones. And these
a lot of these issues just poor communication on their part.
Well, I mean, like the actual issues that people want resolved have to do with phones. Like the Mr. Trench came in and that's where the last comments were coming from.
Yeah, but Mr. Trench does this all the time. He will give out a non-specific report.
What?
And they got it running, and it was going good for a while, and everything was, clicking on all cylinders, and they were getting these big grants and whatever investments, whatever you want to call it, funding, and things were looking great. And then, like, realization hit them when their platform blew up and they had all these people there and they were critiquing and advising and asking for things that they couldn't provide, and then they screwed the pooch and then kind of neglected the platform and in the pursuit of other ventures, i.e. the creating a studio instead of building up the platform to make it robust enough to handle such studio. And that studio, where's the talk of it?
The I
Undertaking. They took a lot of not only funding but focus and energy towards the platform went to the studio that never turned into anything.
I don't know. I just argue that it's been I showed you, Roger, a blog article I wrote back in 2018 last night, and it was a real criticism of Minds and how they approach open source, and I don't think anything has changed really.
I bet they created something that they could just put on easy mode, and it could run itself, and they could just reap the benefit and barely have to put any work in. But like
it's not that I don't care how they get to their sort of functionality. Well, up to a point anyway. But it's the sort of communication. It's the idea that they're an open source platform, but open
not.
source and transparency is such a very limited thing as far as Bill's concerned. Yeah, I'm really sad.
They're on hopes and dreams.
Yeah.
And fairy farts.
Fairy farts. I was talking to you guys last night, and I remember Dave was coming up with some good stuff too when it comes to all this, because like the thing about it is they want you to believe that freaking this is supposed to be open source and this and they're not doing it. And a lot of the stuff that freaking Mark has started talking about when it comes to these cryptocurrencies, I think freaking I think he's finally catching on to what's really going on there. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why you can take the freaking online tokens and you can trade them for cash, because these guys have been going along this whole time and freaking exchanging their tokens for cash so they could put it back into mines.
I still argue that is still what they're doing is violation of Security and Exchange Commission's rules, regulations.
And everybody keeps asking, so why are you keep doing it if it's wrong? You know what I mean? And the reason why they're doing it is because that's how they've been doing things. And they got scared because of the shit that happened with Odyssey.
No, they weren't scared about that. The last time they were scared about anything was the Chris and Amber thing back fucking 2019.
Well, you know what happened to the library? They got shut down.
Yeah. I I've been sort of hinting at reporting them to the Security and Exchange Commission, but what's the point?
Yeah, just a satisfaction.
There is a point, but still, yeah.
Just a satisfaction of knowing that you're gonna get them, bastards.
Sure, I can get them on several different things. Mine's pretty poor, let's just say. I put my mind to it.
I've been quiet about it, and I've been actually pretty outspoken about other shit, but like when it comes to that's why I kept quiet about it, is because I knew what they were doing. They were funneling freaking cash through their freaking token, they and then they would get free freaking funding. That all those fundings that was going on, that was going off of free GoFundMe accounts that they had going on,
Uh, that's
donations.
okay. No, that fund, the last couple of funding ones are okay. They were legal. They are legal.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that's what they're doing. They're pulling money from those GoFundmes, and then they're freaking putting it into the cryptocurrencies, putting it into liquidity so that it could grow more, and then they're cashing it in for cash.
Was at the same time breaking the law and violating the law in terms of service agreement.
They don't care, and it's like, how many times have you brought it up to them, and they just completely ignore it?
I did check a GitLab ticket yesterday. I opened in relation to that, and that was about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah. Well, that was
Yeah.
the last time.
Well, I've mentioned it on Canaries quite a few times. I've mentioned it in various public rooms that the staff administrate.
Yeah, it's pretty rotten, to be honest with you. You should be stepping up your job, man. Get on that, dude. You should be like on their ass, Mark. Like telling them straight up for like one.
I have done
once a week.
many times.
Actually, let's go for 3 times a week. Like, put in a freaking ticket 3 times a week and say, look, dude, you guys need to take care of this.
I have got better things to do with my life, you know.
I'll be your cheerleader. I'll just stand in the background and I'll be like, go, Mark, go. And then whenever you and Bill Altman get in another nerd fight, dude, I'll be like, kick his ass, Mark, kick his ass.
Jesus.
Freaking, I mean, that was like, to this day, you will never live that down, dude. Like, you got in a straight up nerd fight with Mark or Bill
That was
Altman,
not
dude.
a nerd fight.
Yes, it was, dude.
No, it was not.
That was like the coolest freaking nerd fight I've seen in a long time, dude. I'm sorry, but it was.
That was not. Yeah. Okay, whatever.
You shouldn't be upset about that because you actually won, dude. It was like that.
But it was a nerd. It was a nerd fight. It was an argument, a discussion about professional equity, etiquette, even.
Well,
equity.
just because I call it a nerd fight doesn't mean that you're the one that started it. Okay, you came in, tried to be rational.
Actually, he started it.
Yeah, but nonetheless, freaking and
Yeah.
Bill freaking flipped out like a little girly boy on and shit. It took him a while before he finally caught on and said that he was sorry. I think he said he was sorry.
Well, no.
He never did?
No, just no. One of the after conversation. I'm just going back. I can't remember when it was. Now it was October, September, or something. Jeez, earlier.
You're the one that taught me how to do the search thing on here. I can go in and find out for you because I'm cool like that. I'll just type in the chat search, say Bill Altman.
Remember, Elements search engine is useless.
Mark Edworthy. Or, yeah, you'd have Mark Edworthy on there too. Well, it's actually a lot better than what you think it is. Like, it's...
Hey,
There it is.
not...
Again, with all due respect, there is matter of professional etiquette. I don't know what professional means and don't want to get in a
that
debate about it.
That shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I actually that did make me chuckle at the time.
And it says, as you 3 are members of Minds Inc.'s board of directors, I would like to bring the above to all your attention. as has become apparent by many other companies, CEOs should act however the fuck they want as long as they are building hard.
It shows you that he doesn't know anything about professionalism and anything about the industry. That's what happens when you come straight out of university or college in the US with a liberal arts degree. Does anybody know? Ever read Scott Adams Dilbert?
No.
Remember the pointed-haired manager?
I don't know if Mark Dubetter's gonna stick around if he has to hear all this stuff, man. we're just slinging mud and shit, aren't we? Dubetter.
But it is.
Huh?
I think it's all fair.
It's like
All fair in love and war.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get Mark fired up. I apologize. Like,
It's well deserved.
yeah.
I'm just looking at this thing, networks, stuff. Do you get the free pro if you sign up for a network?
No.
Yeah.
So you
At least I haven't actually read the full contract, but I doubt it.
I doubt it too.
I know that they want like shitloads of money too for what they're offering, and it's
Like
Yeah, I question their pricing policies.
20 grand. How many of these do you think they've sold? Like any of the 50 a month, 500?
A couple to the companies that John oversees. Remember, John is on or was on the board of directors of 2 or 3 different companies. Was at least a couple of years ago.
So you tell me they've sold some?
I'm guessing. Obviously, I don't know. I'm guessing.
They've got
But not very many.
500 a month.
Again, they've not published any annual reports since. Actually, I can find out that. I've got a bookmark to.
Wouldn't the crypto token go up in value as they add memberships?
They apparently, according to John in his interview on Censorship Sucks, they've abandoned the freaking token altogether, and that's where I came up with the whole thing is they're scared shitless this time because he point blank said that they kind of got nervous about about what was going on with
I'm gonna have
cryptocurrency.
to listen to that. I've been meaning to, but yeah, it's only been out for a couple of days.
Yeah, and he just did that interview like maybe a week ago.
But not even that.
No,
I'll have to check that out.
I've got some cool stuff on here too that I didn't recognize. Like I was able to pull up shit from that chat all the way to 2021, dude.
They're going away from the token. That's how it all started. Like, I mean, at first it wasn't tokens. It was what was it, Mark?
Yeah, it was the one internal token thing.
No, it was point.
I remember what they called it.
It was a point system.
Yeah, points, yeah.
Where you got
same difference, just different name.
Whenever you did certain amount of things, freaking the bar would fill up and you would go to another level.
Something like that.
And that's right. That was ending just as I started Minds.com. Whenever they went to this.
Oh, March 2018.
Yeah,
March to August 2018.
I was on there for the rewards thing, and then freaking I it was whenever they switched over and started doing that to the mint me or the cryptocurrency, and that
Yeah.
pissed me off because first of all they freaking wanted me to get Striper or Stripe a Stripe account, and back then I didn't know shit about Stripe. You know what I mean? I didn't even like using PayPal, you know,
Oh,
and then finally I was convinced myself into getting a Stripe account, and then bam, here all of a sudden comes this freaking cryptocurrency they're talking about, and then all they started putting out all these memes or these blogs out about this is how you can convert these cryptocurrencies into cash. So I started trying it and everything and using the wallets and stuff, and the more I tried it, the more confused I got, and then finally after a few years, quite a few years, I figured out that you're not supposed to get them. Like they've got it geared up
yeah.
to where you can never get freaking cash off of your online tokens.
Well, you can, but it's expensive for you to do that.
You'd
It's
spend more money than what the tokens are worth. It would cost you money out of your pocket to turn it into cash.
Unless you have enough, but yeah, because there's people that
Yeah.
have like 100,000 tokens and shit.
there was
And
a period when that was back in I think 2019. That was in 2020 maybe. That we saw some real fluctuation. But yeah, as soon as they did that, they violated their own terms of services. I pointed out many a time, and nothing's been done about it.
It's freaking crazy. It makes me mad. Well, I actually got a copy of the white papers from Tan. He was cool.
Yeah.
He was cool enough to give me. And when I read through it, I found out that they intentionally didn't want people to use off-chain tokens in that way. But even
Yeah,
you know,
at the beginning.
and then they went as far as making the freaking white papers confidential. It's even marked on the white papers confidential. So
They actually that's a bit unfair because they did that to the earlier white papers, but they still publicised them. Just because it's marked confidential doesn't mean it was confidential.
well,
That the latter white papers, the paper you showed me, was never made public, as far as I am aware. But the earlier versions did. There was about 3-4 earlier versions.
I was always told that it was out of respect that people who have a platform share the white papers with their community so that they can actually read it and find out what's going on.
That's the point of a white paper, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I guess you don't have to do it if you don't want to. You can mark it confidential and say, we don't want people to read this, but, you know.
So why even produce it?
You know, that's one thing that really got me. I think that was the nail on the coffin for me when it comes to those guys. Like, and I seriously do think that they've been doing some shifty shit, and they're squirming like worms after all that shit that happened with library, because that's when they started doing all this crazy shit with the monetization and everything. You know, I think that shit's pretty horrible. It's just like those comments you guys made asking them about this town hall. You know, there's 5 people that saw that, and I can tell you freaking 2 of them that got screwed over because of the monetization. You know, and I know them. It's like Ozamina and freaking Chebaku. You know, I used to freaking share stuff with them all the time, and I was into the gaming and stuff. They supported me, helped me out, and stuff like that. They got screwed over on it.
I know quite a few people who have been, well, I'm not sure, screwed over. Don't be screwed over is the right word, but let's just say I have been annoyed.
Well, I mean, when you invest money into it and you can't even freaking cash out, and you're only $2 away from freaking hitting $100, dude. You know that's getting screwed over. I mean,
Okay.
you know. And then they started making like these horrible comments telling everybody that freaking the content that was being put out wasn't good quality. You know, like
I
eh,
don't know.
like what they've got
What their content?
like what they've got now is any better. You know, a bunch of freaking fur babies and shit. And
Got a idea to help minds out, and hopefully, me and the team can have a conversation and figure something out if it works out. See? So I'm gonna offer them
I,
something.
I can't even have
I'm
a
not.
conversation with them anymore because like everybody who does interviews with them does the same shit. They want to go over freaking all of this new cool shit freaking they came up with. So then they all start going into the freaking networks and all that shit and like, yeah, this is what we got available. And it's like it's script. And not one time will any of them say, "Look, man, what's the deal with the whole situation about monetization? Why did you cut it off and stop doing it?" You know what I mean? Not one person has asked them that.
So that's the other thing. So they got some type of PR team that kind of. I feel like they have a PR team that is guiding what they put out as far as when they're doing the town hall meetings and all that type of stuff. And
Yeah, but they have got a
it's
question and answer thing at
what
the end of it, and some of those questions have been interesting. I've even asked them questions. Both of us have
I
asked them
communicate
super
with,
complex
and
questions.
I'll get so far, but then it's like a bunch of PR response, and then it's like the conversation goes cold,
Mm-hmm.
or um,
Well, they've got a bunch of shills up in there. People that are fans, and they purposely screw you up on your freaking question. Like all of a sudden
Oh, they
somebody.
can try. They try. Not all the time. Remember, my own
no,
relationship with Mines and Mines' relationship with me. So, yeah,
just
they can try.
they're sketchy and whatever, dodgy with their communication.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's cool and good, and other times it's just like, who am I talking to?
Yeah. I
Just about.
I've had my fill with it. I don't even really want to have a conversation about it, to be honest. It's that crazy, you know what I mean? Because like it's
Hey,
not.
it's the choices with like the features and what they're doing, the help and support side, like what they choose to implement as feature wise.
Right.
Like if people ask for something and they ignore it, and then throw out things that nobody asked for.
Yeah. Well,
But Chris, all three of us are capable of using GitLab,
What's that?
I would imagine. All three of us are. I haven't used GitLab since March, June, July. But yeah, we all can create new tickets, requests and stuff.
well, I mean, the thing about it is I've watched you with tickets. I mean, it's almost useless. You know what I mean? I couldn't.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
How many tickets have
I
you
won't be able
gotten that
to.
that are
I
serious
mean,
tickets?
okay.
And that's the other thing with
Um,
the system is you'll be doing the trying to get a ticket answered, and then you get it's such a long process that you forget about stuff and don't follow up with it, and then they never follow
I
up.
bookmark all my tickets. Every GitLab ticket I create, I bookmark, and I can review. Um, when and if. Just got
Not
to
that they
check.
don't answer your question. It's that you get an answer that is totally off base,
Right.
and then
Yeah, but again, this is another reason why I do GitLab tickets, because those tickets are publicly viewable, and I can and because the staff know they can't really get away with very much with me.
Well, plus that
Uh,
you're talking about going on to GitLab and making your comments
yeah,
on GitLab.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. I'm not talking about using their chat route or their
like,
support platform. I'm actually saying public tickets.
like actually go on GitHub and make your complaint
Uh,
there on, or make your ticket out on GitHub is what he's saying. Do better.
yeah,
yeah, I've done that.
GitLab. Yeah.
Like I said, they'll answer, and it'll be totally off base of what you asked,
Mm-hmm.
and then trying to get them to understand what you're actually trying to say, and to get the answer that you're trying to get. It's like pulling teeth, and you get so
I
frustrated with
don't.
this.
I don't know. Remember, I've got experience in the commercial world when it comes to these things. I worked as help technical support for the majority of my career, so I know what questions and what sort of answers I should be expecting.
Well, see, you're also you need to take into consideration. There's a good chance Bashy's the one responding to you. You said,
No, most of the time, it'd be more than often. It's usually a developer, usually somebody like Ben. But when I create GitLab tickets, generally speaking, it's Ben that will come to me.
so you're saying Ben's the problem.
No, I'm not. Ben's the solution. um,
Can communicate with you.
I mean, I had to say it. I mean, I was like, heck, we've already talked shit about freaking Bill. Let's move on to Ben, dude. So,
no, Ben's nice. He's
Cool.
he's a developer that can speak English.
oh, that's cool. It's hard to find developers
Yeah.
that can speak English. To be honest with you.
Oh, I mean, speak. Yeah. Non. Wait, even if they do speak technical, again, because of my background.
Oh, you're talking seriously, like just like they don't speak French or they just when I was saying
Yeah.
speak English, I was like, dude, freaking technical. You know what I mean? Like you just look at them like freaking you're staring off blindly into headlights. You know what I mean? Like they start.
Okay, I just had a look at GitLab and went into the issues section and did a search on author of a ticket is me, and I found out that I've got 178 tickets closed, or 178 entries closed, and 63 entries open. And I've been creating GitLab tickets ever since they started using GitLab back in 4 years ago.
I mean, being honest though, you should have more than that. It comes back to what I was saying. You need to step it up on your GitLab tickets, dude. Like I'm thinking
I've
maybe.
created hundreds.
I'm
I've
thinking.
created hundreds.
I'm thinking like maybe 3 a week. We'll start you out at 3 a week. I mean, if
Jesus
if it doesn't help, we need to like lift it up to 5. Maybe even just one a
Okay.
day, dude. Like one ticket a
On the
day.
day. Jesus Christ! I'm going to ask for a wage in a minute. I will want like the pension rights and
Freaking.
dental plan.
You know, I mean, if you run out of things, just start like criticizing Bill for his hair or something. You know what I mean? Like,
That would not be professional.
well, it would. Yeah, you're right. You can't just go on GitHub and make comments like that.
And personal tax probably against GitLab's terms of services anyway.
But with me on the whole thing when it comes to Minds Plus, I I did it. I said it straight out a while back. I'm like, I'm boycotting it. I'm not gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it has annoyed me. I'm just trying to like not be too serious about it and get it frustrated is all. Like, cause I've been seriously debating on freaking leaving mines, but the only reason why I'm staying is because of like this right here and hanging out with you and Tan and doing uh, mines roundtable and stuff. You know, like we got groups set up for them and everything. So that's the only thing that keeps me on mines right now, and that's it. Being honest. I'm,
Uh,
you know.
Yeah, people.
But,
but yeah, like I said, I stopped creating GitLab tickets since actually I did one a couple of months ago, or replied to one in September. But yeah, I haven't done anything seriously since July. And it was before then. It was sort of once, at least one every month, if not multiple every month.
now, have you sent
Or yeah, since 2017.
have you sent a inquiry or GitLab ticket through the website about the upcoming town hall to ask them if when that's going to be?
That's not really the purpose of
I
GitLab.
know, I know. Well, I mean, right there on the website where it says has the chat thing on down on the bottom. Have you tried that out yet? You know what I'm talking about?
No. You're going to explain yourself a bit.
Like
Uh,
you go into mines, just regular mines, and down on
oh, the chat route then.
yeah, right.
Why? Because I I posted my I posted on Canaries. Both Bill and Barshi have seen that.
Uh,
I mean, why am I jumping through even more bureaucratic hoops? Why should I?
Man, I'm telling you, you're a rebel. I mean, seriously, you're a beast. You know
Just
that's like a big thing when it comes to being English and stuff too, because you guys don't really do that kind of sorted behavior. You're all prim and proper and shit. Like,
well, like I said, I've been in this industry for 30 odd years now, and I know what good professional performance is, professional etiquette is, and that is, I'm afraid, some of that Bill lacks.
I need to actually go back to that check because I had everything hooked up on the nerd fight, so I think that I've still got it. No, I have to type it back in, but I'm going to leave it. I don't know. I wanted to go through and just read the whole conversation, but I really don't know for sure if I should. It was a really good fight.
Okay.
No, I know. Do better. Made two comments after you did, and they didn't.
Oh, on that one, yeah, just the
on that.
asking about what was happening.
And I know you asked two questions before that, and then
Oh yeah,
and then that was right after I told Mark that censorship sucks. John said on there that he would contact them and they would get in touch with you, I guess. But
Well,
and then
well, there's a public forum there in the form of the Canaries rooms, and that was on, when was that? That was December the 4th, and today is December the 15th. So what's that? An entire working week.
No, I love what Rhea said just before that though, because she's like freaking having a conversation, and she says, she said, what was it? You may very well
Oh,
think that. Yeah, wouldn't it be wiser to wait for the token to value to plunge further? It's like how much further can it
it's
get?
not relevant. It's not relevant. Oh yeah, she was talking about buying this
Buying
brand.
buyingminds.com is like freaking like this would be the prime time to buy freaking minds.com if you wanted to. Like I don't think it could plummet it any
It
worse.
will be over. Well, yeah. Again, the token wouldn't. The token's irrelevant.
Well, I mean
Um,
it's not being used anymore apparently.
yeah, yeah, but even though the token is not a relevant point at all, so it's meant to be. After all, it's meant to be an in-house token,
Now
even though it's not being used as an in-house token. Well, partially.
now is Minds a community owned? Is it community owned?
If you yes, on previous advertising, they've stated community owned. If you have a look at the refunder page, it states community owned.
Really?
Yeah, on the refunder page. Therefore, they are advertising community owned.
Oh shit. What do you think about
Yeah.
that? What do you think about that? Do good or
Well,
do better?
let's just say there is a thin line between puffery and false advertising, and one of those things can be prosecuted under U.S. federal law, the Lehman Act.
What do you think about that? Do better.
What's that?
What do you think about that?
What happened? I was.
Do you, Mark said that they've been running around saying that this is a community-owned platform.
Yeah, they've been doing it ever since the first funding run back in 2017. And then they, on some of the advertising, they stopped doing that, and then they moved back to it.
I mean, we're the product. We're the only reason they exist. So, if it wasn't for the people, then the platform wouldn't have anything to offer.
I don't know. They may create something just for the hell of it, but yeah.
Dan's trying to become a salesman. He's telling me that I need to tell Jaffe to try the new Minds audio feature. He said it might be good.
In that case, say that gift a year's plus package to Jaffe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and type that in as a reply. I'm gonna say Mark says.
Oh yeah, that is a function that they did release this year, isn't it? They did that at the start of the year. Being able to gift Pro and Plus subscriptions.
Okay, here it is. I said Mark says gift him a token package.
A token pack?
A what?
A token.
A Pro Plus.
A Pro Plus.
A Pro or Plus.
Pro or Plus package.
Subscription, whatever. Package.
Subscription. Whatever. Subscription. Or whatever.
Which room are you in? Oh, you're in there. Yeah.
So we'll just see how that works out for him, because I know what Tan's response is going to be. He's going to be like, hell no.
Well, he spoke to subscription incorrectly. Too many hours.
Oh, kind of like my time zone type thing. Wow, I did subs. There's an R that's not even supposed to be there. It's like after the B.
The post I just tagged you in on the Minds.
I gotta hit refresh. Oh, okay. I see. You're talking on the regular mines? Yeah, I gotta go to mines. Okay, here we go. Yep, there it is. Help a brother out. It says, help Mark Edworthy get mine plus tokens. Mine's plus with tokens. He's 300 tokens now away from getting the lifetime membership.
Let's see, 400. What's the exact?
Now, are these offline tokens?
Offline tokens? Yeah.
Okay, so let me
Uh,
help a brother out, yo. I got them just sitting around and shit. I mean, I don't even like these freaking tokens at all, dude. So I mean, it would. I think everything freaking went to shit the moment these tokens came into being.
I don't know about all that.
I mean, it just you look at it like honestly before it happened, like that was the freaking golden age of freaking mines.com. Everybody was on here. You had conversations, people got along.
You always had points, and it was, you could use them to boost your content and everything. So
Yeah.
pretty much.
I mean, everybody enjoyed being on here, just hanging out and doing stuff together. You know what I mean? Okay, I need to off-chain tokens. Oh, I've only got like 92.
it's 400 tokens. No, 300 tokens, not 400. No.
Wait, is that freaking off-chain or
Off-chain, yeah. Well,
okay.
yeah, offline.
Yeah.
I got 1,000 on-chain, but I'm not touching them because, again, I'm violated the terms of service agreement at the at the permission of staff because I've got tokens in liquidity.
There you go, big dog. You know what happened to my liquidity?
Hey?
You know what happened to my liquidity? I flushed
Your
it.
liquidity?
Yeah,
You lost it.
I flushed it.
Okay.
On the toilet.
Down the toilet. You know, that's weird that we talk about that liquidity thing. I've noticed like Mines is the only ones that use that term, liquidity.
Yeah, and I did actually make an argument that the actual terminology that they're using is incorrect.
Yeah, it was weird.
And maybe on a help and support on the old help and support group on one of their posts. Remember having a conversation with
I do like the term. Don't get me wrong.
Michael. Yeah.
I do like the term, but like it was really weird when I first heard it because like they actually use it. They're the only ones I've ever heard on any of the platforms that have said that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
stock investment.
What was that? It's the term, the usage of the term is not allowed under terms of service clause 17.5 point R or W.
He's such a nerd.
Possibly.
I mean,
Yeah.
So
No, what I would do if I was them, I would freaking take all of these offline tokens and I would turn them into online tokens and get them set up and just be done with this whole currency thing. Just go straight freaking online tokens and
Yeah, but they shouldn't be online in the first place because that means that they are transferable from exchanges. And the terms of service agreement is already set up. You cannot exchange tokens between users or external companies.
What if they're NFTs?
They've got to become so you're exchanging tokens for a product or
Yeah.
service outside of mines, which is a violation of terms of service.
I'd say go for it. You know, fuck it, do it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, fuck yeah,
What's the
dude.
ticket I mentioned last night? It was terms of service number 14. Yeah.
I,
What's the word in?
I would take all these tokens and I would I would put them all into NFTs and I would let it grow. I'll let it sit, sell them at a higher price.
Yeah, but you can sell tokens. It was 17.5.w. You understand you are not permitted to sell any mines tokens to any other user or other third party.
And that's just causing
And
me.
that's effectively, yeah.
That's just causing me to be
So,
rebellious. Like the more you talk, the more I want to just go on to my wallet and go buy on with chain tokens, dude.
okay, that's going to cost you a
Hey,
lot.
had a better live stream experience where people were actually either not only getting, getting something for their live stream, like they were earning an income. Maybe it didn't have to be wildly, crazy or anything.
Hang
Just
on.
something.
Earning an income. This is another thing I don't like about the usage of mines tokens. Things like term income. Have you ever tried buying groceries or paying your rent with mines tokens? Good luck with
That's
that one.
what I'm trying to say. If they had implemented it, it could said
They would have to make it a actual cryptocurrency, and then they've got to jump through a load of inland revenue
let me
exchange.
let me break in
well,
here. They can do that.
no,
They can do it.
the funding to get the lawyers and whatever they needed to get the ball rolling. So I don't know what held them up other than
I actually question. I'm going to say this without being sued. Okay, I question their communication skills with the lawyers, and yeah, I question their ability to communicate with lawyers. Let's just say.
I guess you have to be a go-getter like I am, dude. Like all cool and shit, you know what I mean? Because like for me, it's easy to get groceries with these coins. All I gotta do is convert mine's tokens into freaking ETH and cash the ETH out.
Okay.
And go.
How are you going to afford? How are you going to afford the gas fees?
The gas fees are cheap if you have it on freaking what I've got my wallet sitting right here.
you have enough.
MetaMask.
If it's at the right value, then
There's always been a problem with maths and gas fees, actually. They've always been reporting higher than they should have.
Now,
I spent probably a few $100s in gas fees.
now they do have a portfolio on MetaMask now, and that's a big difference.
Yeah.
So,
if you really want to speak about that, I think Minds Gaming and Phoebe, Real Minds Chan, are the two people that really can answer your questions. But I've always thought that it's not.
Back when the mine token was worth something, like because it went up to $4 a token, and I was able to get out around $3.
Again, technically, they shouldn't have gone up at all. Mine tokens haven't got a value, or shouldn't have a value.
But well, I was able to cash some out at the time, and I was the value that they had were a few $1,000s, and I mean I paid a few $100s in gas fees, but I was able to extract a few thousand, so
yeah.
Worth it at the
Technically, not only were you violating the terms of service, but you probably were violating potential inland revenue. regulations.
I'll do it.
Don't quote me on that though.
I'll do it in a heartbeat, dude. I have no respect for these laws. These bastards, they can kiss my ass. I'm gonna
Okay.
go.
I hope you would like wearing an orange jumpsuit.
They won't send me to prison because freaking, you know why?
Why?
Here in the United States, we get fined for stuff. We don't go to jail. We're not like debtor
Okay.
prisons like they have over in England. Well, Indiana is a debtor.
I know. White collar fraud is a serious offence and a lot serious in the US than it is in the UK.
Well, the only state I know of that has a debtor prison in the United States is kind of Indiana. They're the only ones. But they get you on the failure to appear thing. Like, they'll make you go to court every month
yeah.
over a debt. And if you don't show up for court, they can put you in jail for it.
I
But
wonder. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about IRS officials and public in the US.
I've actually found out, whenever we were talking about that with Odyssey and Library,
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
found out they don't have the manpower to actually do it. Like, they don't have the manpower to actually go out and do good investigations on these things. Now, they can go after big platforms like Odyssey and Rumble and stuff, but like me, they're not going to come after me over it, you know what I mean? They just don't have the manpower for it. So
I don't know if I can.
I'm cool. I'm good to go.
People
I'm just gonna freaking openly say it on the internet, dude, that I am going to do illegal trades with Mines tokens, dude. I am Roger Hanson, and my
If-
address is New York City.
FBI, remember FBI, to stick him on the list or two.
Yeah. Well, FBI, I'm not getting caught up in the whole FBI thing. I'm not afraid of him either. Like, that's Mr. Robot. He's the one that's afraid of the FBI. Or the CIA. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mines Gaming was the one that was afraid of the FBI. So, well, that's because Mines is a freaking American citizen and Mr. Robot's from Australia, so. But they're both afraid of the United States government.
All right. I think Mr. Robot being on Australian, that's got much more pressing issues to think about.
I was telling Vincent that on X, he's sitting there talking about like all these, you know, immigrants coming into New Zealand and shit, and that, like, they're the biggest problems and shit. And I was like, dude, freaking from what I've seen, is immigration is a problem in New Zealand, but it's mostly from immigrants coming from Africa, India, and New Zealand. And he's like, well, it's those aborigines too that are living on these islands. I'm like, no, dude, it's socialism. It's freaking all of these socialist freaking people coming from like South Africa and freaking India and New Zealand. And then I told him about what's his name, the dude that we hang out with on Jeffy's show, Amos. And I was like, you need to check him out and talk to him. He can give you a lot of information about what's going on in Australia. There's some crazy shit going on there.
In the last couple of weeks, I've created 2 posts in relation to Australia. One in relation to the social media ban for under 16s, which I've got some sympathy for. I can sort of see the reasons for. But yeah, it's how it's going to be implemented, which I have a problem with. And also the anti-free speech laws that the Australian government is seeking to approve.
Exactly.
Much like the Canadian laws.
and they just, you know, and you just mention that stuff and people don't even want to hear it, dude. They're like, oh no, it's because they've been born into that socialist kind of atmosphere, and that's all they know. You know what I mean? It's like they don't know any better. It's like they call themselves colonialists of England, and they just think it's colonialism, and it's not. It's straight up socialist. You know. like
left wing, Marxist, cultural Marxism.
right, and they're just thinking, you know, that their freaking their allegiance is to the Queen of England, you know, and that's it. They don't.
King place.
Well, yeah. Well, according to Robot, freaking their constitution in Australia says that to the Queen's sovereignty.
It did for the first, I think, 2 months after the reign of Charles, and then it did get amended.
Oh, okay. So
This happened through a number of different Commonwealth countries. I think Jamaica or Tobago or Jamaica, I think, had the same problem. And I know Canada, there was a report at one point about Canada still saying Her Majesty.
so you mean you guys still freaking run Jamaica?
Well, it's a Commonwealth country, isn't it?
I didn't know.
I think so.
So what's the deal with you guys letting them smoke it up, dude? Like they're old. I mean, dude, they're like fucking getting high all the time. I'm pretty sure freaking English people don't approve of that shit.
Wow. Yeah, Jamaica is a Commonwealth country.
Really, that's fucked
Mm.
up. Like all the rebellious music too, from like all the reggae and shit, like talks about how they want freedom and stuff, and like they're all
Mm.
bowing to the king and queen and shit. You know, like a load of shit. Just a load of shit. I'm never gonna listen to reggae again. Thank you, man. That's fucked up. So
Yeah,
far,
when
so
Bob,
far, so far I've
uh,
been so far I've been just getting disappointed about this stuff. You know what I mean? It was bad enough Canada was owned by you guys.
well, owned.
Come on, you know
Not
it's
sure if owned is the correct term.
well. Word is that you guys own frickin' United States too. That's what I've heard.
Right.
I don't know if it's true or not.
We own the world.
Mm. And it's like Hector, you know, he kept talking about like people were going to come in and steal Mexico, or the United States was going to invade Mexico. And I told him straight up, I was like, dude, look, nobody fucking wants Mexico. You know what I mean?
You
Mexico's,
send tokens, Roger?
huh?
Would you send 100 tokens to
Yeah.
Mr. Edward?
Here in a minute, I'm getting ready to. I gotta figure
Oh, I
out.
was just, it was
It's
100.
it's really weird how they're doing it. Like they want you to do like in a certain amount, and I've got like 94, I believe. But
Uh,
I'm getting ready to do it now. Let me figure out. I had it on here. All right, here we go. Now I gotta go to. They keep opening up. Freaking. There we go. Let me see here. It's 92.901. 92.901 tokens. And I understand this transaction is non-refundable.
Yep, non-refundable.
We just sent a 6-digit authorization. Come on, dude. Seriously.
yeah, your two-factor authentication.
Let me make sure this isn't popping up on my on the stream as we're doing it.
It doesn't matter. It's only a one-time number anyway.
Well, I
Once you've
mean,
used it, it gets destroyed.
I gotta be careful, dude. I got fucking emails that might be inappropriate.
Okay, okay.
Think about it, dude. You know what I mean? Think about it. Okay, yeah, here we go. I got it. This actually went by a lot easier than what I'm used to when it comes to doing the auto. Okay, let's do it. Two-factor code was incorrect. Seriously? I might have to do it. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, it didn't copy the factor it was doing the. There we go. You got it.
Cool. Yeah, I just saw a notification. Me. Maybe not. Oh, yeah. There's a problem with notifications when it comes to wires. But should see it there. I've got to get that ticket up, but that's, yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Cool.
How many more do you
Yeah,
need?
thank you. Okay.
How many more do you need?
Let's just have a look. Token. So that's that's 2,320, and I need 500. So that would be 500 minus 320.
There you go. That'd be
So 180.
180.
Yeah,
So
180.
now you gotta find you a nice little filly in town and tell her freaking give you mine tokens and shit. You know?
Cool. I've been running ever since we moved over to Minds Tokens. I've been running a spreadsheet and been entering numbers every single day. So every single day since, every sort of single day since March the 27th, 2018.
Oh wow. They should
And I've
put
got
you in
pretty
charge of the
little-
analytics. I think you'd.
Yeah.
I think you'd be good at that.
Why do you think when we had those issues with tokens not liquidity and holdings not being recorded the next day,
Yeah.
I was able to jump on there immediately, create GitLab tickets, inform people through the canaries, because I was monitoring it every single day.
Okay, now give me a second. I gotta step away for a second. I'll be right back. No, you let do better talk more, cause like.
I believe you have earned more tokens than like 2,000 over 8 years now.
Hang on. My token. What's the actual full summary? Off chain token. Oh, actually, I haven't added these new numbers to it, but before, as of yesterday or as of this morning, off chain 2,127.198, on chain 1,000.
Wow.
No, and that's over what 5-6 years worth of work. Actually,
Yeah, right.
longer, 7 years worth of work.
And it's not even $100 at the current time.
Huh?
The current value of the token, like that's like not even 100.
Yeah, the current value of token is meaningless because, like I argued before, it's technically not worth anything because the terms of service 17.5.
Which I'm sure there's loopholes around that. So
Yeah, but the wording of the terms of services that'll be 92.901 plus 100. Actually, if I wait half an hour, then the today numbers should come up. That does make sense. Okay, yes it does. Cool. And it's not like I create a lot of posts anyway. You've seen my channel. You must have seen my channel, and I will post something
paying
once
people
more.
stuff a long time ago, and you're one of the people that have done probably more of that type of anybody on the platform. that isn't a paid person. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they should take doing mind tokens. A lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I very rarely boost anything, can I?
They should gift you membership for life. My feelings.
When was the last time I boosted anything? Oh, I remember boosting a post about a month ago, but that was the first time, I think, this year. Remember rightly. Can you remember what the boost console is? Yeah, I created a boost back in September. Spent 51 tokens on it, but before that, I haven't boosted anything within for a year. My view is pointless in boosting. I say as a lot of my posts are related to either mines or technical things. I will either replicate those posts in the mines user group or the MCRSI group or both. So
Yep.
I don't see the point of boosting personally. I mean, if somebody wants to find my content, they will find my content.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah. Wow, it really is just a nice name. Ooh, that's nice. It's just received another 300 tokens.
what's that?
Ria's just answered me another 300 tokens.
Wow. Well, there you
Yeah.
go. You
Yeah.
should go now.
So yeah, I'm over my total. Ooh.
Mine's community is pretty awesome in that respect.
Yeah. I don't know. There is an interesting dynamic in some parts of the Minds community, except for the spammers.
Yeah.
Fun enough, first time in I think a month and a half, I had to ban 2 people today on Minds chat, and that's been the first time in well over a month because of cryptocurrency spam.
Yep. That's with every platform. You get all the spammers.
Yeah. Mm.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, I forgot to mention about the new feature, the recording or whatever. So they don't have a where you can record it and then listen to it before you post it. It's just like a.
But you can upload audio files. I've not had to play around with it yet. You can still always upload. You can record your audio offline or
Right.
prior, and then.
But also, it's not. There's no like. Bill mentioned there's no fuck is it called? Where you blah, 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 blah. A first, like a draft, like, you know, a rough draft or whatever.
Yeah. No. Once you create a post, you've created a post.
Now, Rhea says
and-
that she can give you 200.
No, she's already just sent me some.
I'm gonna say thank you for Mark.
Yeah, I've just sent her a private message anyway.
Well, she needs to be thanked publicly too, and we're doing it on the video, so she's getting public recognition both in chat and on the stream because she's cool and she's not mean. And what's the deal? What's the deal with those toilet people, man? Like she loves that toilet video.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
That is crazy.
Some comedy.
No, it's worse than a comedy, dude. It is like horrible. Like these toilets they do that dip, 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 dip. I've got the sound on some of my videos for when I'm messing around, but I can't remember the name for it though. Okay.
So, don't generally do this in public. I don't like it in public, but in this case I will.
Says looks like freaking you're gonna be rich before long, dude. Within the vacuums on here too, so I mean if maybe he'll pitch in and give you some help too. He's on X right now.
Maybe you'll have enough to buy the book for lifetime. So.
Yeah, I definitely have now.
Do you have
no? Not mine's plus, mine's pro. That's like 20.
Oh no, mine's pro. That's really silly. That's something like 200,000 tokens.
It's only 20,000. It's actually quite reasonable.
Yeah, but on my rate, I would have to be posting for 20 odd years.
Well,
I get that amount.
Better get to work.
You know, if 100 people pitch in and put 100 tokens in,
200 people.
Yeah, you could have 1,000 tokens like tomorrow.
Get you on permanent, and that would piss Bill Altman off, dude. He'd be so annoyed because then freaking the infamous freaking Medworthy would be on his ass until he's 85 years old. That would be so cool, don't you think? Get a lifetime membership. And then like tag them in a message where you say, I just got a lifetime membership of Minds Plus.
Nah. The staff should be raised, not a statue outside the office for me.
Well, they don't have an office, so we've already covered that. You know what they do. They put poor Steve down in that basement and make him work all day. You can't tell me it's not true because I've seen the video of the basement. So,
Somebody's definitely in the basement.
You know, like he's sitting down there, and they put like a little furniture area with a TV so the kids can come down and see him every once in a while. Maybe on his coffee break, if he gets that. And I do want to mention too that Satori D on the stream, he had like a bunch of AI that I made transparent in the background, and I put it on there as a slideshow to show it off because it's pretty cool. I told him straight out after I did it, freaking if he's not going to use them, I'm going to use them because they came out really, really cool. So that's what I'm doing there. I don't know if you guys caught on to that yet. If you guys seen the videos.
Really?
All those freaking photos that he kept posting and shit. I took in and got each and every one of them, and I made the background transparent, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
and and they came out like they're better than what the original photos were. To be in my opinion, I think they came out really good, and I had to be careful because some of them had a whenever you made the background transparent, some of them had mess ups. So I made sure they weren't in there. There's might be like a couple of them that are messed up a little bit, but not too many of them. But they came out really nice.
Mm.
He's got a really good program for that stuff.
Okay. Just use GIMP or something. Some image editor that can do output channels.
I know how you are. You're like, oh, screw that AI stuff.
Yeah, that. If you can do it manually, just a script, do it manually, just a script.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean,
Like, you can't do it
use
quick.
Qt or GIMP, and you can create a transparent alpha channel with just a couple clicks.
Well, I mean, making the actual animation isn't as easy as what you think. Like, I use Blender,
Okay,
dude.
yeah.
And like I can make the same thing, but it's not going to be like automatic. You know what I mean? Like, you can just get on an AI platform and they'll just put that shit right out for you. And then if you don't like it, they'll do another one that's more to your taste. But like when you go on like DaVinci or Blender or what is the other ones? But you go on them, it takes you time to actually make them. For me, I'm okay with that, but I'm kind of getting burned out on this AI bullshit. It makes you feel guilty too. It really does, especially if you're into doing that kind of stuff. It makes you feel real guilty because like that's shit you should be doing and learning. It's just my way of looking at it. Okay, so you've only got 169 subscribers, dude.
Who?
You.
Me? No, I've got something like
subscriptions.
No.
You got over 1,000.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe something like that.
You've only subscribed to 100.
No, 1,000.
Yeah.
The subscribers.
You only have 169 subscriptions. So.
Oh yeah, me subscribing to other groups.
Okay, yeah.
Or to other people, sorry.
It's
because I very rarely use the general news feed. If I'm ever on mine, I'm always either in my own channel or creating posts in one of the groups or on a specific channel. I very rarely look at the news feeds
or a chat.
Yeah.
Well, they're kind of gotten really bad too, though, because like they've got the new setup for you and everything, which is cool, I guess. You know, for.
And I tell you, if Minds would implement a live streaming where you could turn it into some kind of a career, like I hate to.
Well, that's not really.
I know.
Mine's job. Mine's job is just a content management system. If you want to make a career out of it, that's for you to find the advertisers. That's for you to create a name for yourself. It's not really the responsibility of Minds to manage your career for you.
People don't want to be on YouTube. They want to be on Minds because the conversation on YouTube and other platforms are a lot different than the conversations here on mine. So they're looking for more of a mindful conversation, so to speak. And I think
it depends on the specific channel. I can think of quite a few channels.
I look at the age. I look at the age of Minds, okay, and they should have progressed a lot further than what they have. You know what I mean? Like, do you realize they came out like maybe 5 or 6 years after Facebook?
Yeah.
Check your trail officially.
No, I'm saying before the whole official thing, when they first started out, they
Yeah,
started,
yeah, yeah. So Trench Trail is
yeah,
when they started. Is when the company was created.
and Facebook started in what 2005, 2006.
Something like that.
You know, I mean, so within that
But
time
there's
period,
different things set up to be monetized, so why wouldn't they have a live
Yeah,
stream?
and remember, my Facebook is advertiser heavy, where mine
dude,
has always wanted. Bill has always not wanted over advertising, and I can and I
And he's pretty much
understand why.
yeah, no, listen to what do better was he getting ready to say, dude. He's right there. I well, say that again. Do better. I know you got aggravated. He went out of focus, but he's pretty
pretty.
much he's pretty much shown that he's all about the advertising.
No, no, no. He
Mm,
a bit away from the advertising here. I mean, you don't see big ads on mines like you see on other platforms. Yeah, you see boosted post, but that's a totally different form of advertising. It's all in the boosted feed. So it
when
makes
when I actually went and listened to um, the original interview that freaking Minds Gaming and all them did with Jaffe,
mhm.
I listened to it and freaking I didn't catch it at the time until lately when they had their freaking changeover from the monetization, but Bill, Bill was always saying the same shit. Okay, and if you listen to what he's talking about getting these freaking companies to come in and freaking sponsor and get their own accounts set up so that they can freaking bring money into the platform. And,
yeah, but
and
again,
he's never been about the people who are members of Minds.com, and
he has never really differentiated between users and community members and companies. They're the same and one thing. He hasn't, as far as I know, has never, maybe with the exception of one, has never treated companies and users as different entities.
that's the thing that I caught on to. Okay, and it's like it's always been about freaking trying to get money
It
into the
is definitely
platform.
about trying to get money to the platform.
Yeah.
But as far as keeping advertising out of it, as far as you don't see a bunch of pop-up ads. You don't see, flashy commercials and then like placed ads. Yeah, you get the boosted feed, but everybody has the opportunity to put into that, and it's a new form of advertising.
Well,
And
you also have to remember the subscriptions, okay? No, or the subscribers. No, those are kind of suspicious. I have like shitloads of people who supposedly are my subscribers,
stuff
and
like that.
you know what I mean. Like I know for a fact.
I'm trying to say is like if they would have instead of tried to use a bunch of gimmicks to get people to the platform by i.e. Buying different YouTubers trying to get them to be promoting it or trying to get some studio going. They were connecting with Timcast. I don't know how much money they gave him and a few other YouTubers. And they also try like the Minds Fest. I'm sure they had some kind of sponsorship going with the people that they were bringing on to the Minds Fest. It wasn't just a grassroots effort that it should have been. And if they would have allowed the platform to grow naturally, I think that it could have been a whole lot bigger than what it is now.
I
But
agree.
trying to push an agenda and maybe
I don't know. I don't know. Somebody mentioned something similar to me not that long ago. I think it was we actually in either the Minds User Group chat room or the community help chat room, and I pointed out to her that people come and go, occasionally come back. That's just the nature of social media platforms.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm saying that it would have grown more virally type of thing if they let it allowed it to happen naturally. But
I
they
don't know because remember the sort of culture we're in at the moment. Remember all those reports from things like the Vice website news agencies calling minds far right and extremists and neo Nazis and stuff.
tried to ride the coattails of Rogan and
Yeah,
Tim Cat, and
I
they got
do. He's right. That is true.
so if just naturally let the platform grow and actually invested back into the people on the platform, like
Yep.
bringing up new shows like what's his name, The Quartering.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
I'm not an overly big
I,
fan of his content, but yeah, I see your point.
I'm not either, but he started out a nothing when he came to Minds. When he started on Minds, he had less than 50,000 YouTube subscribers,
Well,
and
he got
in
popular on
yeah,
YouTube.
he got popular on Minds.
Well, I mean
And
afterwards though.
it
Yeah,
trans-
but I can sort of see his popularity from the sort of content he pushes, even though, like I say, I'm not an overly big fan of his content, but I can see the appeal.
he promoted Minds
Yeah.
from the start.
He
He was
did.
a
Yeah, that's true.
top promoter. He had it the top
Don't
other.
think he does these days, though, does he?
He had listed different platforms on his thing,
Yeah.
and mine was always at the top for the longest time.
Hmm.
And I don't remember mine's ever reaching out to him and promoting him at all.
Well, it's just like
He's a
censorship sucks.
man.
Censorship sucks. Just had John Ottman on their show. They're constantly talkingminds.com up. Okay. And you'd think that people like that would be, a big deal for freaking minds.com, but they don't care, like at all, you know.
At all. I tried doing a live stream, and I was streaming the boost feed from the platform. So I just had a screen capture of the platform, and then it used to be just a post at the top of the page that would click, keep rotating to a new
Yeah,
post,
yeah, I remember that.
Hmm.
and I just recorded that, and that was the screen that you saw, that post, size box, and then it would rotate to the new post every few seconds or minute or whatever, however long it took. And I played some music in the background of people that were on the platform that gave me permission to use their music to promote them. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
Yeah. I
give
remember seeing a few of those posts, yeah.
giving the stream something, some type of substance to give you reason to be there, other than just watching the boosted feed. And it's promoting minds. And I was like, hey guys, like, you want to help with this idea venture? Like, you want to promote it and make it a better, invite guests, what you want to be part of this, and, and nothing, never.
Yep.
I'm like, what is this?
Well, didn't what was it? Rebel Radio, I think is what they're called. Didn't they start out on mines too?
I'm not.
Not familiar.
I
I'm
think
not
that's what they were
familiar.
called. They were called Rebel Radio. They in the group section on mines. They are actually involved with a group on there. I don't know if you guys remember. Not too many people go to it anymore, but it was it was fuck the corporate media or something like that. I remember going on there back whenever I first started out. I can check it out and see if it's sure. But it was a pretty big group that was going on it with it, and they used to go on there all the time and do their podcasts on there. And it just, I mean, they just, they never gave any support to any of these guys that did that stuff.
So yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. So much opportunity, and it was just wasted on whatever.
Yeah.
Mm.
I remember it got to the point where they were trying to be more courteous to the liberals and shit, because a lot of these liberals coming on mines were getting upset because of all of the horrible posts that you guys were posting up here. So they decided they were going to give everybody a choice of what they wanted to see on their post. So you had to go through and you had to pick what was you interested in.
Actually, I don't believe that they actually got that functioning correctly. It started. It's last time I heard, it was only really for their own data collection. There was no actual functionality behind that.
And so that was just a bunch of shit.
I think they were intending to, but again, mines have intended to do quite a few things in the past.
Yeah, that was weird. That social experiment they did, where they asked a bunch of questions like strongly agree, strongly disagree. I'm like, what? This is like
that was fucking weird. That
or something.
I was
I don't
like,
want to. Yeah,
Bill was reading far too many psychology books at the time, I think.
Yeah. Way too many.
well, I find it weird though that like, and I think that you guys have it backwards though. You guys say that frickin' X emulates frickin' mines. I think it's the other way around. Myself.
Well, yeah, no, I've never said X.
You said it before.
No, I criticised a couple of days ago. What was it? Blue Skies. Using the same interface design as mine. That is using the same interface design as Twitter or X or whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
it's been mentioned about mines too. Like
yeah,
about it just a
yeah.
little too much of a
The
coincidence.
lack of imagination when it comes to user interface design these days.
When they started that hashtag shit, that's when they started the whole Twitterification of mines.
Yeah.
And when I went to Twitter, it was like God, this is just like fucking mines.
Yeah.
It just works like a.
And actually, the hashtag keyword thing doesn't actually work that well anyway, because if you search for what's meant to be a hashtag, the internal search facility will search for all words in a post related to that, not necessarily the hashtag. The hashtags are good for, let's say, if you want to group posts together. So let's say I've got a load of the channel meeting posts on my channel, and so I tag them with channel, and then when you click on the hashtag, you get all the channel tagged. But the actual search engine facility will just search for all words in a post.
Can I tell you guys a little bit of devious thought that I have? It's about Jaffe.
Go on.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm so glad that frickin' Jaffe isn't on X anymore. You know why? He stopped saying at hashtag. You know, it's like he'd turn around and be talking, and he'd go, "You can check that out at hashtag carebear.com or at hashtag carebear." You know, or this hashtag this. If you notice, since he's been going off and doing his other stuff on other platforms, he's kind of gotten away from that, and I think he sounds better.
That's awesome.
You know,
what was I calling it for a while? On Canaries, when we were talking about this back along, I was keeping referring to them as hash-based semantic meta tags.
Yeah. Like,
which is the correct terminology for a hashtag.
I finally went on and got that X Pro because freaking I did some stuff on Blender for Bob Dub, and I told her I don't usually take money for that kind of stuff, you know. So I took, and I knew she was into X, so I went in and I got it. And since I've had that thing, man, I haven't used any hashtags except for when I did like shout outs thanking people for making comments or following me, you know what I mean? But other than that, I don't do that shit. Because I listen to these people and they all of a sudden the way they talk starts changing, and all of a sudden they're talking hashtag this and hashtag that, and it changes your mentality, you know, kind of like YouTube does. Like,
Yep.
you know, people that stream on YouTube, they have this dog eat dog mentality. They don't give a shit about new content creators. They don't care about building somebody up that just started out. They'd rather freaking beat you out because if you get big, you take away their money.
Hey, hey,
That's the kind of mentality they have.
well, that's
It
not
might not be
true.
true. It might not be true, but that's the way they think.
Uh,
You know, and I've noticed that with YouTube, and it's kind of like a form of brainwash. So that's why they do all that horrible shit to people on there, is because they're brainwashing them into thinking a certain way.
mm.
Get them to think like they do, you know. And that's the way Twitter does, or X. They get you on that whole at and hashtag this and hashtag that. That was
Some people like to communicate. Mm.
that was a little bit of a rant, wasn't it?
Yeah, I when mine's put out the whole hashtag thing, I was like, this is bullshit. Fuck hashtags.
I don't know. I
I,
can see its usage. It was
I mean, I could see its
that's
uses too. It was just for the AI. That's what the hashtags are for. Helps the AI.
AI. What
Yeah,
AI?
Search engine. You
Yeah,
you
that's
said
not
yourself.
AI.
You said
Again, yeah,
yourself that AI is nothing but a freaking glorified search engine.
search engine. Yeah,
So
precisely.
so you have to do it the other
that-
way around, dude. He's right. You just you got to think the other way
actually,
around.
hashtags would have been helpful, but I think they're more detrimental because people have been using them so loosely. So they're not really categorizing as much as they should have been.
But that's why I approved of mine's restricting the hashtags per post.
No, not in amount. The amount of options that you can just make a hashtag for no reason, and it doesn't have to be associated with what you're posting. So it's
Okay,
like,
that's more clickbait sort of thing, though.
I've learned something though when it comes to that. You know, people who like to go in and they like to create their own cool freaking or set up their own, you know, what they want for hashtags and stuff. They're actually
Yeah.
screwing themselves up, because what you need to do if you want better views, you want to get on your posts, you go off of the top suggested. Now that means the reason why it's the top suggested is because more people use that hashtag.
So if I'm creating a post about kangaroos
Yes.
and there's nothing related to kangaroos, there's the top hashtags are
They give you five.
cryptocurrency,
They give you
porn, or
they give you five. They give you five hashtag suggestions that drop down when you're typing into it. Okay.
yeah,
Pick those.
I'm not sure. I've not seen any algorithms on this, but I'm not sure if it's related to the most popular
The
hashtags.
most used.
Again, I would have to have a look at the algorithm. I would have to have a look at the code on that one.
You know, and that's what it does. It suggests to you the most used
I'm not sure if it's the most
tagline is
used. But
actually, like, we're calling it hashtags, but they're actually taglines.
semantic meta
Oh no,
tags.
there is a difference between a tagline and a hashtag.
No, that's not a tagline. A tagline is like how I use titles.
Well, you're right. There actually is a hashtag at the beginning of these.
Well, that's not even a hashtag. That's a title which I hate there because they're formatting not a title. It's awful.
Well, you're right. Is what I'm saying. Is it is a hashtag because like when you go in to make a post and you hit click on the enter tag, it has a hashtag next to the suggestions.
Yeah, no, I never use their title functionality.
I'm voting to rename them from hashtags to pound tags.
There you go. Pound it good.
Pound. Actually,
Now,
no, pound
the
is
best
a different
hashtags for
sign in the UK.
kangaroo. The best hashtags for kangaroo is kangaroo, hashtag kangaroo court, hashtag kangaroos, and
Okay.
hashtag kangaroos courts. Kangaroo courts.
Why kangaroo court?
And then hashtag kangaroo facts.
Okay.
So those are.
Found it.
Let's see. Pound it. That's right. Instead of saying hashtags, they are pound tags.
No, they're not pound tags. UK sign for pound is the one that we use for currency.
Pound it
That's
real
not a
good.
pound. A hash is not a pound.
Well,
It might be in the US, but in the UK, it's not.
on the phone, do you get what he's saying? Like it's the pound symbol for the phone.
No, it's the hash sign
Oh
on the
my
phone.
gosh!
Pound.
I guarantee you this is a British thing. Like you guys.
It is a British thing because we've got pound is the figure is the
That's your mark.
thing character that we use for our currency.
Yeah. Now who uses the freaking who used the mark? The
Huh?
marks. Who uses the marks? They like 5 marks.
Germany before they became an EU member. Germany pre Lisbon Treaty, so Maastricht Treaty, so no Maastricht, so pre 1992.
Back before the communists took over. Like the communists moved in and just took Germany over.
Yeah, before pre the wall falling.
You know that like 20 years from now they're gonna look back and say, "Oh shit, dude! Like I thought freaking we were letting these people be freaking more democratic, and what happened? They just moved in and made us a bunch of freaking communists."
If the EU exists for in 20 years' time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was mentioning it to somebody before, and I was like, the United States would not have allowed freaking the unification of Germany if there wasn't a constitutional government installed. It wouldn't have happened, and like what happened to that constitution that they were supposed to have, because they even made it mandatory for Iraq to have a constitution installed before they were able to take power over their country again.
Technically, this would be outside of the US hands.
No.
As far as European countries are concerned, anyway.
NATO was running freaking Germany, West Germany. No,
it's all based system. If you look it all up, supposedly what I've heard, the postal routes, and then the Catholic Church, like the so they're like the royal seat of all the postal routes, and the Postmaster General or whatever the heck, and then it kind of trickles down from there.
That is crazy.
Banking system, the postal routes, because they had to have a trade route type, and it goes way back, and they keep building off of stuff, but they don't really know exactly what they're talking about. They're just kind of winging it, and everybody's kind of following.
Actually, Chris, I made a couple of comments about this within last week on the General Saturn, talking about the history of the European Union, the European Community, European Economic Commission, and the just describe the history of how it was formed.
It was a few changes of names that took place after World War II, but
Well,
and
post 1957.
there's a lot of people who are members of Brexit who freaking actually pointed out that the people who started all that were actually Nazi war criminals that were
That's
free.
arguable. That's arguable.
Well, I mean,
A
the
lot of them, well, I would argue that quite a few of them were sort of Marxists.
well,
Remember, we were in the Cold War at the time, and it's the old long march through the institution socialist argument.
I mean that a lot of the stuff they said actually did hold weight because like the same guy that freaking started the commission that you're talking about, he actually was an economist. He was one of the,
Oh, yeah,
he was a part of the Nazi Party, and the only
you
reason
were
why he
talking
didn't
about the French politician, the French civil servant.
is because
I mean,
he wasn't high enough in ranks to be freaking actually executed.
I'm sure about his history.
each time they so it started back in the postal thing, and then however they did it before the United States became a country, and we introduced the American monetary system, and then we signed a contract with like England to pay for the first war, and
Actually, we created the British.
I mean,
Arguably, the Brits created the modern monetary system within the Napoleonic Wars.
right, and then
Until 1812.
each time that we had some kind of conflict, it coincided with the contract of a new banking system or monetary system through the records.
Yep.
Like
And
Napoleon.
it always goes back to the English. Those dirty, dirty English people.
The Brits,
The
not the
Brits.
English.
Well, let's just blame all of you then. Just instead of you gotta always pick on the English.
It wasn't the sort of British citizen.
Catholic. I would say the Catholic Church.
Well, you can't even blame it on the Catholics when it comes to the English.
I could blame it on the Russians, or actually
no.
go further back, the French.
Yeah.
The French Revolution.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea because people need to blame the French for a lot more shit than freaking they usually do because they think that they're like all these lovey-dovey perfume-wearing people, which they probably are, but they've caused a lot of shit, dude. They have. They were them in England and Germany were all three involved in the creation of socialism. All three of them. And everybody wants to blame the communists, like the communist Russia is the one who started all this. No, it wasn't. It was freaking England, France, and Germany. The actual first international and second international took place in France. But it was those dreaded freaking communists from over there in the Soviet Union that did it. Stalin, that horrible evil man that took away all the Bibles.
I could go further back and argue the John Locke and Adam Smith arguments.
Well,
and
John Locke was a good man.
Of the
17th
century.
You better shut your mouth, man. Don't you be talking old crap about John Locke. Just because.
But anyway,
you know my argument on the one.
Now we're kind of in one of those renegotiating the contract because the time for the Okay, so originally it was so many years, I think 7 years, and then another 7 years, and then moved up to 13, 15 years, something. And then eventually they moved it up to 70 years. And then I think the last one, something about 200 years, and then they have a 15-year grace period or something. But right now, they're basically all the debt should be wiped out and starting new, but because they want to continue their power and their reign and all that, they gotta renegotiate the contract, kick the can down the road. So who knows how long it'll be now before the next renegotiation of the contract that we don't have anything to do with.
Hmm.
But we have to follow all the rules that are made because of it. So yeah,
The
it's
evil regime. That's what it is. The thing that gets me about a lot of that really annoys me is like everybody always wants to throw up Rothschild this and Rothschild that, and they don't even realize like there were families that were way way richer, way way more powerful than the Rothschilds. Like the
No, the Rothschild family has been one of the biggest players since the Napoleonic Wars.
that's all according to folklore, like a fairy tale about
No, no, it's
them
well
having
documented.
them having
It's well
spies.
documented.
They had spies set at the Battle of frickin' Waterloo, and that
Well, there's always both spies,
and
but
that these spies brought back information saying that the English lost against those dreaded frickin' French frickin' fighters, and that they're gonna destroy the frickin' bank. So all these stockbrokers ended up selling, 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 and then those evil Rothschilds came in and just bought all of it up and took over England. And that's not how it happened. Okay, that's just you know what I mean. It was the war.
very basic, very sort of yeah.
The most powerfulest family on the face of this planet was the Warburgs.
Uh,
Okay, they financed frickin' Germany during World War I, dude.
the Rockefellers, the Warburgs, the what's his name? Did all the Carnegie.
Yeah,
He was one.
Carnegie.
But
yeah.
Carnegie.
there's a lot, and there's so many that's behind the scenes and not even talked about. The Vanderbilts,
Hmm.
um, too many to name. And since then, there have been new inductees into this cabal or whatever you want to call it. And yeah,
I
Mm.
I like the
the
way.
way the way that we've been doing things around here has got to change, and I think a lot of people are seeing that, and that cabal is losing its power because people are
No, there's no about. I mean, making the one world order.
at the same time. It's like each cabal's fighting with each other, so they're really not having as much influence as they think they do, and shit's starting to change because of it.
We'll see.
Well,
Who
that's
knows?
my
Yeah.
way. I'm I'm on the optimistic side, and I'm not looking for doom and gloom and merchant of fear and all that kind of stuff. I'm not thinking that the future is going to be this crazy apocalypse. I think that we have a chance to usher in, or whatever you want to call, create a more harmonious place that
No.
is built on fear, built on love and cooperation, and
We will all be good little proletariats and fight for the party,
like,
comrade.
but never envisioned a future like that, or never been in that kind of experience because we haven't lived it before. So we gotta figure out how to make that happen.
Well,
Create it
see,
within you.
I
Create it within you, and then it'll shine into other people, and then spread, and then maybe change the world around you.
I think first
But that,
thing people need to realize what love is. You know what I mean? Like you're talking about true, freaking real love. You know what I mean?
right, exactly.
And People don't really have a concept of that. They think that they can pick and choose what they love and what they don't.
Well,
Remember, this is in
it's a
1967.
matter of language and the income, the inability to properly communicate. To
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
What's it?
We don't have words to express the things that we're truly trying to say, and we fall short on communicating that. And that's one of my plights with a lot of things in my life. I've lost opportunities because I wasn't able to communicate in an effective way.
Right.
I've been working on that. Hopefully, it'll get better. That's what I'm about. But yeah, I hope that we can come up with a better language that is more universal and lets takes the secret like devious, like we can't deceive people with this language.
Yeah.
Something that's
I remember
open.
every time I talk to you, you're really big on that, like the way you speak and the language that's being said. You know, that's one thing that I know I like having a conversation with you about that stuff because it's true. People will lie and manipulate with words like you wouldn't believe, and like especially with the government. You know, when you go into court because of issues, you need to understand the language they speak is completely different than the language you speak. You know,
But it's set up.
Anyway,
Usually,
I was just going to say I'm going to have to disappear in a second.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at.
So, yeah.
so
Good conversation.
I'm glad you was able to end that on love and shit. You know what I mean? Because that's all good and everything. I have to be careful about that because like here lately, everybody's been having like issues with my sex talk and how sexy I am and
Gotta go in the gutter.
Whatever.
you know. Well, I'm just saying, the ladies freaking they just like say, Roger, you're just too much. You need to chill out because
Peace, man. Have a good one.
they're getting hot and bothered and stuff.
Roger, mine's answer to Adonis.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go Adonis. I'd go Don Juan. Nobody, no, they don't want me. Nobody,
Okay.
Don.
You are mine's sex pinup.
Sex Pistol. Yeah, there we go. I like that. So, yeah, if you guys want, man, we can cut this short. I've got to actually be back on here later on, anyhow, to do that startup with Jaffe. He's doing the Operation Secret Santa Claus. So.
Yeah, I'm going to be cut on that one. Yeah, no way I'm going to be able to do that one.
I would do it, but what I want to do is at least get the introduction, the first part of it, you know what I mean, going so that it's actually kind of cool. You know what I mean? Have the first part of it, and then maybe be there for the final part and get that taken care of too. So.
Maybe this week I can join him Tuesday or something.
And we can set time frames when we want to do it too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like it'll be like it was last year. We'd join in to fill in a spot whenever he can't be on and so forth, just to keep it going. So it's not like we have to do like an entire day of streaming or nothing. Just whenever.
I just had a message from Nioki asking about Sunday today, even.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, if he wants me to go on there, he needs to understand that I'm going to be doing Jaffe's show, so I'd have to freaking be able to skip over to him and do.
Oh, sorry, it'll be tomorrow as far as you're concerned.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, Sunday. And it's Sunday now. Yeah.
He hasn't sent me nothing yet, so that's cool. He's probably already. He already knows that.
Yeah, he's talking about following up on the Syria and Korean issues that he was going to touch on last Sunday.
He got carried away last Sunday though. He
Yeah,
all that.
I missed it. I couldn't do it last Sunday.
Yeah.
Monday was made impossible.
So yeah, man. Let me see how much we've actually got here. I think we've got well over. Yeah, we got 2.5 hours of stream. That was pretty good.
Cool,
So,
cool.
and that's actually we got 2.5 hours of recording, and we have yeah, 2.5 hours of stream too. So we did pretty good. We kept them all in the same amount of time frame. So,
Okay.
and I got Kick added in to the stream now, so we can start doing Kick. I'll try to figure out how to set Odyssey back in, but I'm gonna leave Twitch out of this shit. I'm not even gonna deal with them no more.
Well, you could upload the recording after.
Yeah, actually, I could do that with Odyssey too, but
Well,
I'm
technically, you could do that with all of them.
yeah.
Just
So I am
yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and we will. I've noticed the difference between Nintendo's games back then versus Sega's games. Now, if you take a look at it, like Sega targeted more of the older audiences with games like Mortal Kombat. And then if you take a look at Nintendo, they were focusing more on the family-friendly games. You know what I mean? Like they would always put out games like Legend of Zelda or your Mario Brothers. You know what I'm saying? Don't you find it odd that they kind of collaborated like that? Well, that I mean, for what I've been learning mostly here recently, though, that was kind of like the whole reason behind the crash that we were talking about last week in 1983, or not that, but it was oversaturate. Like they said that the reason for that though was because of freaking oversaturation, and then there was a decline in game quality, which I can see happening today. Even like you take a look at these games, and they're just freaking horrible. Like there's no storylines, nothing. And it kind of goes into what you were saying right there, and then what I was talking about with Sega and Nintendo too. You know, or what you guys brought out when I was mentioned it, because well, also I'm gonna have to use a famous Mark Edworthy thing, and say that this was mostly all about marketing. It was just marketing. Well, see, I disagree on the whole thing about Nintendo having better graphics, because I was an old Mortal Kombat fan, and that's the reason why I didn't mention it when I posted on Skype with the things. I just put the other stuff about the internet gaming on there, but I wanted to mention Mortal Kombat. Now, I was cool with Mortal Kombat, and I was perfect, you know. And it's like recently I've been doing I was doing projects with a friend of mine, Rapid Glitch, who does Nostalgia Gaming Retro, and he had me doing like, first he wanted me to do Nuzlocke with Pokemon, and I was fine with that after I did it. But then he started getting into these randomizers. Since you guys were talking about emulators, he was wanting to do randomizers with Pokemon Gen 2, and then we had to do randomizers is where I call them assets, but it randomizes all the assets, and stuff. And I had a horrible experience with that when it comes to Pokemon. And then Legend of Zelda, we actually couldn't finish the Legend of Zelda, the Oculus of Time or whatever it is, because of these randomizers. And now Rapid, he's just like a big old Scottish sissy, you know what I mean? He loves these these Nintendo games, and I hate the Legend of Zelda with a passion. You know, I hate that game, and But I went ahead and I did it, and even though I did it, I still hated that freaking game, dude. I hated it with passion. Now I can handle the Mario's somewhat, but I don't really get into them too much. But out of the two of them, even today, man, I would rather play Mortal Kombat or Street Fighters over Super Mario Brothers any day, you know. And well, I mean, I would still play them, even though I'm not. Well, I'm not. You know, I'm not any better at it anymore than what I used to be. I'd have to catch up on it and stuff. I mean, with me, it would have to be commercial, or not commercial, but basically, it would have to be just advertisement. You know what I mean? It would have to be marketing and stuff like that would be involved with it, because personally, I did like the Sega systems better than I did the Nintendo. Uh, but I think in the end, it was the marketing that won out. You know, above everything else, they were able to market their stuff. It really does stick out to me on it. And then like the thing that I know is like Midway Games. Now, Midway Games is what we were talking about last week, if you remember. It goes all the way back to 1958, you know. These guys actually freaking were the ones who came out with games like Mortal Kombat. And I thought that was pretty interesting to bring up, too. And that's the weird part about it when it comes to Midway. Like they didn't start out just in like video gaming either. They were big on things like, you remember Defender, don't you? In Joust. Back in the 90s, though, that brings us into how PC gaming led the way in the 1990s. You know, the internet and PC gaming is what really sticks out with it. On not console to internet, much less, but just like the straight internet gaming. The internet's proliferation of the 1990s unlocked new possibilities for gaming, particularly on PC. Games like Doom 1993 and Quake in 1996 introduced network multiplayer experiences, allowing players to face off in competitive matches. Now, with Quake and Doom, I just recently played those again, and it was really interesting because it had been a long time since I played the original Doom, and well, not Doom actually, but Quake. I did find that pretty interesting because I hadn't played it in years. I went on and did a group battle that we did on Nostalgia Gaming, and I don't know, it felt kind of cool doing it. You know, we had fun and everything, but it was just kind of weird because I hadn't done it before, or done it in a while. And I thought that was actually pretty cool. And we actually did it on a Steam game where they have new features for going in there and playing Steam. Here recently, my son was showing me how they have new features in some of these older games to where you can actually see the game, the newer versions of the game, because they put new textures and stuff to make it look better. And they have an option too to where if you don't want that, you can actually revert it back to the retro look, the way it used to look whenever you played the game originally. I thought that was really, really good. That's something that if you guys are interested in looking at, you might want to go check it out on Steam. They've got Quake, they've got the original Doom as well. There was a few other ones on there that are on there. I know that right now I'm on a project with Rapid with Elder Scrolls Arena. And just to let you guys know, you can go on and you can play Elder Scrolls Arena on Steam for free if anybody's an old Elder Scrolls Arena fan. I just got halfway through it, and I'm starting up on getting the other half done now in January. I did the first half back in 2004, so that is going to be my first project for this year when it comes to gaming. I'm still at the point now where I'm wanting to get back into my live streams with my games. I got tons of new games to play, but I just haven't had the time. It's all of this uploading videos and editing and getting it off my computer that's slowing me down. I had maybe 5 gigabytes of memory left, so I had to transfer videos and start getting busy with it and start editing and getting it uploaded onto the computer so that I could get this done, so the advent of massive multiplayer online role-playing games, MMORPGs, were another significant milestone. Titles like Ultima Online in 1997 and EverQuest in 1999 created persistent worlds where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. It just seems really weird to me though that they ended up losing out when it came to Nintendo versus Sega because of how much because I mean even Joust, you remember Joust when we were kids, right? I know I kind of got into conspiracy last week, but like you guys also have to remember WMS Industries, okay? Now these guys were the ones that came out with pinball machines and stuff, okay? So these guys were really involved with Midway, and they were the movers and shakers. And like how I was talking about Pong, like they actually branched out and was a part of all that when they developed Pong. And if you take a look at the history with Pong, that's where Magnavox came into the whole game play too, because they were using it previously for another thing they were using in the colleges and playing. They called it ping pong, but college students would sit and play these games so that the military could research their response times. I just find it odd that it all comes all the way up to games like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighters and stuff like that. It does seem kind of awkward that was kind of happening. And WMS Industries was all involved in that stuff through Midway. But I know that kind of goes off into the whole conspiracy thing again. But it just seems odd, when it's in your face. You know what I mean? How can you look away at that? I do find it kind of odd, especially like most people who are into computers don't realize how far back this goes. You know what I mean? Unless they actually do research on the history of computers and gaming together. Well, I mean, even being there at the time, like most people who get on computers and do, that they were doing all this crazy shit back then. I mean, at the same time as developing computers, they were putting out these games so that the military could like do research and stuff on some stupid college student smoking dope and playing ping pong. Well, I mean, it was the 1960s, dude, seriously. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying back then, it's really interesting to see the history of all this and how it unfolded. It really is. Like, I still look at some of these games and I'm like, man, it just amazes me that people have no idea what actually took place for them to sit and play that game. So now you've opened up a can of whoop ass. This brings us to Doom and Quake. Okay, now we're going to talk about the '90s. This is the stuff you guys like because you were kids and stuff and having fun. Hell yeah, I'm still waiting until the time where I start mugging people. I just be able to run out and randomly frickin' steal a car, bam, down the road I go. There was another one too. I remember where it was you were in a car and you couldn't get out of the car unless you had to go and listen to a storyline somewhere. But you drove around the city in this car, and um, that was it. You had to go from one point to the other, and the cops would chase you and stuff like that. And I forgot the name of it, but I remember Retro Cheat played it. Um, no, it sounds familiar. I do remember hearing it. Let me actually, yeah. I just Googled it and everything. I remember. They would justify it by start talking verses out of the Bible, like that was what justified them to get on and start spreading hateful messages because it's written in the Bible. Um, so that's when I finally backed away from the Praetorian for a while because I was finally sick and tired of it. It it was really really a disgusting um, thing that I had gone through. And the more you start researching this stuff and finding out the information, the worse it gets. Okay, um, so just to make it clear on that, you know what I mean. This stuff is not the best of information. To be honest with you, this is the stuff that you hear about that just curls your stomach. I mean, there's nothing good about it at all. So um, I'm pulling everything up. I got all my information that I pulled together, and like I said, the links are posted in the chats. If you guys want to come in and you want to talk about this stuff, then you are more than welcome. This is the first episode. This isn't going to be a run on either. Like, I'm just going to do this episode for this topic, and later when I come back, I'll have another topic. Untethered is going to be about, well, stuff like this. It's going to be about controversial stuff. It might have some stuff to do with UFOs and the paranormal things of that nature as well. But we're also going to have topics about entertainment, current events that don't have to particularly have anything to do with politics. So it's going to be a variety of things that we're going to be talking about. One thing I do want to actually get involved in is I want to talk about P. Diddy and this freaking baby oil shit. Like, that is something that really is the biggest mystery to me. They were talking about Costco's, and Costco's. He had a receipt, I guess, from Costco saying that he had bought all of this baby oil from them. Well, a few people that were on the internet went in and they freaking did research, and they found out that Costco's has never sold baby oil. They've never put it on their freaking on their counters. So my first question is, where the hell did he get the baby oil? You know what I mean? That's a mystery to me. So that's something that I would actually like to figure out too. So maybe we'll have an episode where we talk about P Diddy and we can get into some of the strange things that actually is going on when it comes to him and his case. You know what I mean? So now understand too that I have done quite a bit of research when it comes to ball. This goes back to a lot of the older stuff that I had when I first started doing all this stuff, and it's not pretty, like I said earlier. So a lot of it I did forget, and I had to go back through and pull up the information because, like I said, I walked away from a lot of this a long time ago. So um, it was something that I really wasn't wanting to get into when it comes to these topics. But I figured, why not? Let's go ahead and do this. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to clear up one um, thing that concerns uh, Moloch. Everybody's always trying to connect Moloch with Carthage. No matter where you go on the internet and you try to find the information, they always come up with these feeble attempts at trying to connect Moloch with sacrificial areas that were located in, in and around the Levant, which is the area where Israel's at. Now, they have found evidence there that shows there may have been a type of sacrifice, human sacrifice that took place. What they found there is they found babies or fetuses that were in jars. Now, up on the background here, where you see all of those little baby jars right there, that is a topet. Okay, that's a topet. That is what they are referring to. These are the actual topets that were um, being used for these babies that were supposed to be offered to this evil deity known as Moloch, with his arms stretched out and fire spilling from his mouth, which, by the way, nobody has ever found evidence to have ever existed. They said, well, the Jews hated the worship of it so bad that they decimated it. And I've mentioned this in previous episodes that that shouldn't actually be an issue. If you pay attention to these archaeologists when they go out to a work site, they use little bitty freaking brushes so that they can move each inch of dirt. They don't only go and they don't only pull up like full vases, fully formed vases. They pull up the little fragments of vases that are found in the dirt, and they methodically sift through it so they can find each piece. So, if these statues that are depicted or being pushed did exist, they would have been found. Okay, it doesn't matter how bad they were broken up or destroyed; they would have been found. It's like with these tofits right here. Okay, they can tell you that there are signs of burning on the bases that were there. Now, the thing about it is they know that there has been burning when it comes to this, but they don't know for sure if the babies were alive or dead. These could have been stillborn babies. These could have been babies that had already died and they were used and as an offering. They could have been a lot of different things. There's no evidence that these babies were actually alive when they were being used in this manner. And that is something that a lot of people need to understand when it comes to this. And this, okay, what you're looking at is actually something that has an inscription on it. It's MLK, which isn't the same Moloch as what's in the Levant. What you're looking at here is a topeth from Carthage. Okay, they haven't found any kind of topeth whatsoever or topet in the Levant at all. None of this. They found the vases, but they've never found the actual topet for these rituals, and that's also what a lot of scholars are discussing. They're discussing, was this MLK a ritual or it was an actual deity? Now, usually when, especially in the Bible, when they discuss deities, they specifically say, okay, the deity. And they go right into detail about it. With Moloch, the way that Moloch is written in these scriptures is very vague. It's hard to tell if it's actually just a ritual or if it's a deity that's a part, of an actual religion. There's been no altars or anything that specifically worships Moloch. Okay, it's just mentioned, and that's another interesting thing that comes into play. Now, with the topet in Carthage, okay, this goes back to what I was originally talking about. They tried to link all of these archaeological finds that they have found to Carthage. Okay, now the thing about this is Carthage has absolutely nothing to do with the people of the Levant, other than the fact that it's the homeland of the Phoenicians. Okay, that's their homeland, north of them. And there, in that area, they haven't found any topets whatsoever. It's just in northern Africa and the western Mediterranean. Okay, so that is something that really stands out to me. Okay, that's something that I wasn't really aware of until I started doing my recent research of everything. So in reality, what happened is this type of ritual that was taking place actually happened in North Africa and the Western Mediterranean, which is all a part of Crete. It's a part of Carthage. It's a part of Spain. Then it also has Rome, or what would eventually become Rome. Now, the Greeks and the Phoenicians didn't get along whatsoever. There was a lot of, there was wars, the Punic Wars, and everything that took place. But with all of that being said, the whole point of it is this ritual was taking place in the area of the same people who eventually started accusing the Jews of doing the same thing that they themselves were doing. Okay, and that's something that really stuck out to me. The same people who made these accusations later on in history are the same ones who actually did the rituals, and I didn't understand why until here recently. Okay, now, before white supremacists who were anti-Semitic started falsely accusing Jews of murdering Christians, okay, in order to use their blood in in the performance of like religious rituals, which that's what they did in the blood libels. Before they started doing that, um, that was what the old uh, religious groups like the Jews were doing when they were talking um, about the Romans and people that were outside of their faith. Okay, um, well that was actually ended, but it was dismissed. Okay, all these accusations were dismissed about Christian communities and the Roman Empire doing these things, as well as the Canaanites and a lot of the other religions the that were around in that time. Those were actually dismissed because, well, it just came to an end. But then it reappeared again back in the medieval period, okay, where Christians began to slander the Jews, okay, and then when they started slandering the Jews, they started using Moloch and these rituals. Okay, your audio is muted.
Okay.
Okay.
I just had to look your Skype and MS Teams statements, and you could have formatted your list a bit better.
I know. I
One single line.
Well, I mean, this is our first episode on Rumble Premier or
Okay.
Premium, so
Yeah,
just
just bring my head down a bit.
we you just really really helped me out there, dude. Thanks, dude.
My pleasure.
Okay, we've got it all set up. It actually did work out pretty good on. It actually did work out pretty good on the Premiere thing. Had the lock on there, everything. I was kind of worried about that because, well, I kind of flipped out. I thought that they scammed me into getting premium. I
I don't know whose partner's been on top and bottom.
what?
Anyway, yes, I was just looking at your banners, just on top and bottom. How did they scam you?
Huh? Well, I was thinking that
How
I
did
started flipping out because, like, I it didn't dawn on me that freaking I had to be in the what do they call that? Where the monetization thing or the set. I forgot what it was, but anyhow, it starts on May the 1st, so I ended up getting it.
yesterday?
Yeah, so I ended up doing this. I'm gonna make untethered or premium. Uh, Rumble Premium special, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stream this and put it out on the other platforms later on. So
Okay. After you have a look through Premium, so I'm still not sure exactly.
you're gonna have to repeat that because I didn't get to hear it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I'm still not sure what you're receiving for that membership.
I don't either. To be honest, I
So
have
you
no.
just clicked on an icon or a tick box and
Well, I
didn't
mean,
read it.
it says that I get the same crap that freaking all the other platforms says. They give you like this cool little freaking check mark, say that you get all this premium content that nobody else is allowed to watch or some shit like that. You
Good
know?
morning. Evening. How's it going?
Hey, Mr. Robot. But I see it better this way. It's a lot better than what I got from freaking Odyssey. Like Odyssey was a freaking joke, dude. I, I
Okay.
actually bought a badge from them. That's all I got. Like, here's your badge. I got like maybe
What, a natural metal badge or just a virtual badge?
a virtual badge. See,
You
it's
got to pay on Odyssey to host videos, don't you?
no, you get to do that for free, but still, I mean, I only got like 2 subscribers in a year. You know, it's like, come on, dude, seriously.
One, like, I was uploading files, and then it got to a point where they're like, "Nah, you got to buy tokens or something."
Oh, you have to pay into it, yeah. You have to pay into the token system, and you should be able to get those for free if you watch other people's tokens or videos.
Oh,
So you've actually got to like watch other people's stuff.
no,
If it's good
a
content,
lot of
then
effort.
well, if it's good content and content that you're interested in, then fair enough. But I'm not just going to watch something just for the sake of watching something.
What's wrong with you, man?
Actually, a good idea. I could probably
Right?
make a bot to watch stuff for me. You know, just
I've
auto.
got better things to do with my time. Just lost to
Wow.
say that.
I don't believe you for 1 second, Mark.
Now
Yeah.
on some of these talking points, I have absolutely no background in it, like the stuff that Mr. Robot put up with Brazil and everything.
Oh yeah.
So when we get into that, I want you to take lead and kind of open it up and discuss it.
Yeah, I'll just say what I know, and we can
And,
discuss what we think that means.
and see, I put these in order because like me, you, and Mark are here. So I did everything here in the United States for first because everybody knows that like America, the United States is the most important part of the news.
Yay, Yankee Land.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Yeah. All eyes are on the United States because we are the greatest nation that was ever brought in.
Will Britannia rules the waves.
No, what's the greatest nation? Remember, you got to make it great again. It's not great anymore.
Well, I actually wanted to say that.
That's why.
So
That's
make
why we've got
America
the
great.
titles. That's why we've got the word "great" in our country's name.
Well,
Yeah, well, if you have to do that, then you're not really that great, are you? It's kind of.
well, see, here in the United States, we've closed down the disinformation office, so we don't tolerate that shit.
I don't know. Every nation has its problems right now. To be honest, I don't know if there's anywhere that's great right now.
Now, I did put England above
United Kingdom.
Australia because on the topics.
Yeah.
You'd rather live there?
No, it's just the fact that they actually do have like an election that took place. Like the only thing you had on there was like Wikipedia links of all these bastards in Australia and shit.
Yeah.
It was like,
Well, we just have no good options. That's the problem.
do
And
you
the other
guys?
problem is the way our election works.
In
Fuck, I
that
got to
case,
vote
create your own
today, by the
party.
way.
No, I'm
Create
saying,
your own
is there
party.
an election go? Was there an election that took?
There's an election today. I have to go vote
Is that
after this.
Dude,
local election?
you never even posted a link about it. You have no
Yeah, I
interest
didn't know.
whatsoever, dude.
I don't have much hope for what's going on right now here.
Okay, so
I
you're
think
gonna
next election, maybe in 4 years, we'll have a chance. But
you're
I'm
gonna
gonna do my part. We'll
you're gonna
see.
have to cover that.
It's local elections.
No,
Province
federal.
elections. Federal?
Yeah, we're getting a new
okay.
prime minister for the king.
Okay,
Now-
I've not seen any report on that.
Now, for
Yeah.
anybody who
Everyone's looking at America right now, not looking at us.
and I did it appropriately here, but I think I might have done it backwards on these last parts. What I did in prioritizing is I went ahead and I put Canadian politics after freaking Australian.
And I'm just surprised I didn't hear about the elections because obviously I'm not anybody. I take notice of a lot of different countries. I don't just look at
because
American US politics.
well, I mean, I guess Canada is a part of America, so yeah. But I did Canada first because
Okay, as
there's
a continent.
Because they're closer to you. Is that-
well because I mean, if I had to choose between the French and the Canadians, the Canadian politics is coming first. Okay, I'm sorry, but
Well, shouldn't we get it underway? It looks like we're already live, aren't we?
yeah, we're already live. I checked the audio and everything.
Hello, folks. Well, get into it, Roger.
Let me do
Take us away.
the countdown and stuff. Do you want to open it up?
Nah, you go for it.
Okay, how about you, Mark? You want to do it?
You know my feelings on opening statements.
Okay. So I'll do the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. Today, we are switching the talking points again, and we went from current events last week into politics this week. And today, we've got a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to be bringing up. You seen the look on Mark's face. He's pretty enthused about this one because we are breaking it down. This is where I think he's going to start getting dirty. He's going to become a dirty, rotten British dude and like go all freaking nuts. I thought last night his head was going to explode, but I think this is going to really send him over the top.
I think you just attempted to drive me insane.
Roger tends to avoid politics because he knows it'll start a crap storm between us.
Yeah, well, see, for me personally, what it is like Untethered is something that I've been trying to avoid for years. I was into this kind of politics back in the day when I first started the Praetorian, and the amount of freaking garbage politics is just overwhelming. You know what I'm saying? And it got to the point where it was disgusting, to be honest with you. Then me and Mark finally decided to do Roger's real-time talk show, and that all pertains to like political history and the way politics worked throughout certain time periods. So I was okay with that, and then freaking the more I started doing that, the more I noticed Mark has an itchy finger to talk about a lot of this stuff. He has a love for these topics, dude.
Fun enough, when I started my Minds account back in 2016, for the first year, let's say the first 8 months, I was just talking about UK politics. Then I decided to then I realised that everybody was talking about politics, not US, UK, but mainly US politics. So I decided to actually delete all the content on my channel and start talking about more technical issues, more IT related issues. So yeah, and some of my real world friends would call me very sort of politically, I wouldn't say active, but politically opinionated.
Yeah, I noticed that. Another person who I noticed is very politically opinionated, but he doesn't try to let everybody onto it. Is Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot comes from Australia, and this is how opinionated Mr. Robot is. Before I started to stream, Mr. Robot wrote talking points up that he wanted me to add in for today, and not once did he mention anything about the Australian elections that are taking place today.
Today. Yeah.
Today.
It's funny. I've got a love-hate relationship with politics. It's like I feel like I need to do it for the good of my own understanding and, like, take an interest in what's going to happen next. But at the same time, I feel like it's just watching a slow motion train wreck half the time. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
we'll get into that.
Now, well, we've all three said right there. We'll let everybody know that this is what you're going to expect for the remainder of the episode, because even though we're doing politics and everything, we have a love-hate relationship, like Mr. Robot said. So you're not going to hear a lot of propaganda that's being brought in about making America great again. Well, you might hear that from Mark Edworthy because he loves American politics. He loves it.
If you say so. Yay, America. Hey, yay, US. Yeah.
But anyhow, with that being said, we need to actually get into the first topic. Now, the first area that I want to start out with is the tariffs. Now, everybody knows that we're in the middle of what they what they like to call the tariff wars.
Speaking of making America great again,
Yeah. Now, the best way that I found to get into that, which would relate to like the tariffs on an international level, is to kind of talk about a lot of these meetings that Trump has been having with foreign diplomats.
well, before you do that, can you just, for people who aren't familiar, tell them a little bit about what a tariff is and how they have been historically used?
Well, last year we were discussing in Roger's Real Time Talk Show, and that it was talking about England when they first started putting in their socialist policies. The conservatives were in power with the Tories, and they believed in using tariffs as a form of trade. Now, the socialist movement actually was against tariffs because they believed that when you set tariffs down on products that are coming into your country, it causes, instead of inflation, deflation. And deflation in turn is, according to the traditional beliefs behind it, is supposed to cause unemployment, and it's supposed to cause the price of products going up that are being brought into the country. So,
But at the same time, if it doesn't happen, you get to, like, what the West is now, is where the currency is so strong that you're not competitive on the international market, and therefore no one's buying your stuff internationally. and so that causes unemployment as well, because now you don't need to produce as much stuff because people aren't like buying as much stuff. So
And the big thing about that is like you'll hear a lot of people making this big push where it causes unemployment and a drop in hours and stuff of that nature. Me personally, I don't believe in the 40-hour work week. I think that was probably the worst mistake that freaking anybody ever came up with. And I say that for myself too, because like for me personally, like sitting here doing this stuff, if this was a job, I would be doing way more than 40 hours a week. Okay.
It is worth noting that the US, on the sort of medium average, full-time workers are working more hours than any other country in the world.
I believe that
totally,
the
totally
40-hour work
qualified.
week thing,
Okay.
the 40-hour work week thing was decided upon by the ruling class in the 1950s to keep us busy so that we don't ever basically, become a competition for them. So the idea was to make us work harder, tax us more, and give us less. And that way it sort of always keeps us in this loop.
The 40-hour, 38-hour in the UK working week actually comes out of World War II. It comes out of battery mentality during World War II.
I'm just, yeah.
Now,
Continue.
Leon Blum or Bloom is actually the guy who came up with it. He came up with it in France just before World War II. He was the one that wanted to implement a crap load of socialist policies in France. The Popular Front government is who voted in the 40-hour work week. They were led by Bloom.
Socialist or communist?
It was socialist. You see, you have the First International and the Second International. The communism didn't come into being until the Third International. And
Yeah.
So
It's a bit later.
So you had all of that going with that, but for me, I'm starting to see that even getting a little bit crazy because now, like a lot of the socialist countries, like over in England and Australia, you guys are wanting to lower it down even lower to like 30-hour weeks and 20-hour weeks.
I don't understand how you think we're socialists.
Well,
I wish we
your policies are based off of English government.
Yeah.
Not everything. We're just making such a broad statement.
The thing is, the word socialism has been sort of corrupted, in my opinion. It doesn't mean, like, it isn't used now the way it was originally intentioned to be used. And, a lot of people throw the word socialist around nowadays, and it's sort of meant to be a negative thing, when in the past it was about cooperative enterprise and creating prosperity for everyone.
Where did you hear this shit?
Well, that's just how I understood it.
Look at the fundamental principles of what you would call our socialist healthcare system. Well, it is a socialist healthcare. The principle of it is a good idea, rather than having the US sort of free market ideology, which, as we've seen in the US, has caused healthcare costs to rise dramatically.
It gives access of healthcare to people who can't always afford it by harnessing the power of collective investment. And whereas in the US, you have the privatized system, which causes a whole bunch of people to get bankrupted when they get sick, So
Well,
There's a lot to be said for it, I
well,
think.
when you guys talk about this, though, I mean, you're talking about freaking a government uh, regulated healthcare system. I mean, if you're gonna make it free, why don't you just make it to where anybody
It's
can
not
go?
free. I have to
Hold up, now,
stop
hold
you
up.
on that one. It's not free. It's free at the point
You
of
guys want
access.
your
It's still being
utopian?
paid by taxation.
You guys still
Therefore,
want
it's
your
not free.
utopian future? Let me finish. Okay, you want that utopian uh, future to come to everybody. Okay, so let's do it like this. Let's say that no matter who you are, when you need help at the hospital, you go into the hospital without any kind of medical card or any kind of thing that says that you are allowed to have universal health care, and they just treat you, and there's no bill. You walk away, and you never have to see a bill come to your freaking mailbox.
True. We're still paying in taxes. But
No,
this is but there's a
do
wider
that. You do that
issue
because
there in relation to sort of foreign sort of or let's say the tourist healthcare sort of thing, where we get people from all over the world just coming to this country to enjoy our healthcare and then disappearing. So
Well, that
for
doesn't
them,
make
it
sense.
would be free.
what's wrong with that?
Well, it gets exploited
we,
and
the
it costs a lot of money.
British
So.
taxpayers are paying for it.
You guys want that though. You want that universal health care. I mean,
Well,
it's
not universal for the country. It's like a type of
oh,
it's for the nation, right?
so now
It's to make life cheaper for the people living there, so that the essentials are taken care of, and people don't have to worry about survival.
so,
That's the idea of it, in my opinion.
so now it's only for those certain people and not for everybody.
Well, look what happened to your country when you just started letting illegals in, and now it's a bit of an issue, right? Like they started putting them up in hotels, and
It's not
Why,
really.
as a taxpayer, should I be paying for your health care as a US citizen that is entering this country? Well, and you're not contributing to that health care through taxation.
Well, I am. I'm showing up because I'm sick and I need help. That's how I'm
I don't
contributing.
know if that's contributing. But
Yeah, I mean,
You still pay VAT, but still on goods. But
I'm the sick dude.
generally,
I'm the sick dude. Out of the kindness of your heart, you should say, "Man, the sick people need to be freaking taken care of."
and that's what we've got.
they do,
That's
but
the
in their
issue.
own country.
Yeah, we do, and that's the issue that we've got with the illegal immigration at this present moment.
No, but, like that makes sense to me. Like it's about owning the means of production, owning the essentials to survive, and like cooperatively, and then making it cheaper for your own people. Tourists can still get charged for sure,
It
and that
sounds
creates
like
prosperity inside the country.
now. See what you guys are talking about is kind of going into the whole national socialist point of
But
view.
no. So
Again, be very careful about how you use
what has
that.
happened now since the communist days is the word socialism has become like sort of bastardized, where it really means globalism. When people say socialism now, it really refers to globalism, which is like basically centralized power. Still privatizing
National
everything to
socialism is
large
about,
corporations.
there's a difference between communism and national socialism. Communism
Oh,
is
yeah.
about global power, and national socialism is about localized.
He's just trying to call us Nazis. That's why.
But yeah.
American
I would
Jack.
say be very careful about that
No,
because
I'm not.
that's been co-opted.
I would
that
never
has
call you
become-
two Nazis ever, dude.
I thought you
No.
said there wasn't going to be propaganda here, Roger.
No, I'm bringing good topics up here. Like, you know what I mean? It's
No,
like
it's a good point. Like the
And
word
anyway, I
Nazi
think-
was never actually. It was always like a slur word. It wasn't a real word the Germans used. They called it the National Socialist Party, and they created a lot of prosperity for their own people actually with their policies after the war. and they took back control of the printing of their own money. Kicked out the bankers.
Depends on which side of the
and
border
they
you're looking at, east or
Yeah.
west. Yeah.
well, they just massively improved their living standards within a few years, which is pretty amazing at that time.
Okay, so now that we've covered that, you guys want to talk about the tariffs?
Yeah, let's
I
go
was
into
going
it.
to say, yeah.
Okay, now Trump ended up having talks uh, with in Japan. He there's an article out that said that Trump hails big progress in Japan tariff talks. Um, Now, what happened was Trump, in summary, Japan, one of the first countries to start tariff negotiations, um, was involved in it, and then more than 75 other countries uh, who are seeking deals with Washington says a couple things. Now, the one thing about all that was is exchange rates weren't part of the talks. Tokyo's negotiators ended up saying that as well. So what happened was is on April the 16th, it was said that Donald Trump touted big progress in tariff talks with Japan on Wednesday. In one of the first rounds of face-to-face negotiations since his barrage of duties on global imports uh, rolled markets and stoked recession fears. Now, Japan had not expected the president to get involved in Wednesday's talks, viewing them as a preliminary fact finding mission, a sign that Trump wants to keep tight control over negotiations with dozens of countries expected over coming days and weeks. Um, Now, Tokyo had also been hoping to limit the scope of the talks to trade and investment matters. But announcing his involvement early Wednesday, Trump said thorny issues, uh, including the amount Japan pays towards hosting U.S. troops, were among discussion topics. Now, a great honor to have met with the Japanese delegations on trade. Big progress, Trump said in a social media message that contained no details on the discussion. Opposite Trump was Ryosei Akazawa, a close confidant of Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who serves as the relatively junior cabinet position of economic revitalization minister. Speaking to reporters after the talks, Akazawa gave a few details, but said the parties had agreed to hold a second meeting later this month, and that Trump had said getting a deal with Japan was a top priority. Exchange rates, which the Trump administration has said Japan and others manipulate to get a trade advantage, were not part of the talks. The dollar strengthened against the yen after his remarks on Forex, up to 0.5% on the day. Tokyo denies it manipulates its yen currency lower to get makes it export cheaper. That's a typo. Um, Okaza- Akazawa held a 50-minute meeting with Trump at the White House before another session with his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. That stretched to almost an hour and a half, according to Japanese readouts of the talks. Now, for me, I want to talk about that with Japan and Japan playing with the stock market and everything. You know what I mean? Because that actually is something that a lot of people here in the United States does talk about. You know, they've been notorious for doing that for a long time, and they're probably one of our strongest allies in the Pacific.
It's worth noting that Japan has been in using quantitative easing measures for what must be 30, 35, maybe even 40 years now.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think 40 years.
What is quantitative easing again?
Printing money, in effect.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just printing money based upon no sort of material worth of the money, or physical material worth. So it's not backed by gold or anything.
So after this happened, after this talks, the yen got a bit stronger, but now it's come back down.
Mhm. Now, Japan's prime minister, who has previously said he won't rush to reach a deal and does not plan to make concession big concessions, sounded a more cautious tone, speaking to reporters later in Tokyo. Of course, the negotiations will not be easy going forward, but President Trump has stated that he wants to give top priority to the talks with Japan, Ashiba said. Now, after that, we go into Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And I don't know, do you guys have anything to say about Japan and the negotiations going on there?
Not specifically, but I'll let you read your next 2 points because I've got a few views on the tariff situation as a whole.
Okay, now Giorgia Meloni heads to the White House on Thursday, according to this. And this has already happened to discuss tariffs imposed on the European Union with Trump, while Besant has invited South Korea's finance minister to Washington for talks for the following week. Now, I do have links to what had actually taken place there with the Italian Prime Minister, but that's on a different article, and I'm going to go ahead and go to that one instead of this one because the stuff that I wanted to talk about with Japan was there. Now, on BBC, which I do not support, just so everybody knows, they did have an article. The last article I read came off of Reuters, and BBC is the next one. But they went into saying for the moment she no from the moment she arrived at the White House, Georgia Meloni was warmly welcomed. Trump called her a great prime minister and said she had taken Europe by storm. By storm. Now, Meloni's visit to Washington today has been eagerly awaited after months of a trade standoff between the U.S. and the European Union. Meloni was seen as a Trump whisperer who Brussels hoped could help ease tensions. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, Trump was full of praise for his Italian counterpart, and Meloni seemed to say all the right things, as our Europe reporter Laura Gozzi notes. There was no announcement.
She,
Huh?
Sorry, I was just going to say, of course, they're going to have to say the right thing, stay on camera. It's, a lot of this is as much PR as it is actual internal communications between the two parties. So yeah, you've got to smile and shake the other person's hand while you're in front of the camera. Yeah, a lot of it is theatrical.
It says here
That's
that
the points that people don't understand. That when these politicians appear in front of the cameras, a lot of what they're doing is a much more of a sort of play, much more theatrical.
100%. That's why you always got to check out a politician's background. That's how you learn more about them, you know. When I first read about her, what stood out is that she was part of the European Conservatives and Reformist Party. I'm like, yeah, that sounds kind of good. But then here it says in 1992, she joined the Youth Front, which was a wing of the Italian socialist movement. So I'm like, oh, okay, a neo-fascist political party founded in 1946 by followers of Italian fascism. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So keep an eye on her. You know, don't blink.
So now, what happened is it says there was no announcement of a trade deal, but both leaders sounded optimistic. Trump also accepted Melania's invitation to Rome, though we don't know when it will happen. Okay, so basically that was just all staged, like you guys said, because there was actually no trade negotiations taken on. It was just camera, for people
I remember a lot of this is not the leaders' meeting, it's done behind doors with diplomats and
That's right.
ministers.
it's all for show, basically, and you got that beautiful Italian chick.
Well, also not all of it is made public, you know. So,
Right. Well, I mean,
some of it.
take a look at Trump's background. Okay, look at all the things that all the people that were involved. All right, there's always been some blonde freaking hot chick frickin' in the background somewhere. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he's got this hot blonde Italian chick who's in power.
Remember, Trump, first and foremost, is a business person. He's
That's
a marketer. He knows how to market
Right.
things.
So
I'm not saying that he's always been successful, but he knows the principles of marketing.
Mhm. Now, Melania is now heading back to Italy to talk with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance tomorrow. They could continue the discussions on tariff defense spending and perhaps ways to make the West great again. Which that's something that does need to be done. Like we need to make Europe and England and Australia great again, and maybe we could even get New Zealand in on the action too, make them great again, and Canada 51st state all the way, dude.
Well, I think we should define what that means, because right now, the way I see it is the entire West has been basically taken over by globalist forces, which are sort of the a new type of monarchy of the world, which are the sort of founded by the international bankers, but then they've formed these multinational organizations like the United Nations and stuff like this, the WEF, and World Economic Forum. And they have a lot of think tanks around them, and it's all of these multi-billionaire people that are basically dictating the policies of all the Western nations, and they do it mainly through bribery and blackmail and various ways like that.
I'm going to come back to
the only way to get out of that is to stop electing people that support them, and so people need to become more aware of this fact so that we just don't elect these people.
I am going to come back to this point a bit later because there's another point, another topic that is much more relevant to this. But
We'll get
this
back
is
into
down
it later.
to this can be argued that it's down to things like the sort of Blairist idea of NGOs and Kangos.
Hmm. And I'm big on talking about NGOs too because I don't think of them as a good thing, and I think a lot of people, even here in the United States, being as great as what we are.
Well, I don't know if they were ever a good thing. I like the idea behind it, but they've definitely become a sort of tool for the rich to write off taxes and instill policies that they want. Definitely become corrupted.
Instill policies that are constitutionally illegal is the key thing. Like most of, like our three countries, even though you don't agree with your constitution, it is a constitution. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's the foundation stone of any country, really.
Okay, and whenever freaking they create these NGOs, it's usually a way of working around your constitutional laws. That's usually why they create these non-governmental organizations. So that is a good topic, and we can bring that back up again because. Right now, we need to talk about Trump's cool predictions on his trade deal with China. He vows 100% chance of EU agreement. Okay. Now this
is see what's going on in China right now. There's like massive strikes and stuff going on because of Trump's tariffs. Like these factories are having to shut down. They can't pay their people. It's going down. It's going down over there. China can't hold out much longer, in my opinion.
Now, USA Today says that President Donald Trump says his administration is in trade talks with Beijing, and he is confident they can reach an agreement as soon as next month. Okay, and this article was written. Let me check the date on here. April the 17th, 2025.
So a couple of days ago. Or last week before last.
Now, Trump says he expects to reach a trade agreement with China and the European Union soon, with the latter one coming before the end of a 90-day pause on tit-for-tat tariffs between the trading partners. There will be a trade deal, 100%, Trump said, of a deal with the EU ahead of an April 17 luncheon at the White House with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, just so you guys know, because I know you're foreigners, but a luncheon is lunch. That's what.
We all know what lunch is. Or as the Northern Brits call it, dinner. People from the North are a bit weird. Love you all. What was I going to say? Can the Italian Prime Minister speak on behalf of the entire EU?
Well, it goes back to what I just told you. Hot blonde chick from Italy, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, but still, if the Italian Prime Minister is representing Italy and not the European Union?
It could be. It really could be. To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Analysts at the US-based investment bank Goldman Sachs estimated that at least 16 million jobs across industries in China are at risk due to the US tariffs of 145% on Chinese imports. That's crazy high.
I was going to make this point.
And this is all because Xi Jinping escalated the tariffs.
These tariffs have been a bit of a tit-for-tat sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, all he had to do was drop his tariffs, and it would have been all good. But he got offended, and he just started this tariff war that he can't.
Actually, no, I
Yeah.
don't blame Trump for doing what he's done with China, but it's worth remembering that he 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 just increased the tariffs to a level where they were matching the import tariffs from those countries in the first place.
Yes, which is
So
fair.
yeah,
And but the
um,
problem was Xi Jinping is like, no, I'm going to raise it some more, and then
well,
Trump's
yeah,
like, well, I'll raise it as well.
yeah, but
So,
equally on an equal
if you wanted to make Trump
footing.
look bad, just like drop your tariffs to zero, and if Trump doesn't do that, he'd look bad. And if
Indeed.
you know,
Yeah,
Well,
and that raises the next point. Um, by doing this, he can now negotiate with these countries as he's doing, and then and yeah, it's a sort of new world. We can renegotiate tariffs and
and
in
like a
effect,
lot of people are saying Trump is doing this on purpose, being so chaotic with the tariffs so that it creates uncertainty for foreign companies and that forces them to bring their factories into America,
yeah,
which
totally.
has happened to a degree.
I was going to raise this point as well. I read a couple of days ago that both Nvidia Corporation and what was it? Apple Inc. is now are now creating factories in Michigan. Yeah,
Michigan.
Michigan. Ideally, this allows the US to bring back jobs into the US and aids in employment and therefore economics of the US.
Now, Trump goes on to say that the Trump administration actually goes on to say that more than 75 nations have sought to make new trade agreements with the U.S. since the president announced his reciprocal tariff plan in early April. At least 15 has submitted proposals, the White House has said. A Japanese trade delegation met with Trump and members of his administration on April 16th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said South Korea would also be visiting next week and that talks with India are also moving fast. And I also want to point out before I move on from this that I found out today by checking it out that economists are completely freaking blown out of the water because of how the economy and the freaking trade or the markets are actually recovering so good today because after these trades, like they're actually going back up.
Yeah,
I
I
would,
Mm.
sort of predicted that anyway. Well, markets come and go up and down all the time, so really,
Yeah, but it's been going up
mean,
and up lately. Like,
I mean,
to be fair, for a while now, it's done well this year though.
Peter Schiff and even Max Kaiser, all the other economists, mainstream economists that I see are, well, questionable, that's to say.
well,
Okay, so this is yeah.
the thing you guys have to understand is like it's like Trump said, nobody can really compete with the United States. Okay, the reason why it's so hard for Mark to comprehend the fact that everybody makes it out like America's so great and we're like number one is the reason why he has a hard time with it is because the fact is we are the greatest country on the face of the planet. Okay,
Shall I talk about,
all
shall I
eyes,
talk about
all
things
eyes,
like foreign policy?
You haven't even been around the planet once, Roger. How would you know?
all
Yeah,
eyes are on
and you saying it's great. Great in what areas?
all areas. Like
All areas. Let's talk about
everybody,
You're really great at bragging. Really great at
everybody,
bragging.
everybody's
um, and without causing any offence there, this is another thing that the US is well known for, historically well known for. Their sort of
Propaganda.
self satisfaction, their, dare I say it, even somewhat arrogant attitude.
Oh yeah, well known for it. Well known for it. No offense.
Arrogant. Well, I mean, I'm just stating the facts, okay? Like everybody,
That's according to you.
everybody is watching us. Like
That's because you own most of the TV networks.
What are you talking about? That's my whole point right there. We are the greatest nation on the planet, okay?
Let's talk about your things like food policy and health policies and stuff. Yeah.
Let's and like
I mean, there's
that's just modern day slavery, just like the slavery that the country was founded on. Like,
honestly,
I mean, what's so great about that?
Let's be serious, okay? There's more child trafficking going on in Romania and freaking Asia. Asia is horrible, dude. They freaking trade children.
Asia isn't a single country.
Contract.
Asia isn't
I mean,
a single
this shit happens all the time, and it's happened since the beginning of time. People in that region has.
I'm trying to justify it.
No, I mean it's the truth. I mean, let's talk about this shit. Everybody's like, oh yeah, we need to talk about trafficking taking place all in.
Well, they reckon that there's 300,000 kids missing on the books, but some estimate it could be up to 1 million.
Let's talk about women being abducted from their homes in Romania and Hungary and freaking over in freaking Tokyo and freaking not Tokyo but freaking China or freaking down in Korea or. How many women are freaking abducted and sold into the slave market?
I've not seen any numbers. If you've got some numbers there,
you know,
I'll bring it up.
This stuff has been going on forever.
Be careful on the sources because I can see this is going to be somewhat questionable. Some sources will be somewhat questionable.
You know, I mean, how many people freaking have been sold on the freaking slave market in those regions?
Afghanistan is up there apparently.
The Middle East is that's a long historical.
Well, everywhere where there's wars, it definitely goes bad.
Look at Colombia. Look at that.
Yeah, but of course, like they're not going to put the USA on here because they haven't admitted it.
Well, I mean, you gotta have statistics, man. Come on. I mean, the only reason why slave trafficking is really an issue and being brought up here in the United States is because of politics. They want to try to clump prostitution in with slave trade. Okay.
Also, you've got to remember that these are estimated numbers because you can't. It would be very difficult, if not impossible, to actually get actual numbers.
Well, that's right, because this stuff is swept
Just
under the rug.
Nature, yeah.
You get Cuba, 5.5.
Well, that's lower than the US. United States is 6.
Mm-hmm. Up. Chile, 6 is Egypt. Look at
Are we talking about?
Oh wow! France is above freaking England or the United States.
Okay, we're talking about millions.
No, it's the same.
Sorry.
6.
Okay, we're talking about some arbitrary score. We aren't talking about things like percentage per capita.
Thailand is up to 7.
Worst countries in. Well, you can't trust USA News. That's going to be biased.
I mean, I'm not the one that chose freaking BBC or any of those. You know what I'm saying?
World Population Review. That sounds kind of neutral. United States highest. For what?
Yeah. United States.
Depending on who you look at, you can get wildly different
Peru.
from what I suspect.
Well, that's 2023, 2025. Child trafficking by country. United States is the highest right now.
Yeah, according to freaking... Yeah, and you just went through that chart that said it wasn't. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Well, that
yeah.
was in
Again, you can have
2023.
wild different numbers depending on what you're looking at.
Before Biden got in, USA wasn't even on the list, but now it's the highest.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the
shit.
thing of it is it's the regimes that take power. When you get a regime like Trump's, they're really fanatical religious factions. So they really want to push this pedophile crap. Like that's why you'll hear so much about it. No, it's constitutionally illegal for freaking Congress to do these kind of things on their own. So what they do is they create this non-governmental organization to do it in their place and give them the same freaking plenary powers that they have.
Yeah, but these NGOs cannot pardon people.
No, they can't. They can freaking regulate the money. They can
Okay,
regulate the
yeah.
tax.
It's just no, just come back to your previous point.
It's Congress's job to do that. It's not freaking the Federal Reserve, but they can get away with it. They can get away with a lot more stuff if they turn around and they set down these non-governmental organizations like the Federal Reserve and the freaking IRS, which is also a non-governmental organization, and have them.
But they have, but there's governmental oversight on these organisations.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well,
Let's
in
let's
theory,
think
at least.
let's think of another joke. You know what I mean? That we can come up with.
In theory.
Wait, did you guys see this one?
Be careful. Don't play too much of that on YouTube.
We're not on YouTube. This is on Rumble. It's our first Rumble premium stream. So go ahead.
Oh wait,
Hold on a minute.
Elon Musk going, and the Fed.
How is that relevant?
Well,
what's
Roger
the
was
relevance
talking
of-
about the Fed.
Yeah, the Fed.
Okay.
Okay, now this is one reason why I'm okay with Doge. I might have my issues about other issues, but I really am okay with the Fed is because they're going after these non-governmental organizations that we were just talking about.
They've saved you $1,000 so far, Roger,
Yep,
per person. That's crazy.
yep. And
$160
I said, saves you $1,000. Have you seen that in your day-to-day living?
Wow. If Roger doesn't want that $1,000, I'll take it.
well, let me put it to you this way. A lot of this stuff is freaking hypothetical because it's not going to be seen until the end of the year. First of all, it's going to be it's going to be through tax returns and things of that nature, if anything. You know what I mean?
Isn't the tax year from April?
Actually, yeah, you're
Like
right.
the UK, like the UK. It's April,
Tax returns is this month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. So that
last month, no.
well, yeah, you're right. It's May now. Shit, I missed my tax returns. Well, the thing is it's like, well, actually, that might not take place until the following year, anyhow, because of all this stuff has basically been new. You know what I mean? It's going to
So
happen.
from April this year to April next year,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know.
And you have 2 years to file your taxes too. So yeah, I think some people can get away with 3 years. I'm not quite sure, but
I'm not sure about the rules, US rules.
But the whole thing with that now comes to our next one. Now claims are being made that 5 million would lose coverage with national Medicaid work requirements. An analysis from Extelligence Healthcare Payers from Tech Target, which is all medical. They have an article saying that national Medicaid work requirements would significantly reduce enrollment, affecting approximately 5 million beneficiaries, according to a new analysis. And that analysis is from Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. How many expansion adults could lose medical under federal work requirements? And I didn't have a chance to go over what an expansion adult was, but I can go over that here in a little bit. That word seems to pop up over and over again. But it says more than 5 million adults could lose Medicaid coverage in 2026 if Congress enacts a work requirement in states that expand their Medicaid programs. Um, the issue is that researchers analyze policy proposals that would withhold federal fundings for people enrolled in Medicaid expansion ages 19 to 55 who do not report working for at least 80 hours per month. Now, their key findings is that between 4.6 and 5.2 million adults living in states that expanded Medicaid would that expanded Medicaid would lose Medicaid coverage next year under work requirements. More than 9 in 10 adults with Medicaid expansion coverage already work, are looking for a job, attending school, are caring for family members, are in fair or poor health, or reported having a disability. If work requirements are not explicitly limited to the Medicaid expansion population, researchers say more than 30 million adults ages 19 to 55 could be subject to them, and coverage losses would be substantially higher. Now, researchers conclude that most people who would lose coverage under a Medicare work requirement would do so because of difficulty filling out paperwork, not because they can work and choose not to do so. Now that right there is
it's not only just a work or wanting to or not choosing to work. It's also I can see it's going to majorly affect this service sector. I mean, think of all those waitresses and waiters that are getting paid very poor. Think of all those burger flippers in McDonald's. That's an example.
yeah. I mean, well, what is a expansion adult though? You know, now, what I got from it now is an expansion adult refers to an individual age 19 older or older and under 65 who is eligible for Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. That would be the Obamacare. This expansion allows states to cover low-income adults with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level who are previously ineligible for Medicaid. So that's what an expansion adult is. Now,
what is the U.S. poverty level?
oh God, to be honest, I couldn't tell you
What was the question?
what is the poverty level for the United States. Now, for everything has changed so much with the money shifting prices so high. It was like I was talking about.
According to
And you have 10 million new illegals on the street.
Anybody that is has a annual income of 15,000 or less.
Okay, so yeah,
Actually, it does. That's a rough thing because Alaska, I can see figures for each individual state.
Yeah, because
It does change, but yeah, an average median.
so they want to change everything else, but leave the poverty level at the same level. So it was like 15,000. I think it was at one time 1,000, maybe, or not 15,000, but
For a
10.
family of four, the poverty level is on a rough federal sort of generalization is 32,150
Yeah,
per
and
annum.
I remember like 60,000 was at one time freaking an average wage. So that's most likely changed over time. So
So what's the poverty rate?
As a general average for an individual on the federal basis, 15,650 US dollars per annum.
The last time it was done was in 2023, which was then 12.9%. Some places say 11%.
Again, on a federal average.
Yeah. I'd say it's probably a bit higher now.
that's the thing. It's not like they've changed everything else, but they haven't changed the poverty level. You know what I mean? Like because the value of the dollar is definitely a lot a lot freaking higher now, which
It's
means
higher here, apparently. 13.6%.
But yeah, this is done due again to so-called trade wars, so tariff wars. So again,
In the UK, it's
still,
22%. 1 in 5 people in
again.
the UK are in poverty, apparently.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
The
sorry for
great,
you
the
to.
great first world nations.
so. Let me see here. First. I need to back out of here. Now, do you guys have anything to say else on that one?
On Doge and
No,
in general?
on the expansion adults and freaking Medicaid being lost to these people.
Again, I can
Well,
see
I
it's
just
going to.
remember Trump said that the whole Doge thing wouldn't impact people's Medicaid payments. Did that turn out to be
Yeah,
not
but
true?
this is the problem with Trump, isn't it? He says a lot of things and doesn't always have. Yeah, much like
From what I
he's
understood, is
in
they
this.
basically cut down on some of the services of like processing. Oh no, they switched from paper to digital or something like that. So there was like an interruption for either online or digital, and people had to basically come in to prove who they were because there was a lot of fraud in the system. So a lot of old people had to manually go in and check in, like show their ID again and everything, which I think is fair enough because there's no other way to deal with a problem like that. You can't trust people online to be.
Obviously, that's
honest.
also has a knock-on costs because you're going to have to employ more civil servants to be able to
Which
assess
I'm not
these
sure
people.
they did. I'm not sure they did or not.
And see, that's the final that's the final outcome of what they're trying to do is to reduce bureaucracy and make it to where it's smaller government. You know, that's what the whole premise behind
The thing
it.
is, they should have dealt with the fraud first and then reduced it because right now they're going to have just a big backlog of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Maybe you can pull a miracle out.
you know, they're getting those lawsuits in the court systems, and you know things are going the way freaking democracy or however you want to determine it is supposed to work. You know, constitutional government, the right to be sued and to sue and be sued. So this is freaking the United States in action. You know what I mean? Freaking Trump came in, he did what he did, and now these people are suing.
Are these civil cases? Are these civil cases or
It's all.
Yeah, it's because you said to be sued.
The right to be sued.
I thought it would be more criminal related. Fraud is not criminal action.
No, all of it is constitutional law. You have the right.
Yeah, so it's a criminal. So it's not sued. It's custodial sentencing.
That's tough. Whenever they're making lawsuits against the president and the executive branch, they have to take their lawsuits to the government, and then the government has to approve it and say that they have valid grounds to sue the government. After that, it becomes a civil suit between the individual and the government, or whatever branch.
Okay. Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah. No.
All I know is they are coming hard for Trump right now because he is cutting off a lot of corrupt people's money, and that's why him and Musk are getting such bad press right now. Is because all these people were pocketing, billions of dollars, and now they're not, and they're pissed off about it, and they're trying to get back at him.
For the purpose of legality, I will state alleged.
Alleged.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Irrelevant, but do you want to be sued?
Well, nobody wants to be sued.
I say what I want.
It's nobody wants.
Okay, I knew some of the consequences.
I've got nothing for anyone to take, so I can say whatever I want, Mark.
It's a constitutional law here in the United States that allows you to be sued. You know what I'm saying? And it's also to sue people. You have that constitutional law. So if you have anything that you're disagreeing with when it comes to the government or anything, you can sue it.
Doesn't there have to be damages for that to be the case?
Well, I mean,
it depends what you mean by damages.
Which part of the
depends
Constitution
on the specific law.
You
specific reason
I thought it was like a means to remedy, like if you had damage done to your property or something like that.
If you have any kind of damage that has to do with you personally, it could be damage to your property. It could be freaking something that the government's doing. Yeah, your reputation. If somebody is doing something in the government that's hurting you, you see.
Yeah, but getting a payout of the government isn't really damages, is it?
And it's not a payout by the government, obviously. It's paid by the taxpayer. It's paid
but
by the
they're
state
dishing
again.
it out. What I'm saying.
Well, it's really hard for you guys over in freaking your foreign countries to understand, But this is freedom. This is how we do things in the United States.
Very inefficient.
Well, it's actually
we have similar sort of concepts when it comes to civil law in the UK and Australia.
Well, I mean,
I don't recommend trying to sue the government. A friend of mine tried to do that, and they labeled them as a terrorist, and now she can't do a lot of things because of that.
Okay, I would only know the exact details of that one.
Welcome to the party, dude. That if you do something to the government and they freaking call you a terrorist, then you're probably doing something right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not gonna make your life any easier. That's for sure.
I know that, but you just got to keep your head up and freaking wish for the best, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're a terrorist, then you could be looking at criminal prosecution anyway. You could be looking
There's better ways to fight than head on.
Mm-hmm. Now, Musk is supposed to be teaming up with PayPal co-founder to help build Trump's defense shield. Have you guys heard about that?
I have not.
SpaceX.
That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. SpaceX
It used to be Musk's company, wasn't it?
Yep. SpaceX to partner with Peter Thiel's data company on proposals for U.S. Golden Dome.
Peter Thiel. Oh my God! Yeah,
what is the Golden Dome?
I didn't hear about the space shield.
Exactly.
Huh?
I'm worried about this Peter Thiel guy. He's a creepy one. I don't trust him.
Okay, so
Again, you have to go into further detail about
Elaborate.
what the actual
Well, just the way he's invested in the past, really. Like he was an early investor in
I'm not talking
Facebook.
about this individual. Sorry, you misunderstand me. I wasn't talking about the individual. The individual is irrelevant. What is defense shield?
Defense.
What,
Is it the
what,
space shield thing, or is
yeah,
it the missile defense? Yeah. So it's using satellites to be an early detection system for intercontinental missiles, and being able to shoot them down before they get to their targets.
So why? I was going to say, why is it? Why are the private sector? Because private sector industries are interested in this because there's a Department of Defense issue, isn't it? But saying that, there's a lot of lucrative money to be made in contracts.
Oh
Supplying,
yeah, Peter Thiel would be killing it. Yeah. And SpaceX too. Yeah, they'd be making a lot of money. But at the same time, it's the biggest vulnerability that the US has right now is these supersonic missiles that Russia and everyone has now. They can basically fire a nuke and it'll be hitting its target in 10 minutes. And you can't shoot them down. There's no countermeasures to them at the moment.
Reagan's Star Wars program. We still got the US still got ICBMs.
No doubt there's nukes in space already. I know the US has these. They have these decapitation weapons in space that are they call them meteor guns. And basically, it's like a projectile that gets launched from space, and it hits terminal velocity, and basically can go into a mountain and destroy like bunkers.
And it doesn't have to even be from space. There's plenty of US military bases on US ground that have got missile silos.
Well, I've done some research into this too, and it's actually a combination between the United States and England. They both came up with a satellite, or it's a ground to satellite to freaking to target projectile missile system, where freaking they use satellite information to locate the target, and all they have to do is launch the missile, and it freaking hits it by satellite. They've had it out now for at least 10
years. I'm just trying to remember the name. There's an acronym or abbreviation acronym, or
it really bolstered the British military capabilities. Like they really got a lot of good credit out of that because of how much of a military force they are in the world of weapons exchange and trade. Like they've actually got a lot of credit for it. It's just like, you remember the drone thing we were talking about. I find it coincidental that you guys are freaking doing experiments with radiation, or not radiation, but I guess it would. Yeah, microwaves, and with drones. And then we mysteriously had our drone incident over here. And the one thing that sticks out to me is when we were having that show with Nancy, she was talking about freaking that fuel. What was it again? It was not green. No, it was greens. It was green. Well, not bleach, but green pneumonia or something like that.
Okay.
And they're using it now, so because it was supposed to be freaking really low in heat, you know what I mean, and with heat and everything, and it's a good fuel source. They're using it now in semis and stuff of that nature. but that was what really stuck out to me. So I can see that there's a lot of new technology that's being prepared, um, and I think
Did, did you see that video of Trump talking about his secret weapons recently?
no.
Yeah, someone in like
I'm gonna
in a
do it.
news conference was said something, and it was kind of unrelated. And then Trump's like, "Oh no, no country is going to try and attack us. You know, we got weapons that are much more destructive than anything anyone else has, uh, and we have stuff no one knows about, and they're just not going to do that." And then it came out on Info, or was a few days later, because Alex Jones talks to Trump every now and then, and supposedly the US even has like anti-matter bombs now, which can basically vaporize like an
Yeah,
entire city.
again, we are coming from Infowars. We're coming from both Trump and Alex Jones. So don't
Well, think
believe
about it. We know
everything
how
you hear.
to accumulate antimatter. Why wouldn't they
Eh,
turn it into a weapon?
Where's the evidence of so-called and actual physical antimatter? Yeah,
Just look it
don't
up. It's
believe
been done for
everything you
ages.
read.
Well, I mean,
Where's the evidence?
Let's see.
he
I'll
does
tell you the evidence.
he does that.
Antimatter weapons. Come straight up.
What, Star Wars, Star Trek, or something?
Well,
See, this is
it's
I
a
want
secret
to be
weapon, man. It's not
actual.
going to be published everywhere, but
this is
you can
where
see people talking about it.
Yeah,
uh,
people got to talk. People talk about flat Earth theory all the time. Doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. People talk about, I don't know, the flat's widening on the back of a turtle. Doesn't mean the Earth is widening on the
An
back of a
antimatter weapon is theoretically possible device using
Theoretically,
antimatter as a power source, a propellant, or an explosive for a weapon. Antimatter weapons are currently too costly and unreliable, estimated to cost about $6 billion for every 100 nanograms.
yeah, and again, a question. Question.
The cost
I
of
won't go into
producing 1 millionth of a
point.
gram of antimatter was estimated at 62 billion US dollars in last year. By comparison, the cost of the Manhattan Project cost $23 billion. So, kind of doable, actually. I wonder how much you would need for like a bomb situation, because you wouldn't need much antimatter, really. That shit is crazy explosive.
right here, ladies and gentlemen, on Untethered, only on Untethered. We're going to witness Mr. Robot causing Mark Edworthy's head to explode.
um,
So,
but yeah, it's still secret. No, it's not out yet. I'm just saying that's what Trump said the other day. And
Well,
then he
again,
also mentioned these rods from God, which are the tungsten rods in space that it doesn't even really need to be an explosive. The rods, because they go like 32,000 miles a second, they can basically have the same power of a nuclear weapon, and it can penetrate like super deep underground. Um, and this is popular science, been proposed by the Rand Corporation in the 1950s. So you know they've definitely done it by now.
now,
But yeah, anyway, we were talking about not just weapon. Oh yeah, the defense shield, right?
the defense shield. Now, what exactly does that pertain to? To be more.
So they would be using SpaceX's satellites as an early detection system, because they got 5G, right? And 5G is basically a detection system in itself, because the microwaves can be detected coming back at the satellites, and it has millimeter resolution, so it can tell you within a millimeter where something is.
again,
And
millimeter only depending on the band, the frequency, and depend on how far these devices are separated from. There's a
Oh yeah.
entire
5G
physics
is considered
argument there.
millimeter wave technology
Yes,
because
but
the
again,
wavelength.
in millimeter technology on Earth, these access points have to be fairly close together, something like I think 500 meters or something.
Well, if you're launching it from
Again, there is an
space, there's
entire
no obstruction.
physics.
It's line of sight, Mark. It's line of
Yeah,
sight.
well, again, there's an entire physics argument.
The only
So
thing that
yeah,
obstructs it would be like something material, really. And if you're detecting a satellite that's in the, I mean, if you're detecting a launched nuclear weapon or something like that, it's in the sky. The waves would be bouncing off the missile and coming back at the satellite, and that would happen fast
in a
enough to
very
be an early warning system for it.
in a very sort of similar sort of technique as radar works.
The problem is you still got to shoot these things down. That'll be the hard part because they're traveling at the speed of sound now. And as far as I know, there's no one that can do it yet.
Rather than shoot them down, disable them in one way or another.
Well,
That may
yeah,
be shooting them down. That might be some sort of I don't know other thing of disabling them.
if you
I
had
don't
a
know,
powerful enough laser, maybe you could do it. I don't know.
or some sort of software method.
Oh, they'd be
Somewhere.
protected against that, I imagine.
Where
Be
again, as we've seen in the world of computer viruses, or viri, as I prefer to use,
They, they have those
the
weapons that can take down drones,
missiles
right?
and
And
things,
Russia has now built new drones that are shielded against that. So there's
yeah,
definitely ways you
precisely.
can
So
shield
yeah,
stuff.
it's a war. It's somebody comes up with one idea, somebody comes up with another idea to combat that idea, and onward we go.
Yeah, so Trump, Peter Thiel also funded the rise of J.D. Vance. He was one of his biggest funders. Um, and yeah, it's he's a suspicious one, that guy. Uh, he's also funding military AI use, AI in military tech.
Yeah.
That's how he kind of. So he used his PayPal money to create military tech after he got rich from Facebook.
Now, you're talking about Zuckerberg.
Well, he funded Zuckerberg in the early parts of Facebook. Yeah.
Okay. Because I had
He's always been involved in either intelligence or military, which is suspicious, in my opinion.
well, I always hold to the thing that the internet and freaking video games, all of it has always been involved with freaking the intelligence and also with the military. Period. You know what I mean? They go hand in hand, and Mark always argues with me because he's Mister Know It All. But
I don't always argue with you on these points. I may agree with you to a certain point.
well, that's very very small certain point, but
Well, it depends on
And
the
it's a
subject.
bold-faced lie.
you know, it's like he loves to use that word conjecture. You know what I mean?
Well, some of it is.
He's
Again,
misappropriating the word.
Again, depends on the specific subject.
Well,
Depends on your point of view.
That's not it.
It's actually a proven fact. That's the bad part. Like, I mean, you don't have to really do any major research on it. You know what I mean? As a matter,
It will proven facts. So you're saying everything you say all the time are proven facts.
dude, ARPA, DARPA, proven facts. It's historically recorded. Magnavox was involved in freaking developing freaking Pong. ping pong, which was used
Again,
by the military on college students.
We were talking when it came to this subject. We were talking about a wider sort of. We were having wider discussion, and
It still pertains.
I was
It
talking about
doesn't
some great
separate.
universities and
It doesn't separate this freaking
taxpayers.
conversation, because yeah, we started that conversation with gaming. Okay, don't get me wrong, you're right. That's where it started, and then we brought it up again. I think on Minds, I believe Minds Roundtable. But even here, it applies. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking all of this stuff is connected, and it's always been connected. I get a kick out of people who try to make it out like the internet is this social network where it was created so that we can all freaking come together, hold hands, and give out free information to one another. That was never.
No, but that's just the outcome of it. It's not necessarily
that's the propaganda. That is the propaganda that you were sold into believing, and you believe it 100%.
No, I experience it
and you
every
get
day.
so pissed off because these governments are snooping on your
Remember,
information.
organizations
No one's snooping on me.
Remember, organizations like CERN and people like Lee Bennett were paid mainly out of taxpayers' money.
Right.
You were paid Commission British taxpayers' money.
Yeah, no. So that means you are paying these fools to freaking spy on your ass.
No.
Well, that's great. And we're paying them.
We would pay these people to come up with technological developments that would result in the World Wide Web.
Which would eventually track.
You can't deny that there's a lot of benefits to the internet, though, Roger.
Well, yeah, that's
You're getting spied on. It's your own goddamn fault.
That's the exchange.
Take your ass.
That's the exchange of freaking giving up your freedom of privacy. You see what I mean? Like,
well, you don't need to give up your privacy. Just
no, that's
don't
what
put
the
your
internet.
real name out there. And the only thing now that I'm really more concerned about is being on podcasts. They can do voice analysis on you. So unless we get voice scramblers in the future, which will be pretty interesting because we'd be all sound like Darth Vader talking to each other.
You'd love to sound like Darth Vader. Everybody knows.
I would. Then I'd be really Mr. Robot.
If you did want anybody to identify you in any sort of form, then you shouldn't be communicating at all.
That's just nihilism. Don't do that. Never go full retard.
All
right, what's the next topic? Let's continue.
Okay, now this is actually where we start getting into what we're talking about. Well, no, actually, before that, disinformation office is closed. The United States has freaking shut down the disinformation office here in the United States. And I got so carried away, I forgot to pull up the article.
Sorry, I'm smiling because when you say the disinformation office, it reminds me of Orwell's 1984, the Ministry of Truth, and Room 101.
Well, see, that's the thing that is so weird about it because, like, this also has to do with a lot of this. Well, a lot of the stuff we were talking about too, because what it is the U.S. State Department closing office aimed at counter foreign disinformation. Okay, now this actually is something that has to do with Operation Mockingbird back in the 1960s. It was found out that disinformation was being pushed out in Europe and then pushed into the United States. Okay, JFK made a big speech about it, and they created they created this organization out of it. And now they have
Now
decided.
it's been weaponized to create lawfare against the people and censor their speech
Right.
by calling everything they don't like disinformation, and then they basically just squash it.
Exactly. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on Wednesday he was shutting down a State Department office that had sought to counter foreign disinformation, accusing it of censorship and wasting U.S. taxpayer money. Rubio, in a statement, said he was closing the State Department's Counter Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference Office, previously known as the Global Engagement Center.
Oh my god! Can you get any more Orwellian than that?
Yeah,
America's so great.
you see.
Also in
Foreign
theory,
Foreign
isn't
information manipulation and
wouldn't the
interference office. The whole office.
county information or misinformation department be a violation of that?
Well, they're not meant to be. They're not meant to be propagandizing their own people. That's the thing. But they were, and so yeah.
This
So it's a good argument to say that it is
They're
a
only meant,
violation of First Amendment.
see, this
they're
is
only meant to propagandize us.
this goes back to what I was saying, and yes, you're right. That is true. We're only supposed to propagandize you because
Thanks, Roger. Thanks.
here in the
Thanks
United
for paying for it.
Now listen to this though. Here in the United States, okay, we have actual laws that are codified, okay? And I always say this, I'm like, here in the United States, we need to be careful about making stupid laws. Setting up stupid freaking organizations.
I would say in any country, UK being a good example.
Well, the problem is that people have no
are.
choice in what laws get made. They
Yes,
can
you
only
do.
elect a leader, and then
Yes,
those
yes,
laws.
you do.
At
Yes,
some
you do.
point, we do.
You can go to your MP. You can go to your senator and congressperson.
And what forces
and say,
them to listen to you?
You and a group of people that you can gather who are willing to stand up with you and create a freaking organization that'll fight against that.
The only way you can do it is by creating a militia and having real power. Because, like, everything else,
are your
you're
MPs
just
not
trusting
answerable?
bureaucrats that
Are
corrupt.
your MPs not answerable to you? Are the people that
Not
you
legally.
elect that is meant to be representing you not answerable to you?
You're
just
you're
putting up
under
a show.
you're under suppression by the freaking Queen of England. So like you,
Queen?
well,
It's the king now. The descendant of Count Dracula.
So like the king is the one who's of England is the one who's responsible for all of that. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that mandates. Look, we're going to have to shoot these guys with rebel or rubber bullets.
Oh, that's
Well, technically, he is the one that's responsible for everything.
In under Commonwealth rules, and that'd be for the two sections of whichever country's parliament. So government. So
At the very beginning of our constitution, it says it says the queen, but it'd be the king now is like the sovereign of this nation. So everything comes under them. And therefore they are technically responsible for everything that goes on here. Right. I mean, they delegate power and stuff like that, but ultimately they're the one responsible because they claim to be the only sovereign being in the country.
Right. But I've made this argument quite a few times. For a long time, since World War II, any laws made within the Commonwealth, including the UK, are sanctioned by the.
Ultimately, laws are only there for the people, or they should be, and it should be by the consent of the people. If you don't consent to the laws, they have no power over you.
And see, that's how things work here in the United States. We are the true free people in the world. So you got to be careful when you listen to English people.
If you can keep it, Roger. if you can
Right.
keep it.
Again, Roger, you were saying the opposite yesterday in the chat session, and I remind you about the old government by the people, for the people, of the people.
That's exactly what this is about here in the United States. This is how we do it. You see that
But do you remember what happened after you became free? The King of England came over there and started bloody shooting you guys, and then what happened after that? Civil war with the Freemasons.
Well, let me kind of throw that out the door and tell you how it really took place. Okay, like first, when you go to war with somebody back in those days, you have a declaration. Our Declaration of Independence was given to the King of England. That's just a declaration. That means we're not free yet. Okay, so we in order to become free, we had to fight that war. And after that war was done, that is when we came out with the Articles of Confederation, which failed. And in secrecy and in the dead of the night, freaking all of these elitist Americans came together to create what we now know as the Declaration of Independence. And if it wasn't for a radical by the name of Andrew Jackson, we would have never, as poor people, had the right to frickin' vote here in the United States because the elitists wanted to keep the voting rights for frickin' people who were landowners and rich because they felt that if they allowed poor people to frickin' vote, they would be influenced by the money of the rich, and that would sway the voting system.
As you see now with the US elections, with no financial caps on them. But I argue that that would never have happened if it wasn't this one bloke, because we can make arguments that similar sort of things happen in Europe and across the world.
But look at you now. You're still ruled by elitists. You know, they have all the money, they have all the power, they
We
run the politics.
democratically vote them in. We elect them.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know. It's a money game over there. You know, you can't really get elected unless you have at least $1 billion behind you.
Yeah, but
Because we sold the media
unlike the US system,
Jews.
we have got caps on how much can be spent on any one election, and I believe that sticking caps on the expenditure is actually a good thing in the long term.
Now,
a
the
cap on elections.
one thing I do want to mention too that I forgot to mention about tariffs is these tariffs I believe are going to be different than what the original classic definition of what tariff is because they're supposed to be freaking no tax tariffs. That means that freaking no taxes can be applied from the businesses towards like the taxes they get from these tariffs. They won't be pushed onto the consumer. You know what I'm saying? The
No.
the
Probably would be.
If a company has to pay more, then it has got two options: either reduce resources, so reduce employment, or push the cost onto the consumer.
there's a third one. They need to start buying locally and stop buying all of this freaking garbage
Yeah, but
overseas.
yeah, which goes back to my Apple and Nvidia point.
And I actually see that as a positive thing because if it forces you guys to freaking set tariffs, then that means you're going to do the same thing in your countries. You're going to start buying locally within your own countries and stop freaking doing this. Oh, it's more important to freaking import our goods rather.
Well, I think that is important.
That's not true when you look at things like the net zero thing concept. I mean,
that's another just like globalist agenda right there.
We have had an entire argument about is this scum filth? Scunthorpe steel factory recently, and which is the only steel manufacturing factory in the UK now. And we are buying in steel mainly from China.
Isn't that pathetic?
Yeah, and obviously, if there was ever a conflict with China, then that raises issues of
Got you by the balls.
security. Yeah,
You realize that frickin' Ireland, right next to you, has the largest frickin' copper mine in the world.
and
He wouldn't
funny
know
enough,
'cause he hates the
only
Irish.
within the last couple of days, there's been since Tony Blair has criticised the UK government for the net zero policies and high prices. There's been questions about starting fracking operations in this country. We are sitting on one of the largest gas deposits in Europe.
Yeah. It's amazing when I think of that. And the copper mine that I mentioned, by the way, is closed. They shut it down. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And it's the largest freaking copper mine in the world. It was in use for well over 2,000 years. Okay, and then one day they decided, no, we don't want that no more. So they shut it down.
And they're shutting down electricity production all
profitable.
around the world. And they're
Yeah.
killing all the cows.
So let me go ahead and get to the next topic. This one is about the Justice Department. The Justice Department filed a joint motion with lawyers for President Donald Trump in the appeal in a ruling in a defamation case levied by E. Jean Carroll against him for comments he made back in 2019. Trump was found liable for defamation by a jury in 2024 for comments he made denying Carroll's allegations of sexual abuse. He was in office during his first term as president when he made the remarks. The president now, in his second term, is appealing the decision in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. In a filing last week, lawyers for both the DOJ and Trump argued that the Justice Department believes the president's comments fall under the Westfall Act, which gives government employees immunity for conduct that falls under the scope of their job. The motion also called for the DOJ to substitute the president's lawyers in the case as the defendant or appellate. Now, substitution is required because once the Attorney General certifies that a defendant is acting within the scope of his office or employment, the United States is the party defendant unless the court, unless and until a court rules that the contrary, to the contrary, the filing said. So that got a little confusing. Now, the filing also included a certificate from Kristen Wilkinson, director of the Torts Branch Civil Division in the Justice Department, that Trump acted within his scope of employment as president when he made the comments in question in 2019. On the basis of the information now available with respect to the claims asserted therein, I find that Donald J. Trump was acting within the scope of his office or employment at the time of the incident out of which the plaintiff claims arose, Wilkinson said in a filing with the court. And then
This is clearly political prosecution, lawfare.
I'm I'm not going to say yes or no on this one.
How,
Again,
what I don't get is how is denying an allegation defamation? You just aren't you just defending yourself? Like,
yeah.
isn't defamation when you like accuse someone else of something and it's not true?
Right. Now, Westfall Act claims were initially supported by the DOJ when the case was proceeding through federal district court in July 2023 under then President Joe Biden. The department dropped its support for the claim that Trump was acting under the scope of his job as president. The Justice Department, now again under Trump, is attempting to renew these claims as the president's appeals last. The Justice Department, now again under Trump, is attempting to renew these claims as the president appeals last year's jury decision. So that's going on.
Can't really comment on that because it's a active appeal and need to see all the evidence.
Now, when it comes to this, it does seem kind of like redundant. You know what I mean? I think it is politically motivated, like Mr. Robot says, and this is.
Actually.
I mean, it's like they're coming at them with everything but the kitchen sink, and I'm surprised this is still going because all of this other politically motivated crap got dropped, like all that stuff in Georgia, gone. You know. The only reason why I voted for Donald Trump was for
You mind me, Georgia?
Here's some more evidence.
Georgia?
220 lawsuits in 100 days. Trump administration faces unprecedented legal blitz. And I remember seeing...
that's not evidence.
Well, it's evidence of political persecution. And I saw a video. I can't remember the guy's name. Otherwise, I bring it up. But it's this Jewish guy. He's a prominent dude in the US. I can't remember if he's a senator or something like that. But anyway, he before Trump got elected, he was bragging on TV that he already had 100 lawsuits planned against Trump, and it was going to be a way to like throw a spanner in the works or like, you know, take him out or, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there were people coming after him for sure.
But if these lawsuits are not can be proven not to be or to be innocent, or Trump being innocent on these lawsuits, then big deal.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's, you know, occupies time and resources.
Again,
this is,
it's just entertainment. As I keep remind people to use the UK British expression, today's news is most chip paper.
This is the foolish thinking of today's freaking generation, okay? People think that it is entertainment. I mean, like I said, to sue and to be sued is a constitutional right here in the United States. Well, you're actually seeing it. You're seeing government taking place, okay? You don't have to agree with these people. You don't have to disagree with these people, but you have to admit at least freaking constitutional government is being played out. You know what I mean?
But it's also a vulnerability, Roger. No, because if it's meant to be done in good faith. When people abuse the system and sue people for no reason, just to like,
everybody has the right to do it. It doesn't, and you know this ethical bullshit. Let's take that and fucking just throw it out the window, dude. Oh, I've got to be ethical.
I'm not saying ethical. I'm just saying when people abuse the system for things that it's not intended for, that can turn into like a vulnerability or a method to suppress people or to do something not good.
I get what you're saying, Mr. Robert, and I do agree with you partially, but I also agree with Roger. It is demonstrating that the system is functioning.
Okay.
Flawed.
No, not
So,
fault.
It
so
is
what?
functional.
So
Irrelevant
for
of fraud
here's an
or not
example.
fraud, it is functional.
Okay.
No, but here's the thing, right? So Trump has made a mandate that transgender people should be banned from the military. Now they're suing him for that, so that that stays in place, right?
Mhm.
And that you could argue that that is a vulnerability for national defense now, because they've put a whole bunch of, people that aren't like 100% mentally capable in, or like at least emotionally potentially unstable in the military.
Right.
Okay, and the other thing was he wanted to
Uh,
he wanted to make the
whoa,
government.
whoa, 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 whoa. Be very careful there, because um, you're on
Well,
dangerous grounds there.
first of all, thinking that when you're a man, thinking you're a woman, that is on its face like a mental condition already. My point is, besides all that, the Trump was elected by the people to do the things he said he was going to do, and that was one of them. And the other one was to make the government more efficient. Now these people are coming after him in the courts to try and stop that from happening. So they're literally working against the will of the people through lawfare.
Well,
And
hold on.
I'm just saying that that is a vulnerability in the system,
Now,
and
see,
that's
this.
not what it was intended for.
Let
Here
me
it says,
kind of
Here,
step
that's
in here.
what-
Hold up, hold up. Before we go farther on that, let me kind of explain to you something about the process. Okay. Now you say that it's a vulnerability and all this, but that's not the end of the story. Okay, hold
Mr.
on.
Roberts is
Now,
politically
let me.
framing this.
They go to the court system and they speak their mind to the court system. Now that has to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court makes an interpretation of it. If their interpretation is correct and they feel that it is valid, then they freaking have to make the interpretation in the Constitution according to the constitutional law. After that, freaking if freaking Congress feels fit to create that law that says freaking either homosexuals can or cannot be in the military, then they can create that freaking law. Okay? But they have to go through that process in order to do it. After that's done, then it's up to the executive branch, which is the freaking president and his cabinet, to freaking enforce that law through the Department of Justice.
the problem is they've got a whole bunch of bad actors in Congress, in the Department of Justice, bought off by people like Soros, and the WEF even openly bragged about it, that they owned like most of Congress. So now the system is, basically non-functional because it's not going through a good faith system. It's being bought off. And that's why I think the president, correct me if I'm wrong, has the power to do the executive actions to be able to correct stuff like that, isn't it?
And right now, timing is important. You got to understand that Congress or the executive branch, which is the White House, and freaking Congress is all dominant Republican conservatives.
Mm.
You're muted, Mark, I believe.
Mine?
Oh wait, okay, never mind. I was on the stream,
I just, yeah.
but I seen your mouth. But you got to realize that they have a certain amount of time where they need to get this stuff passed, or they need.
Totally.
You know what I mean? If
You
they
didn't see the Democrats holding back, right? Like, as soon as they had the power, they were just going for it. Whereas the Republicans tend to drag their feet for a while for some reason.
Trump is an idiot when it comes to that shit, because he turned around, he got in on his first term, and he started saying, well, forgive and forget. And this is after everybody kept saying, fucking lock her up. And I was one of those people that was saying lock her up.
Arguably, Trump in his first term was unprepared for realism. You could
he was unprepared for the
being an
shitfuckery
exercise for him.
He was a cat that walked into a tiger match, and I think he's a lot more wise this time. But The problem is he's let them water down his power by taking out people like what's his name, the guy that was going to be the head of the Department of Justice, Eats Mark. You know the guy. They basically said, "Oh, he had a sex scandal. He was like tangentially involved, but not really." And then he just quit. And then
Yeah.
they put in Pam Bondi, which is just completely fucking retarded. Um, she hasn't been able to pull off anything, and Trump keeps like congratulating her when she hasn't done anything. What's his name?
This
Don't
goes
know
back
now.
to the hot chick thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Well, he's got a bunch of daughters, and I think he sees her as like a daughter almost, or
no,
something. I don't know.
that's
I
not.
mean, a good thing in UK that we occasionally have cabinet reshuffles. In fact, I'm expecting a cabinet reshuffle in the next couple of months after after yesterday's local elections. But in the US, it's these sort of cabinet reshuffles are not all that common.
In the U.S., yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the reason why is because they have to work around that. Now, people do their terms, and then they have a certain amount of terms they can do. So what they do is they take a break and they switch to another freaking political uh, seat. Okay, so the thing of it is you can actually own more than one house, right? So if you go outside of a district and you buy a house outside of a district, you can wait a year and then go into that district and run for office.
Same in this country. You have local elections. Not sure about the data for yesterday's, but in the past you've had local elections where the candidate didn't even come from that area. So
Okay, so
The guy's name is Matt Gates. Yeah, have you heard him speak before, Matt Gates?
no, I've never had a chance to.
Oh man, he is awesome. He was like, he's a weapon, man. He calls it like it is. I'm sure you've seen his face before. This guy.
I'm just
Uh,
yeah. Lawyer and
he
former.
just like calls them out hard, man. He would have been the best for the job by far, and I'm so disappointed he quit.
Okay,
He would have had all the Epstein
who was
files
the
on his
US
head by now.
representative for Florida First Congressional.
yeah, okay,
Yeah,
Gates.
they accused him of child sex trafficking and statutory rape, apparently, which was total bullcrap. And
Did he go to
then
court?
he just didn't want the heat on Trump because he wasn't elected yet, and so he quit. Or
Yeah.
something
Did,
like that.
did he, were those allegations brought out in the court
No,
case?
it was never tried or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what's so suspicious about it. You know what I mean? Because like they made
Yeah,
the
it's just an
allegation.
allegation, right? They can just throw any allegation at you, and it looks bad in the media. You know what I mean?
Yep, and that's what it's turned into. Like nobody's actually saying, "Freaking, let's take this to court." You know what I mean? It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna run and hide, dude, because I don't want my name freaking drug through the
That's
mud.
why the media is the greatest weapon in the U.S. and it can destroy anyone without a trial, without a jury, without anything.
Okay, so this
That's true throughout the world. The BBC, Sky.
But my point was, in his first term, he did poorly because he surrounded himself with people that weren't loyal, that weren't on his side, all sorts of stuff like that. And by letting stuff like this happen, he's letting the opposition know that all they have to do to like get him to do what they want is to accuse people of things, a bit of blackmail here and there, but
so
he
so
has
with that,
gotten better though. He's just fired his head of was it the military? He fired the head of the military, and he's just fired that guy who invited the newspaper guy into the Signal chat just the other day. He fired him as well. So,
well, yeah, that's he had good cause to fire.
So, with that being said, this is where we're going to turn it over to you, Miss Robot. I put the link in the private freaking chat on the sides for the topic that you wanted to talk about, which is up. And this one has to do with populists are gaining power and keeping it. What comes next? So,
okay, I'm just trying to find the thread that it was on.
Okay. Well, I've got the link. I've got the link that you posted in the chat.
Oh yeah. Can you like reply to it again in?
No, it's right here in
where?
In the private live chat.
Oh, okay, but I posted a whole bunch of links. Remember, if you can find that thread, you probably didn't see it.
Which site?
It's on Politico, is what he got. So the one that he posted.
Let me try and find this thread.
You want me to put it on our chat?
It's all right. I'll find it in a second. Here it is.
It's
so basically, I wanted to just talk about how people are starting to wake up to the great scam that's being played on them.
Don't run through that whole thing yet, because freaking like go into your article and discuss.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, fact basics.
Yeah.
So this is about populism on the rise, and I noticed this first started in like 2022, and then when was this one this one has only just been published recently. Mm-hmm. In 2017, Donald Trump was almost the only nationalist populist leader in the West. Liberal democracy, its protection at home and its promotion abroad was the political default across America and Europe. The United States' marquee conference for hard right conservatives, CPAC, featured only one major foreign speaker that year. Britain's Nigel Farage, who had just resigned leader of the United Kingdom Independence Party after a successful Brexit campaign. They proved that Brexit was also basically a psyop by the intelligence community as well.
Please.
No, it's true. Cambridge Analytica and all those companies, they swung the vote. But anyway, I digress. 8 years later, I'll prove it to you later, Mark.
Yeah, you'll have to.
8 years later, Trump had joined on the world stage by a plethora of right-wing populists, and nationalism had become mainstream. CPAC 2025 was a verifiable international event with guests ranging from Argentina's President Javier Milei to Slovakia's Prime Minister Robert Fico to Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, among many others. But while it's clear that nationalism is having a great moment, for now it's just that, a moment, supposedly.
I love the language that is coming out of this article, the hard right.
Yeah, clearly. Politico has always been sort of against Trump.
Politics, it's not necessarily about nationalism. It could be, you could also talk about small government in this respect. The framing of this article is somewhat questionable.
Well, definitely. It's Politico. Need I say more? Yeah. But I just did a quick search on what I was kind of getting at.
Again, be careful with sources.
I think that's the main thing I wanted to say from this article. Just to basically say that, there is a moment in time now, thanks to Trump mainly, that populism has become more mainstream than what it was.
Again, I be careful about the term populism. That has been misused quite a lot lately. And as I pointed out to you yesterday, populism just means a party that is popular. So you could argue
it's the word they're using, populists.
any party that become a government is in effect popular because they receive the majority of the votes.
No, that's not. I don't think that's how it's being used.
Yeah, I
National
know,
populism.
I know how it's being used, and it's again, I question the efficacy of this and objectiveness of that article.
Now hold on a minute. Hold on. We're at
if you-
2.5 hours. This is where we're going to get back to this topic, but before then, we need to take about a 15-minute break. You guys go
Yeah, I
get
need
your
a
coffee.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed yet, Mark Edworthy is our token naysayer, British complainer extraordinaire. Do not be surprised when he disagrees with me vehemently.
Exactly. And so everybody knows.
You tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, that's why I brought up the dictionary right here, Mark.
Hold on. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this music on. It's this music that freaking I have put together that's all from Mark or Mr. Robot.
Before you do that, I just want to point out here to Mark, populist is a member of a political party claiming to represent ordinary people against the establishment. There we go, right there in dictionary.
Okay, so
that is one, definition. Yeah,
I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Notice there were several different definitions there.
Go get a coffee.
Pound.
Go get a coffee.
There are several definitions there, so yeah. Anyway, yeah, coffee.
Cool. And we will be right back, guys. Want to take a quick break.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waits at his command. Empire stretched from Big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven's stories untold. Years of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god.
Vessels of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From these the Tetragonical, the coalition all as above, so below, cosmic empire of laws and princes of plus
to fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hung warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, cold to cold, tension all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's flame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden was an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx who has water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hat, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king, left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tailor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
Stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory, we're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity script. In a language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are here. We're back. It's time to get busy. Now, that was brought to you by Illuminati on Hacker Radio. If you guys are on Rumble and you freaking want to help support us, stop by and say hi to him. He's a weird dude. Probably one of the weirdest dudes I've ever met. But with that being, I'm going to turn this back over to Mr. Robot, who is a completely different person that I was not mentioning before when I was talking about Illuminati and Hacker Radio.
I've heard of that guy. Remind me to ask him to send you some new music.
He's got some cool stuff. I mean, a lot of the music that freaking he sent already actually fits into what I want to do with Untethered, because it's got a lot of good style to it. When the edited versions come out, which is going to be at the beginning of next year, you're going to love the introduction to this show. Just so people know.
Okay. Nice.
And it's already scheduled too, by the way, just so everybody knows. I've got everything hooked up. We've got uploads like you wouldn't believe. We've got so much content coming in, it's flowing out of my butthole.
Nice. Yeah, I can't imagine anyone ever shutting you up.
Well, shutting us up. Remember, this is all of us. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
everything,
Oh, there's no shortage of content to talk about. That's for sure. It's
So,
never ending.
so here we go.
Um,
Let's get back to the populists.
so yeah, we were talking about the rise of populism, and before we do that, this is an interesting bit of breaking news. Rubio says that Biden administration kept disinformation dossiers on prominent Americans, including Trump, Elon Musk, Alex Jones, a whole bunch of people, and he's releasing these documents now. So yeah, interesting.
That's pretty good. Now that's actually a part of the whole populist topic, to be honest with you.
All right, let me bring up our definition again. So we're going to talk about a few suspicious, I would say, some people might say dubious political actions or events that's going on right now. And we'll talk about things going on in France, Brazil, Romania, Canada, and Australia for now. And we'll start off, we might as well do it in that order.
No,
First
actually,
of all,
hey, hold up. I've got those sorted out. So,
okay, you want to do them in a specific order?
Yeah, let's hit this populist thing, because this is actually a good conversation that popped up with us. Now,
Political philosophy or movement that represents or is claimed to represent the interests of ordinary people, especially against the establishment. That's how I tend to use the word.
Now, the article that you came out with on the opinion, it was one thing that stuck out that really sparked a conversation with this three last night was the part where it says, "But while it's clear that nationalism is having a moment, for now, it's just that, a moment." Now, they use the word nationalism with populist. And that is something that really stuck out with us. And I think that is something that really does need to be discussed too, because we had a really good conversation about that.
Just on that one point, just before we continue, what that article is saying is that they're in favour of globalism. They're in favour of no sovereignty. They're in favour of borderless countries.
That tends to be their agenda. So my sort of stance on it is there has been, I don't know, in the last 50 years or so, there's been a sort of global takeover of Western nations by what is termed liberal democracy. But really, I would say that is a wolf in sheep's clothing, where the liberalism is actually authoritarianism and democracy is actually, elitist control of the people. And so since we have this new system of like basically fascism, nationalism is now like people are becoming interested in that again, and because it's not the leading, the dominant political philosophy, it's becoming it's being taken on by the populist movement, because it has worked in the past for places like Germany or whatever.
Just on a minor point, got to be very careful of the word liberalism, because that can mean two different things. You've got progressive liberalism, which you are talking about, and then you've got classical liberalism, which means smaller government, more control over, or more responsibility by the individual.
Right, and that's the United States Constitution. That's what it's set up on, is classical liberalism.
But you guys never had a liberal party in the U.S., did you? Or
at first we did, but then it got replaced slowly by conservatives that crept in, and I wouldn't even call them conservatives. They were more elitist Whig Party members who.
Well, that's what became the Democratic Party, isn't it?
No, not really. The Democratic Party is is a freaking mutated version of what the Republican Party
You've got
was.
to be very careful about looking at the term Republican and Democrat in an historical point of view, because
Yeah,
arguably since 1950 they've sort of swapped positions.
That's right. Well, even more recent, I would say, because like in JFK's time, even the Democratic Party was more liberal. It was like, for power to the people, progressive, what would you call it?
Yeah,
More
again,
rights to freedom of
you say
speech, all
liberal,
that stuff.
so you're
Like,
talking about classical liberalism rather than progressive liberalism.
I'm just talking about like it's swapped now, but
Mm.
classically, liberalism comes from the word liberal or liberty, which is meant to mean freedom, right? And now it started off that way. That's how they sucked people into it. But now the psychopaths have grabbed onto that power of the people and basically turned it into authoritarianism. And like you saw just before, Biden was censoring his political opposition. He like impeached Trump multiple times. All this kind of stuff, censoring people.
Again, now you're talking about more progressive liberalism.
When you see, like, don't ever think that like the new form of liberal is the same as what it was before. Now, when you look at the classical liberalism, you have to look at John Locke. Okay, you have to read John Locke's literature, and then after that, you go in and you look at the Constitution of the United States, and you'll start seeing similarities. Okay. John Locke was exiled from England because of his beliefs. So don't mistake John Locke as being something that was implemented in England either, because England was against John Locke's belief system. He actually, I think he migrated to Sweden or what was the freaking country where the Pilgrims actually went to before they came over to the United States? It was where all the hippies are, the ones that smoke all the dope and shit. Huh?
That was the U.S.
What's it? Dutch. There you go.
Dutch isn't a country. Dutch is
it was a Dutch country. It was a Dutch country. But that's where he ended up at, and then he started getting into more discussions about classic liberalism and discussing the right of the individual and things of that nature. And also, let me point out something else. You'll hear a lot of people always talk about radicals, okay? Now, don't be fooled by that. That is not a new form of political movement that's taken place. Radicals have been around since the French Revolution. They are like an offset of what classical liberalism was, except for they believed in big government and excessive individualism, which means what we have today with the woke movements, where everybody wants each individual person to have their own personal rights, and they want transgenders to be given their own personal rights separate from, a regular normal person, you know what I mean? Whereas constitutional government and classic liberalism says that we don't focus laws on the individual, we focus it on everybody. Everybody has to follow these laws so that frickin' we have a justice system that is fair for everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no identity politics, there's no group politics. Everybody is the same under the law and under God.
Right.
Rendered upon Caesar.
Right.
I do agree with Elon Musk's view, though, that we need a better system to get rid of old laws that aren't applicable anymore. Because what tends to happen is we just accumulate all these laws, which basically is a limitation on people's freedom. And there needs to be a way to repeal these laws and get rid of them. especially if they're unjust laws.
Well, this is where we dive
country.
into.
Again, it depends on the jurisdiction.
This is where we start diving
There are
into
different.
socialism and national socialism and nationalists. See, all of that stuff. This is where I split when it comes to the supposed conservative party in the United States. Okay, they call themselves conservative, but they aren't. They're really national socialists, pretending to be conservatives. When they start talking about eliminating laws that they feel is outdated, that goes against everything that the Constitution here in the United States stands for. Okay, we actually want to keep those laws so that later on, if the public opinion changes and we want to bring a law back into power, we can do that. So it stays on that codified law that I was talking about. You don't delete laws in the United States, okay? When you make a law, it stays, okay?
You can ratify a law. You can.
You kind of went blank.
So you ratify a law.
Are you saying you don't want to ever be able to
disband a law? No, you can disband laws in the US.
You can stop using laws, okay? But once that law is introduced, it's there. Now, for example,
are you saying that's a good thing?
Yes, it is. Because
why?
Because people change over time. Okay.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean the laws should change?
Well, whenever something happens, it doesn't.
Because what happens now is you can abuse an old law like outside of context. You know what I mean, for the modern day. But because that law is there, you can still apply it, and that's happening now.
Then that means that people who are making those laws should be very, very responsible about the way they make laws. Okay.
That's not going to happen, Roger, because there's such a thing as money, and politicians love it.
It did happen at one time when people were actually doing what they were supposed to be doing. Now, see, in the United States, we believe that freaking laws shouldn't be just automatically passed, or we should. We originally didn't believe that. We believed that they should have been thought through very carefully. That's what our founding fathers wanted. They wanted laws that actually took time and were debated on and discussed so that it didn't just affect us. It affected our children and our grandchildren. And it would say, okay, now 50 years down the road, we don't want our kids to have to go through this or this or this. So they didn't want freaking that to happen. That it was very thought out. As time went on, people began to incorporate freaking this idea that we need fast, speedy laws. And I personally believe that it came from Europe. It came from England. It came from freaking.
I would actually disagree with England because if you ever look how our laws are created, generally speaking, the laws will be, a bill will be announced in the House of Commons and then will be reviewed, then will be passed to the House of Lords, then will be reviewed, and this can happen 3 times. And then once it's agreed upon, then it's for the monarch to rubber stamp it.
But so here's the thing: when you read the U.S. Constitution, it sounds like they experienced an abuse of power back then by the monarch, and that's why they wanted to create a new country. And so they've seen what happens if you abuse these powers, and that's probably why they were so careful with the initial laws and like Constitution and stuff.
Exactly.
But what happened over time also is like there became like as America became richer, there was more money at stake when and like you know corporations came into the play where they could incentivize politicians with millions and millions of dollars if they passed laws for their buddies and stuff like this. So now what happens is these laws end up getting passed, even like things that limit your power, like your freedom of speech, for example, with the new anti-Semitism laws and whatnot. And like there's no way to get rid of it now. And now these laws can potentially be abused in the future
But
And
they
what I'm
can be
saying is there needs to
amended.
be a mechanism for the people to go, no, we don't want that.
Even in the US example, where you might not be able to repeal a law, you can amend the law, can
Yes,
change the context of the law.
right. And there's no guarantee that anybody's ever going to go back to those laws. But understand they're still there. Okay, they're not gone.
Yeah, which to me means like, in the future, there's going to be some stickler lawyer going through the ancient laws trying to find something they can pin you on,
Well,
Um,
that's not in the future. That just recently happened. I mean,
I know. That's what I'm saying.
they pulled up that stuff with Trump on the immigration stuff. I mean, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't want something like that taking place in the future for your future generations, then you should be careful about what you allow to
But
become a law today, because that is a good example. Okay, nobody back then thought that it would be used so that they could do freaking mass uh,
deportations.
deportations. You know,
Well, that's actually a lucky example. Like there could be much worse ways to abuse laws, but you're assuming that politicians are always going to have good faith, and you're assuming there's going to be no corruption, and you're assuming that no one's going to make a mistake. I mean, it comes
this is
down to
why
like 1,500-page
no,
laws and stuff.
this,
that was also
but,
anticipated into the
but this
Constitution.
is this is the point of having a Senate and a Congress, or in the UK, or low chamber and high chamber in effect. So it can be the laws can be before they become acts. They can in the bill form. They can be reviewed by one
There's
chamber,
a public
then
consultation and
reviewed
stuff.
by the next chamber, and vice. And yeah.
But here's the thing, Mark. This is what happens here, right? Is like they won't announce that a new law is coming. So when there's only like a few weeks where there's public consultation, and they'll take like people's statements on it and whatnot. But they won't tell you that it's happening. So it'll just get snuck in, especially over holidays and stuff like that, or Christmas
In some
especially. They'll
cases,
stick
there are
like crazy
very
bills through,
limited.
and then
In
all of
some
a sudden
cases,
it's
there are very limited public consultations. I agree, but in Commonwealth countries, I'm not sure how this works as much in fact, I do actually, but you can always go on to, let's say, government website and review what legislations are coming up.
But here's the thing: no
And
one does that.
review.
No one actually goes and reads all the laws. Not even
That's the
lawyers.
point. It's because people don't mean
Right.
that it's not happening.
Yeah. So like
And
sometimes they'll.
I gotta ask you something though, Mr. Robot. Who do you think's responsible for that information getting out? Like in the United States, we believe in a sovereignty. Okay, we believe that it's the people's responsibility to keep government in check. Okay.
Yeah, not us. We believe in subjugation
No,
and living under a nanny state.
Even in all Commonwealth countries, there is a thing called the Hanson review.
His face just froze.
He was about to say, "There's such a thing as the king, and he is our daddy." All right.
No, the Hanson is a transcription of every single word that is said in Parliament. Whilst people are sitting on those green benches, every single word is noted in a transcription.
I'm not saying there's no transparency. There's transparency. You can go look at that stuff. You can go look at the laws.
That's not constitutional, though. I mean, transparency. Everybody keeps talking about this shit. Okay. I mean, come on, dude. What
in
the
the
hell?
US, this may not be.
My point is they can write a law that's ambiguous enough for like some sneaky lawyer to go and abuse it later on, right? For example, these internet censorship laws that has just come out, they've said, we don't want teenagers to be able to have access to social media because it's bad for them. But in order to do that, now every adult has to give their ID to get on the internet. You know what I mean? So, like, you can see how a law that's stated to have a certain purpose can be abused for another purpose, namely tracking and control of everyone in the country.
This is where the courts come in. This is where judges and the courts come into it to interpret the law, the legislation. I mean, as an example, the UK Supreme Court's ruling on what are males and females that happened only a couple of weeks ago. That clarified the 2010 Equalities Act and
All right,
specified.
tell me this, Mark. Tell me this. What species is a judge?
Okay, now hold up. I can actually talk a little bit about judges here in the United States.
No, but I just want to say a judge is a human being, just like you and me, who is fallible, all right?
Okay.
And open to corruption.
No,
okay,
I mean,
we've seen this all over the place where judges have been bought off by rich billionaires to make favorable decisions to their agendas.
It goes even deeper than that here in the United States. This is something that is really serious. Now, judges, when they take and put that robe on, okay, they become the law. All right. So no matter what their decision is, they are untouchable. They are immune from prosecution
they
or
basically
litigation.
have more power than the president, don't they, or what?
While they're holding that
in the US, the US specifically.
While they're holding that while they have that robe on, they're playing the part of the judge. Yes, they are the ultimate freaking power. They are like, they're stronger than the Power Rangers. Okay.
So why can you appeal the decisions?
It has to be approved. It has to be just like suing the government. It has to be approved by the freaking court systems if you're allowed to sue them. Now, if they see that you have an honest case,
I'm not saying sue
or
the judges.
or
file cases.
If they see any kind of case that is suitable for freaking prosecution or lawsuit, then you're allowed to sue them. But first, you have to ask for permission to sue them.
I'm not talking about suing judges. I'm just saying cases.
You're talking about criminal cases too, right?
Yeah, appealing a case. If I am convicted of something,
you can. If you want to appeal a decision, then you can just make an appeal. But I'm saying if you think that they have done anything that was corrupt or anything that was wrongdoing while they were wearing that robe behind the bench, okay, then you have to ask the court if you can frickin' sue them or if you can bring charges against them. Okay.
And here's the vulnerability, right? Is federal judges are appointed by the President of the United States Senate, right? And they have a 14-year term, which is multiple presidencies. So if you have a corrupt presidency, that becomes active in the next presidency. So they can still be malicious actors in the next term. And there's nothing you can really do about it.
Unlike in the UK, all public servants are subject to what we call the Nolan Doctrine, i.e. the Civil Service Code of Conduct, and all of them any public servant could be prosecuted under either misconduct in the public, conspiracy to commit misconduct in public office, or conspiracy to commit malfeasance in public office. And in theory, both of them can be custodial sentences.
Okay.
The current process for the president to fire federal judges is limited and strictly defined according to the Constitution. Federal judges, including the Supreme Court justices, are appointed for life and can only be removed through impeachment and conviction by Congress. Holy crap.
Now, see, that's kind of cool. That I actually like that. I think they should have lifetime terms.
Why is that?
I don't know.
If you have a corrupt judge, it's
So
there for
when
life.
they're
Dude.
80,
To
so
be
when they're
honest,
80 and
to be
is-
honest, and when I first
Yeah.
started thinking about it, I did have my issues. But then the more I started checking into it, the more I started liking that idea. Um, First of all, it's cool.
If you have a corrupt judge, you want to have him for life.
It goes back to what I said before. You need
Yeah,
you need to make good
like I said, if they are
decisions.
if they're mentally impaired, let's say they become 80 and they suffer from dementia, do you want them to be your judge?
Well, they have a right
Do
to
you want
step
them to
down
be a
if they
judge?
want to.
Roger does. Roger does.
Yeah,
Well,
if
they
they
have a
want
right to step down if they want to. Okay, now
And they
Why would a
also have a
corrupt
right to
judge step
remain if they
down?
want to.
now the thing that gets me is it does come back to what I was saying. It's like you have to make good decisions when you decide to do things like wanting laws and also voting in presidents and things like that. So, like the reason why you have all these judges that freaking have lifetime terms and you don't freaking like them is because you decided that you wanted that president in office, okay, who freaking
That is indirect democracy, indirect
I know,
power.
I know,
So
I know,
like
I
the
know,
people
I know.
don't have any direct
when
control over how they
when you vote to
The
have
mind control is working on Roger Hanson,
no,
ladies and
let me
gentlemen.
explain you to let me explain to you how
Your
things work.
grandfather, before you continue, your grandfather votes for
Oh, he's getting blotted out.
He's starting to lean far
long
left.
before you were alive, and that's and that president elects a judge or puts in a judge, and that judge is still there when you are
No, that's
grown up.
not how it
So
works. That's not how
that's
it
what you
works.
suggested.
No,
That's what you
no.
suggested, though.
Judges don't appoint the next judge here in the United States.
No, I didn't say that. I said the president.
Okay,
of the time.
the president of the time appoints a judge. Okay, that judge stays in for a life term. Now you have to understand the
Why would
process.
you do that? That is crazy.
You have to
A
understand the
president
process.
can't do that. What? It's like a dictator.
This is how it works here in the United States. Okay, now
Who the hell came up with that? fucking scam?
listen, so I can explain this. It makes it to where you can at least understand it. Okay, you freaking you are the sovereignty, okay, in the United States. Now, when you turn around and you vote for a House representative or a senator or the president of the United States, you turn around and you give them the authority to make decisions on your behalf, okay?
Yep.
And when you do that, they go into freaking Congress and they go into the executive branches and they make those decisions for you. All right. Now, with these judges, their role is to interpret the law. Okay. So, what this president has to do is come up with people who can sit on the Supreme Court and knows constitutional law. The best candidates who are capable of doing that, and that's what they do. They interpret the law. Now, it's gotten really popular with the media now, where they think that the Supreme Court makes a decision, they interpret the law, they make a decision that this is unconstitutional, and bam, everybody needs to comply to it. That means that law needs to go away, and that's not the way it works. They interpret the law. Hold up, they interpret the law, and then it goes from the frickin' judicial system or branch to the frickin' to Congress. Okay, and Congress is the one who creates laws. So the law is interpreted, and then it's created through Congress, where it goes through the House of Representatives into the Senate, and after that, that is when the executive branch, the President of the United States, has to enforce the law through the
found that in a small fraction of trials, 8.3%, animals had been allowed to complete trials in which their gaze briefly left the fixation window. These trials were excluded from our neuron choice analyses. However, as animals had indicated their choice on these trials and received reward when correct, these trials were relevant for assessing choice and reward history effects. We therefore included these trials in our choice history analysis when they were followed by a valid trial, i.e., in which gaze remained within the fixation window. Microsaccade detection. The control for contamination of the recorded responses by eye movements, we reanalyzed our data after discarding trials in which at least one microsaccade was detected in an epoch beginning 150 milliseconds before stimulus onset and extending to the end of each trial. Microsaccade detection was performed using a method based on the study by Horwitz and Albright. Brief, we smoothed the eye position time series with a Gaussian filter kernel, SD6 milliseconds, and computed its derivative. A microsaccade was defined as an event with velocity of 10 degrees per second lasting for at least 8 milliseconds. The vast majority of detected events, 99%, had an amplitude 0.1 degrees. Previous work suggests that 90% of the events of this amplitude detected with video tracking are true microsaccades. To ensure we could still detect a relationship between neuronal responses and choice in the remaining trials, we required that the session still contained at least 10 trials of each choice for each stimulus, and at least 40 trials in total. These criteria left us with 41 sessions of data for the CP analysis, 27 sessions for the V1 population analysis, and 28 for the V4 population analysis, with an average of 72.328.2 trials used per session. We compared the results of analyzing trials without microsaccades with analyses performed on an equal number of trials containing microsaccades to ensure equal statistical power for the two analyses. Statistical analyses. All indications of variability are SDS, unless otherwise indicated. Trained 2 male macaque monkeys to perform a fine orientation discrimination task. We presented a sinusoidal drifting grating in the parafoveal visual field for 200 milliseconds, beginning 200 milliseconds after the establishment of fixation. Two choice targets appeared 200 milliseconds after stimulus offset. The animal indicated its decision by making a saccade to one of the targets. Correct choices, upward saccades for stimuli 45 degrees. Termed vertical choices, and downward for stimuli 45 degrees, termed horizontal choices, were rewarded with a drop of liquid. Trials in which the stimulus orientation was 45 degrees were rewarded randomly. Both animals became expert at the task, as illustrated with the psychometric function for a sample session. To quantify the animal's performance, we measured the bias, threshold and lapse rate for each session. Average, thresholds were 3-5 degree. Biases were negligible. Lapse rates were 1%. While animals performed the task, we recorded from neuronal populations in V1 and V4 using two 48-channel arrays. After completing recordings in the left hemisphere of one of the animals, monkey 1L, we retrained him to perform the task in left visual hemifield and implanted the right hemisphere, building 3 datasets. The spatial RFs of the recorded V1 and V4 populations in all 3 cases were overlapping. We chose the size, position of the behavioral stimuli to cover the RFs of the majority of the recorded units. In one case, the yield of V1 neurons was small, and, additionally, the stimulus was not well placed in the RF of these neurons. This V1 dataset was thus excluded. In total, we recorded from 891 V1 units and 1957 V4 units, of which 385 V1 units and 568 V4 units met our inclusion criterion. Term units refers to well-isolated single units, 26% of units, having a signal-to-noise ratio 3.5, to multi-unit clusters consisting of waveforms from several neurons. We found no notable differences between results for single units and multi-units, and thus considered the two types of recording together. Behavioral stimuli evoked measurable firing rates in the analyzed units, but because stimuli were not tailored to each cell's preference, these rates were modest. Neuronal responses had low trial-to-trial variability, with phenofactors close to 1 in both V1 and V4. Byte count correlations, slightly higher between pairs of neurons in the same cortical area, V1, 0.0230.152, V4, V4, 0.0090.146, than for interareal pairs, 0.0050.142. Determine whether the recorded units encode a choice-related signal. We computed CP for each unit, using spike counts measured 0-250 milliseconds after stimulus onset, extending slightly beyond the 200 milliseconds stimulus presentation to account for neuronal response latency. CP measures the degree to which an ideal observer would be able to predict the animal's choices on a given trial, using the observed spike count. A CP of 0.5 indicates chance performance. Values 0.5 indicate that stronger neuronal responses are associated with choices aligned with the neuron's preferred stimulus. Values 0.5 indicate the counterintuitive relationship that stronger responses predict choices opposite to the cell's preference. We found little choice-related activity in individual V1 or V4 units. Mean CP was only statistically different from chance in V4 of one animal, M1L, P0.004, one sample t-test. For all other datasets it was indistinguishable from chance in both V1 and V4. Weak mean CPS might arise because the assumed relationship between neuronal tuning and choice is invalid, rather than because of an absence of choice-related signals. That is, if choice signals are not related to tuning preference in the expected manner. Example, assuming that stronger responses in a vertical preferring neuron result in more vertical choices, the measured CP would be equally likely to be above or below 0.5, resulting in mean near 0.5. To assess this possibility, we evaluated whether the CP of each unit was different from 0.5 using a permutation test. We found only a small proportion of units, 6.7% in V1 and 9.7% in V4, with statistically significant choice signals, a proportion not notably larger than expected by chance given our statistical criterion, level 0.05. Another possible explanation for our weak CP values is that the representation of choice in V1 and V4 is dynamic, perhaps more previous allant outside our chosen analysis window, 0-250 milliseconds after stimulus onset. We thus performed CP analysis in sliding temporal windows of 100 milliseconds with 50% overlap. This analysis revealed significant CP in V4 during the epoch between stimulus offset and the appearance of the choice targets. During these epochs, we also observed more neurons with significant CP values, with a peak of 23.6% for the 250-350 milliseconds epoch in M1L. We found no significant choice signal in V1 of either animal. In any epoch, mean values between 0.49 and 0.51. Percentage of significant cases varied from 2.4 to 9.0%. Thus, there is choice-related information in some V4 cells, but it occurs in the epoch between stimulus offset and the appearance of the choice targets. Finally, we considered that the choice signals in our recordings might be weak because we analyzed all responsive neurons provided by the array and had each animal perform an identical task in all sessions. Our approach provided many neurons whose functional properties, namely, orientation, tuning preference and selectivity, were largely irrelevant for the task. Because choice signals are often found to be strongest in neurons with greatest sensitivity for task stimuli, the inclusion of many task-irrelevant neurons could result in weaker choice signals in our data. To test this possibility, we assessed the relationship between the threshold of each unit for the behavioral irrelevant stimulus orientations, the inverse of sensitivity, and the strength of the choice signal. We first calculated a neurometric function for each unit. Specifically, we measured the discriminability between responses to the 45 degrees stimulus and those to each of the other behavioral stimuli, except the 0 degrees and 90 degrees orientations, using ROC analysis. We then defined neuronal threshold as the SD of a cumulative Gaussian fit to these discriminability values. As expected, given that the behavioral stimuli were not adjusted to match neuronal preferences, the mean threshold was high in both V1, 108.987.9 degrees, N385, and V4, 103.184.7 degrees, N568. To To assess whether neurons sensitive to variations in orientation near 45 degrees carried stronger choice signals, we compared CP values in neurons with low and high thresholds. We quantified choice in formation as the deviation of neuronal CP from 0.5, termed here AbCP, to capture the strength of choice signals, without assuming a relationship to stimulus preference. During stimulus presentation, 200 milliseconds after stimulus onset, the mean AbCP for neurons with higher threshold, 50 degrees, V1, 0.038 0.029, and 255, V4, 0.038 0.031, and 318, was not different from those with lower threshold, 50 degrees, V1, 0.038 0.028, and 130, V4, 0.041 0.029, and 187, P0.1 for both comparisons, rank sum test. Further, there was no significant correlation between threshold and the strength of choice-related activity in either V1, R0.07, P0.33 for M1R, R0.004, P0.95 for M2, or V4, R0.12, P0.17 for M1L, R0.07, P0.64 for M1R, and R0.06, P0.24 for M2. In the epoch after stimulus offset, 200–400 milliseconds, when choice signals were most evident, the mean AbCP was slightly larger for neurons with low, 50 degrees, V1, 0.045 0.035, and 255, V4, 0.047 0.036, and 187, than high threshold, 50 degrees, V1, 0.035 0.028, and 255, V4, 0.047 0.036, and 381, P, V1, 0.03, P, V4, 0.03, rank sum test. There was a strong correlation between these two variables in V4 of one animal, the remaining cases showing no relationship, P0.06 for remaining cases. We conclude that V4 contains stronger choice signals than V1, and that these signals are slightly more robust in neurons that have a lower threshold for task stimuli. Choice signals are most evident late in the trial, in the epoch between stimulus offset and the appearance of the targets used to report the decision. We next leveraged our simultaneous recordings to investigate the relationship between the animal's decisions and the responses of small neuronal populations in V1 and V4. Specifically, we attempted to predict the animal's choices on a trial-by-trial basis using a regularized, logistic regression model fit to the neuron.
which is spelled DEDAEDALIS PLATAENSIBUS. 2. A fragment of Europetus EURIPIDES. Melanipe captiva, which is spelled MELANPE, CAPTIVA. Characters bad and good women. 4466B. And then 3 large extracts in iambic verse from the Exodus, a tragedy by the Jewish dramatist Ezekiel. 436C 10 through 446D2, on which Schuler, Jewish people, I 3:224. And then 4 fragments of an epic poem on Jerusalem by a Jew named Philo. 421C, D, 430C, 453A, CF, Sure, I bid 222. And then 8 extracts from the epic poem of Theodotus on the Jews describing Sichem and narrating the story of the sons of Emor, EMMOR, which is 426B through 429A. CF, Sure, I bid 224. Then 6, many of the oracles quoted by Eunomaus, or Oenomaus, Oenoamaus, in the detection of impostors. 209C through 234A. And 7, all the oracles contained in the work of Porphyry on the philosophy to be derived from oracles. 123D through 124B. 145A through 146B. 168B to 175C. Or no, 168B and then 175C. These oracles, with their context, are carefully edited by Wolff in his work Porph de Philos, Porph, comma, or period, DEPHILOS, period, EX, ORACULIS, HAURIENDA, ex auriculis horrenda, of which they form the chief substance. 8. Pender FR insert 2 105. There's just a bunch of crazy stuff on that one. Okay. Basically, this is the quotations that's going through there. There's a whole bunch of them on there. On the conclusion, the work which has been my chief occupation and my delight for several years is now drawing to a close. I have to renew my thanks to friends already mentioned in the preface to Volume I, to Dr. Sunday, whose counsel and encouragement first led me to add to the English translation a revised text, to Dr. Redpath, by whose many useful suggestions and careful corrections of the proof sheet I have been aided throughout, to John Meyer, the professor of Latin in the University of Cambridge, and Dr. Joseph Meyer, to the Rev. W.R. Ing, one of the rare students of Plotinus, to Dr. H.H. Turner, F.R.S. Sullivan, professor of astronomy, professor of astronomy, and last but least to delegates, secretary, and other officers of the Clarendon Press, to whose unfailing kindness and invaluable help I am most deeply indebted. Of the inadequacies of my own work I am painfully conscious. To do full justice to so large compilation from all branches of ancient literature, the editor himself should be historian, poet, philosopher, archaeologist, astronomer, ethno, ethno, ethnologist, and I certainly am none of these. For all errors and defects which remain uncorrected, I can only trust to receive the indulgence for which old age not often pleads in vain. Yeah, try reading it. He did a good job, other than reading my own things. But this was, I believe, book 1, part 1, and he's basically bringing up an introduction to what's going on in the book. There's a part 2, 3, and 4, 2 that goes to it, and this is book 1, part 1, so there's a book 1, part 2, I believe, and I will have that one going on later on, but I am going to stop here because I know that this is a pretty long video, and I'm probably going to have to go through and, well, I know I'm going to have to do it, but I'm going to have to go through and put my sound on the XSplitter because these XSplitters just have crappy audio. But before I stop, I want to also point out, when this book was going on, you have to remember that this was during the time that Christianity was being adopted into the Roman Empire, okay, and it was going from the Christians being persecuted to them not being persecuted, and Eusebius is beginning to criticize the pagans and their beliefs and things of that nature. And at the same time, what's happening is these pagan beliefs start to merge into the Christian beliefs, and the Jewish beliefs are starting to become an issue too. And then he's writing also about the Egyptians, and during that time period, Egypt was actually a Christian. It was a part of the Roman Empire, and it was a part of the Christian beliefs, and that was the beginning of the mystery schools. People had to hide out because they didn't want to be, considered heretic and killed for it. So far I've gotten through divisions of the Tuat, divisions 1 through 3, and I also did the small summary that came before that, and in another book I did Preparatio Evangelica, book 1. So after that, I figured I would go into telling the story of Hypatia before I continue, because this is all part of my series, the mystery, or the history of the mystery schools. And for me personally, I don't think that telling the story without mentioning Hypatia would really work out too well, because Hypatia is actually a part of that, a lot of this sets up the atmosphere for later and the reasons behind why the mystery schools influenced a lot of the hermetic beliefs that happened during the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages and all that. So these are philosophies that are really, really old, and they influenced the way the hermetic beliefs and traditions actually started. So with that being said, I will start my story on Hypatia. Hypatia was born 350 to 370 AD and died in 415 AD. And she was a Hellenistic Neoplatonist philosopher, astronomer, and mathematician who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, then part of the Eastern Roman Empire. She was the head of the Neoplatonic school at Alexandria, where she taught philosophy and astronomy. She is the first female mathematician whose life is reasonably well recorded. Hypatia was renowned in her own lifetime as a great teacher and wise counselor. Although no writings directly written by her have survived, it is thought that she may have edited the surviving text of Euclid's Elements and Ptolemy's Almagest, and possibly co-written some of the commentaries attributed to her father, Theon of Alexandria, who also wrote a 13-volume commentary on Diophantus's Arithmetica, which may survive in part, having been interpolated into Diophantus's original text, and an 8-volume popularization of Apollonius of Pergas's treatise on conic sections, which has not survived. She is known to have constructed astrolabes and hydrometers, but did not invent either of these, which were both in use long before she was born. Although she herself was a pagan, she was tolerant towards Christians and taught many Christian students, including Synesius, the future bishop of Ptolemais. Towards the end of her life, Hypatia advised Orestes, the Roman prefect of Alexandria, who was in the midst of a feud with Cyril, the bishop of Alexandria. Rumors spread accusing her of preventing Orestes from reconciling with Cyril, and in March 415 AD she was murdered by a mob of Christian monks known as the Paraballeri, under the leadership of a lector named Peter. Hypatia's death shocked the empire and transformed her into a martyr for philosophy. before I mention these next the things, I wanted to mention something about. There's always been this strange correlation, not only with dragons and reptiles, but there a relationship between the eagle and the snake. Okay.
Yes, feathered serpents. Yes.
Well, that gets into quadricottle, or but it's
Quetzalcoatl.
yeah. But it goes even farther back than that, because like freaking there's the story of Tiamat. Have you ever heard of Tiamat?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Now with Tiamat, Tiamat was represent or she was in the Mesopotamian religion, and she's the primordial sea. Okay.
Yeah.
And she mated with Abzu or Apsu, however you want to pronounce it. But he was the groundwater, and she was the sea. She was the salt water. Okay.
Yeah.
And they produced the gods in the Enuma Elish, which is an old Babylonian epic. Now, the Enuma Elish, okay, translates as "when on high." All right. Now, have you ever heard that term before?
I have not.
When on high is what a lot of religious people to this day still use in their terminology. Okay. And she's referred to as a woman, and she has a various anthropomorphic and theriomorphic features whenever she's described, which include like her breast and then a tail. Okay, so
Yes.
so there's a chance that Tiamat was a reptilian, even though a lot of people kind of dispute that if it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? But there's
There's
a lot
too
of
much evidence. There's
Right.
too much evidence of creatures that are
well,
humanoid.
especially her. Okay, because like the whole thing about her was well, first let me kind of get into a little background about her. She's supposed to have produced she was the mother of all of the deities within the Babylonian and the Sumerian traditions. Tiamat and Apsu mated, and they ended up creating the gods that the Babylonians and the Sumerians worshipped, like Enki and Enlil and all of them.
Yes.
You know, she was supposed to be the mother of them. Now, what happened is they continued to reproduce, and the gods that or the deities that they produced began to become noisy, and Apsu was driven to violence because of the noise that they made, and he went out and tried to destroy them. Now, instead of him destroying them, they ended up killing him, and that enraged frickin' Tiamat, because her own children had killed her husband. You know what I mean? Their father. So she went to war with him, and the next thing you know, frickin' Enki's son Marduk, who is a Babylonian god, ends up killing her and dismembers her, and then constructs and then creates constructs and structures and elements of the cosmos from her body. So like everything on Earth and everything in the sea and all of the cosmos is created out of Tiamat.
Correct.
You see.
Yes. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that she is the oldest. I might be mistaken on this. She's the oldest. What's the word I'm looking for? Like the oldest legend or whatever of that type of being. You know, in the human brain, that there's actually a place in your brain that's called it's called like a reptilian something or another, but
Yep.
it's in every human being
It's the fight.
in the brain,
It's the
like the
area that causes fight or flight. Whenever you feel
correct. Yes.
whenever you feel fear, or whenever you freaking well, fear period, it's the part of your brain that makes you either run from something or fight, you know what I mean? I know.
Yeah, fight or flight. Correct.
It's the primordial part of it.
Hmm. Now, Tiamat, just so you were mentioning religion, okay? Also, it's claimed that the name Tiamat is a cognate with the Northwest Semitic word to him, and I noticed that you're into like the abyss and the deeps and stuff like that from what you've been talking about on the Discord channel. Now, now to him means the deeps and the abyss, and in the book of Genesis, verse 1 is where you can find that. Now the Babylonian epic Enuma Elish is named for its incipit, when on high, or when above the heavens did not yet exist, nor the earth below. Abzu, the subterranean ocean, was there, the first, the begetter, and Tiamat, the overground sea, she who bore all them. They are mixed. They were mixing their waters. So that comes from the Babylonian epic, and that right there, if you look at freaking like the book of Genesis, that's pretty much spelling it out. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Also, it says that the firmament was placed, to keep the waters separate. So that also, from the waters above and the waters below. So that's another thing that goes hand in hand with that.
Yep. And that would separate the Abzu from Tiamat. According to the Mesopotamian religion, that would be the firmament and the ocean. You see, that would separate the fresh water from the salt water. So, what do you think so far, Austin?
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, that actually makes sense, and even a scientific sense. How the salt water and the fresh water came to be separate. I never even really thought of that before.
They
That's
also have
amazing.
different densities, which you could take like a manned little personal submarine type vehicle, like the one that had just had an accident not too long ago. They find like lakes under seawater, under the salt water, the oceans. They find they can find these lakes, and the density of them, like they'll just bounce right off of it. They can't submerge into it because there's different buoyancy. I don't know why that brought in my head. But yeah,
it's good.
I agree.
It sounded good. It sounded good. So you were on a roll. Don't worry about where it came from. It sounded really good to me. So you did good. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. Thank you.
Just to let you know, man.
It's so nice that somebody's like I've never had another friend or anything. Like even my husband, he's not into this kind of stuff. Like he won't listen to it. But it's nice to have like-minded people to talk to and work things out.
Yeah.
I think that's needed. Really, I think that's a big missing part of everything, and then everybody's like, oh, conspiracy theorists. You can be arrested for conspiracy. It's not a fabricated thing, and I don't understand why they want to keep informations like this from the people. Like it has to do with all of us, every single one of us. And I don't know
because it keeps them in power. It's all about power. They can control us by keeping things from us.
Well, there's
also they control us out of fear. They like to keep chaos and fear, and that's how else are you supposed to manage a flock of such a large amount of people? If they feel like that you're protecting them, or being I'm sorry, I'm getting into my little blackened moments or like freezing, so you can hear it in my voice. Can you hear it? This is why I'm worried about doing
it's
this.
perfectly fine. It sounds perfectly fine. You're all right. Now
I think I'll get better at it.
I do agree with you guys about the fear and stuff, but I also have to say too that like there's a lot of things in these writings that they don't really want to get into, like because like they don't want to discuss things that relate to magic and things of that nature, which people back in those times believed in. You know what I mean? Because like with Tiamat, she ended up creating an army of reptilians, which a lot of people claim are dragons, a reptilian army to fight out against these deities, her children. You know what I mean? And instead of them being made of blood, they were made of poison. Now, like in today's world, most people aren't going to even believe that that's true. You know what I'm saying? And then it even goes back, like you were talking about, her being the beginning of all of it. But the truth is like a lot of people miss, and I mentioned it in the notes that I gave you guys about Namu. Okay. Now Namu, she was supposed to be the mother of Enki at first, and she was supposed to be the creator deity in Eridu. Okay. Now, like I said, she was also the mother of Enki, but it's also assumed that she was associated with water, just like Tiamat was. All right, and she was also connected with incantations and magic.
I only use my left hand for like I really literally use my left hand for everything. The only reason I stopped is because I found out that the left side is the side that you would use. But because I'm right-handed, like I kind of, you would think that it's opposite. Like, oh, you'll protect your right hand. I mean, you'll use your right hand, but no, I use my right hand to like write and stuff, and I can write with my left hand, but I'm not ambidextrous. Both the kids are, but not here. And then it's crazy because it's like I have a clean hand day. Like my left hand does all the dirty work. Like that's so wild.
Mhm.
That's insane. Do you have a clean hand and a dirty hand?
No. I'm
Both of them.
multilingual.
Multilingual. Isn't it limbo? Because
No,
they're your
lingual.
limbs.
Lingual.
Lingual is language. I
I know.
was saying lingual because they're your limbs.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
She is sometimes described as a mermaid/goddess due to identification of her with a fish-bodied goddess at Ascalon. Now, the origin and name Attigatus is seen as a continuation of Bronze Age goddesses. At Ugarit, cuneiform tablets attest multiple Canaanite goddesses. Among them, 3 are considered as relevant to theories about the origin of Attigatus, and that is Atarat, described as Lady of the Sea and Mother of the Gods, then Anat, a war goddess, and then Atart, a goddess of the hunt, also sharing Anat's warlike role, regarded as analogous to Ishtar and Asherah in Ugaritic god lists, and as such possibly connected to love. So Atart is connected to Ishtar.
Right, the god of fertility. That's
Right.
wild.
And Ishtar is also Inanna. So you have Atart, and it does say on page 2 of what or page 1 or page 2 of what we're reading that there is influence, Sumerian influence when it comes to a lot of stuff that comes out of that area. So John Day asserts that all 3 shared many traits with each other, and many have been worshipped in conjunction or separately during 1,500 years of cultural history. While the worship of Ashtart and Anat as a pair is well attested, Steve A. Wiggins found no evidence Ashtart was ever conflated with Atharat. He also pointed out that the concept of Atharat, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sorts popularized by authors like Titva, Framer, Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Agarit. For example, Shapash. Now, Shapash, is a version of what later became Shamash. And actually, that Shapash has got something to do with something important too, as well as the importance of the connection between Atharat and I, or L.
Are we gonna go back to Sharash?
Shapash? Is that the one?
Shapash. I said Sharash.
No, Shapash
Shapash
was a Shapshu or Shepsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess, and Shamash is actually a sun goddess with the Sumerians, and he is also the son of the son of Enlil, I believe. Now, the weird part about Shamash is he also blends into Mithra Mithra actually. But Shamash is maybe a Babylonian god. I'm not sure if he started out as a Sumerian god, but he could have been Babylonian. So he was actually the twin of Ishtar, to be honest.
Who was?
Shamash.
Shamashu.
Yeah.
Shamash and Shamashu. Okay, but it says it's a girl.
No. Let me see that.
Shapshi, and also Shamashu.
No,
was the Canaanite sun goddess.
We're talking about Shapash.
Oh,
Shapash.
Oh, not this little bubble that you have pulled up here.
Little bubble. Oh.
Yeah,
I went.
That's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, it's down here at the bottom, just under origin of name. You'll see.
I see Shapash.
It's pretty interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up. It is.
It does
say
goddess, yeah.
Her most common epithets in the ergatic corpus are NRT, in the Pantheon list, KTU1. Yeah. All that good jargon.
Yeah, but
Shamshu and Shapsh and Shapshu. It was a Canaanite sun goddess. Yeah.
And then when I read a little bit further, it talks about the correlation to the Phoenicians, but I mean, we haven't gotten over there. The image of, we haven't yet to get there, but yeah.
This is all related to that Assyrian queen, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, that's some cool stuff.
Mother of the goddess. Mm-hmm.
He also pointed out that the concept of Etherot, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sort, popularized by authors like Tikvia, Framer, and Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Ugarit, for example, Shapash, as well as the importance of the connection between Atherat and El. Now I'm thinking now El, I believe, is the god that Christians and Jews worship. So if that's an El, it could be an I.
And see, it says Shamashu was the royal messenger of El. Okay.
Shapash. I'll bring it back here. It says Shapshu, Ugaritic, or Shapsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess. She also served as the royal messenger of the high god El. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's him. I know the statue right there in the picture. Her probable father. Her most common epithet in the Ugaritic corpus are it's the same stuff. Also translated as torch or luminary of the gods by various authors. Great Lady Shapshu, Eternal Shapshu, in the Pantheon list, KTU, and all that. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Do you know that there's like pictures of like Set and there's like three, and they say that that's the Holy Trinity, quote unquote, in Egyptian history anyway. Like, does he not look like one of those statues? Or maybe I'm.
Well, with this statue, I'd have to say you would have to like compare the
details.
The time period, really. See which one goes back the farthest to see which one was older and which one is similar to which one. You know what I mean? Which one came first?
Right. Which one is mimicking the other? Right. I got you.
You know, because they had a habit of doing that back then. Now down here in the cult area, if you notice under occult, it finally mentions Shamash. It says, unlike Shamash or Utu, which Utu is Shamash. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see. Shamash was... Yeah. So Shamash was the ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. He was believed to see everything that happened in the world every day and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As a divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld.
Oh, that's interesting. So that's what you were talking about when it was saying goddess. That's who you were referring to. So their names are similar, but yeah, I see now there's difference.
Unlike Shamash or Utu in Mesopotamia, but like Shams, also called Shamsum or Dat Baldurum, is a sun goddess of Arabian mythology. She was the patron goddess of Himyarite of the Himyarite kingdom. Her name meant shining sun or brilliant. She was the South Arabian equivalent of the North Arabian sun goddess Nuha. So she was an Arabian goddess. So Shapshu was a female solar deity. In addition to attestations in Ugaritic text, Amarna, letter EA 323, uses the Sumerogram for the sun deity, Utu, as a feminine noun. Now, Utu is also a part of the Sumerians. There's two Utus. There's Utu Shamash, and then there's a female who is Utu. But that Utu is a spider.
And what's the significance of the spider?
Probably nothing. It just it's like they bring the name Utu up with UTU, and I know there was two Utus in the Sumerian pantheon. There was Utu Shamash, and then there was Utu, who was a female spider, and she protected the gateway to the underworld.
Where did you go for this? Because I'm looking on Minds and under cult. Because I'm looking at something else. I'm looking at the link that you sent me about Ataragus.
I clicked on Shapshu.
I see here. Okay, and that's how you got to the code. Because I don't. I clicked. Oh no, I clicked on the wrong one. That was
Here,
the guy.
Let me post this link. Go
Now,
on.
let's follow what happened with Planned Parenthood after Margaret Sanger moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Who led it up later?
Now
Well,
see,
that would be William Gates Sr.
oh shit.
Bill
Hmm.
Gates' daddy headed that stuff up.
See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his father was head over Planned Parenthood for a long time.
Are you kidding me right now?
And I have seen some actual, transcripts from what amounted to basically 4chan trolls. But they got into the chats with Planned Parenthood and asked if they could give donations specifically to, and they actually didn't say it like, they didn't put it nice. They actually said, can I donate money to abort jigaboo babies or something like that?
Yeah.
And they said, so, and, Planned Parenthood being professional and political and all said, so you would like to make a donation specifically to go to a woman of color? And yeah, they 4chan went in trolling, and Planned Parenthood said, yep, give it to us. And Planned Parenthood said it all nice, but
Yeah, no, definitely. I
Yeah.
actually am gonna
Now see,
until 2020. Are you kidding me?
I didn't know that. I kind of went off on the left side there where I got this. Oh, not on the left side, but I kind of went off onto the side and got distracted with that. I should have followed up on it, and I didn't. But where I kind of jumped from her was to the fact that I found out that after they do these freaking abortions, they take the fetus and they actually do scientific research with it into genetics and everything. So these baby fetuses that they're freaking aborting are being used for genetic research. Okay, and that is what blew me out of the water. I mean, so they're actually making
they
money.
sell them. Sometimes they get them still alive and sell them to colleges and what have you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how Project Veritas first got their real big start. And by the way, there's been a coup at Project Veritas since then. Project Veritas was doing so much damage to the deep state. They basically did everything they could to blackmail and compromise everyone else in the organization to get rid of James O'Keefe. And then they started dismantling the organization after he was gone and tried to sue James O'Keefe whenever he tried to start basically going undercover and doing the same thing all over again without him. But yeah, that's what started Project Veritas, was exposing just how much money was tied up in Planned Parenthood and the selling of the parts.
You heard about the founder of Greenpeace, right?
Oh yeah, let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person here. He's the one who's going around talking against them now, right?
Yeah. And what happened is he was discommunicated, or whatever they call that, from Greenpeace, because he got upset with Greenpeace when they first started out. It was always about freaking going out and saving the whales. You know what I mean? There were ships freaking full of people sitting in front of boats that were fishing for whales, stuff like that. Actually doing activist stuff to save animals. So it went from that to the point where everything became environmental climate and lawyers and freaking politics. Greenpeace spends more money now on lawyers and freaking sending money off to freaking politicians than they do in anything else. All right, and he became frustrated about it. He ended up freaking walking away from Greenpeace, and they completely disavowed him, and he's no longer considered, even though they can't technically say he's not the founder. They're saying that they just don't even want to acknowledge him as being the founder of Greenpeace over that.
What really happened with Greenpeace, as far as I know, they started out, like you said, save the whales. And what happened, and I think there's more than one organization, is that I know the Saudis came in and basically started funding them to protest oil. And but they were protesting oil on everything except for Saudi, where it came to the Middle East. They were trying to stop us from drilling our own, is what it boiled down to.
Mm-hmm.
So it became a semi money laundering organization. It became a protest organization for hire. And yes, once you start getting into the dirty money into things, you do tend to fall in with the globalist. And yeah, once they start paying them to disseminate climate change garbage, yeah, it's just a major sellout organization.
Yeah. Well, ExxonMobil is funding a lot of these environmental environmental science environmental climate groups, I should say, so that they can go against the coal companies, which is their greatest competitors as well. So they know that if they take not just Exxon, a lot of the oil companies are catching on to it too, and they're sending this money off to these environmental climate groups so that they'll protest against coal, which is their competitor. And without coal getting support, they get more money out of the part of it, you know what I mean? And then they can turn around and they can invest into making batteries and, you know, thinning their oil out to where it's freaking less harmful to the environment. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? So they're on their last freaking grasp, and they know they are, but they can still make money off of them. So
Now, I'm going to tell you, I have done work for ExxonMobil, and that was a completely different experience. About once a week, they would have a site-wide meeting, and they'd call everyone to the big, I think it was the cafeteria, but it was set up, like a big gym-style address conference, and they would call on people to give their personal opinions on matters. And your personal opinion had better line up with what they wanted.
yeah.
There was all kinds of cloak and dagger. It was like 1984. People reporting on each other behind the scenes, and it was very much, you had to worry about everyone down around you trying to take you down and report you. It was a 1940 AD4 scare fiasco working for them. You know what? When they got rid of me, okay, I'll tell you why they got rid of me too, and this is really screwed up, but I'll tell you in a bit. I mean, when they got rid of me, it was almost a relief, because then I could go work somewhere else.
Yeah, I've heard that actually. I've actually heard people say that it's a horrible freaking job. It is horrible.
The reason they got rid of me is I was too good at my job and I shared my knowledge. Mm-hmm. I am not kidding you. Because I knew as much as I did with all the experience that I had, when I talked about things and how I solved things, when I was actually trying to help the other, the younger guys grasp the troubleshooting methods and what have you.
They were intimidated.
I might have been intimidating other people and making them feel less adept than I am. So I had to go.
Oops.
So yes, I have been fired for being too good of a tech.
Good, period.
That's the thing that really gets me about it and everything. Right now I'm going through and just kind of scrolling down on the
Xenu was the name of the guy I couldn't remember earlier. So yes, Xenu.net.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at this project paradox that you guys were talking about. There's like this whole research, the paradox of project control, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff in the part.
Now, Venunu, have you guys ever heard of Venunu?
Not ringing a bell.
Venunu was Operation Samson. His name was Medichai Vanunu, and he was also known as John Crossman, and an Israeli former nuclear technician and peace activist who cited his opposition to weapons of mass destruction. Well, what happened was I don't know if you guys remember the story of Webb, not Webb. What was her name? She's the one that mysteriously died. She worked at a nuclear power plant back in the 70s, and she was mentioning to her boss that there was nuclear power rods that had come up missing, and she kept insisting on that the fact that they need to find out if those rods were stolen, and it got to the point where people started becoming worried, and on her way home she was run off the road and killed. Well, a lot of people believe that was involved with a nuclear deal that was taking place with the United States and Israel. And what would happen is they would ship these nuclear rods over to Israel, and Israel had their top secret nuclear plan going on, and it was called Operation Samson. Now, their nuclear program isn't set up like ours or any of the other ones. Like, they don't have missiles sticking out or down in silos. They've got them built underground, and it's called the dead switch. So if there's going to be an invasion and Israel knows that they're going to lose, they're just going to hit a button and destroy their own freaking country. All right. For decades, Israel denied ever happened this stuff until Vanunu came out with it and gave the information to a news media in England. In the process of him being in England, freaking Israel was debating on if they wanted to take him back to Israel or kill him, and they finally decided that they were going to take him back. So they arrested him in France, transported him back to Israel, and he's been a prisoner there ever since.
And when did this happen?
This happened back in the 70s, I believe. Okay, I'll click on Wikipedia just for that. But I'm doing it in protest, David.
It's in the name of research. It's in the name of
like I tried Info Galactic. It just got stale.
Yeah. But it happened, the British press in 1986. Yeah, and it was the Israeli nuclear weapons program. He gave the information to the British press in 1986. He was lured to Italy by the Israeli intelligence agency Mossad. Now, Mossad is another group that would be a good discussion too, because they're some dirty freaking people, man. Where he was drugged and abducted because they had a beautiful woman who pretended that she liked
I see it now. Okay. Look where it's at in relation to Africa. Okay, I see. So this is the top half of Africa that we're looking at over here, and that's Lebanon over here. Yeah, where the Phoenicians were. Okay, I remember that now. Just from, I can point it out anyway. Just from doing this work with you, when I see that shape, I know that it's Lebanon in that area, Syria, and in Asra. I saw Asra on the other map for Atlantis. Can you show me it on here?
What?
Is it Asra? Is it called Asra?
Assyria?
Assyria, then maybe, yeah.
No, Syria.
Not Syria, but
it's a
Assyria or Asra.
Yeah.
Let me spell it.
Asura.
I'm about to say it, so
Now Syria is an ancient kingdom. It's no longer existence. The closest thing they got now is Syria. It kind of kept its name, but its reach came right around here. It eventually took over freaking Babylon, and which used to be Sumer.
Can you show where Babylon used to be at?
It's right down here by Kuwait. Actually, Kuwait is the area, and this is where Babylon and where is Baghdad? Ur used to be up in this area where you see all this, and
what used to be there?
Ur, the city of Ur.
What happens there?
The city of Ur, that was one of the biggest ziggurats that was ever built. That was one of their biggest. There it is, Baghdad. So Baghdad's right here. Babylon is just south of Baghdad. I'll be right back.
I wonder why they don't show. Okay.
I got an emergency.
Oh, do you want to go?
No, I just have an emergency real quick. I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, I'm back. But yeah, that's the basic area. I can probably see if I can find Babylon.
Look, I'm looking at different maps. Lost city of Atlantis believed found off Spain.
Yeah, see, this is Babylon right here. Can you see that out? That
Babylon.
See that?
Where can you point? Yeah, okay, there you are. Governorate, yeah.
Babylon, Iraq is right there. If I push out a little farther, you can see it there too. Hilla. Al Hamza.
Ghana. Wait, the Nile? No.
Denial.
The Nile River goes all the way this far? I thought that was in Egypt.
Yeah, that's probably not the Nile that we're...
No, yeah. Oh, Babylon, see, I can see it on the map now. When you just did that, I saw it on the map.
Yeah.
Ahasma. What is this Ramadan?
I'm still... Now, can you see the outline of it?
Yeah, I can
This
see the
little one.
outline, the red, yeah, the red and white. And so that's what they're considering to be Babylon. Well, that's what Babylon is.
But that's today's Babylon.
Kabbalah.
Sumer,
I
Iraq.
love before.
This is Sumer.
Sumer? Super chicken. What? What is that? Is that a
Actually,
restaurant?
I should have done that with an A.
Did you see that place called Super Chicken? What is that about?
That's in Baghdad. That's right in Baghdad. Which I doubt that. That's just not.
Oh wait, so that little teeny thing is where they're saying is Babylon. If you scroll if you scroll out, that little red and white, that's not what they're okay.
Yeah, they're trying to say that that's freaking Sumer, and it's not. Now Babylon is just south of it. The original Sumer is this area right down here.
Where they say I'll do it. Oh. Wait,
Shinan.
Hela?
Shinan. And another thing I want to point out too, if you go according to what the Sumerians believed with the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden is actually down here.
Oh, that's right next to Dubai.
Yeah.
And this is what Robot was talking about yesterday about the Garden of Eden. Where is that show again?
Now, what he's talking about is it's supposed to be up in this region, which there are a lot of people who do believe this, because right here, where these three rivers meet.
Yeah.
Okay, now right up in here is where a lot of people in the religious community believe that the Garden of Eden is.
And where were you just showing me it to be?
Now, where I was showing you, if you go according to what the Sumerians were discussing, it's right around Qatar.
I wonder if the land was broken apart. Well, we know it was broken apart. I mean, put this in my Qatar. I just want to have it in my Google for later. Whenever I do it.
This is the general area that they're talking about, and in particular, it's a small island.
Wow, it's small, but it's very innovative. Jeez Louise, I'm looking at these pictures. It's just like ridiculous.
They even have.
It says, "Can women go there?"
They even have their story on the Garden of Eden too.
I'm looking it up now, Garden. And see, they're saying in Kuwait, yeah. And look. See, even if you look it up, it says that it's where you're saying that it was at. And then let's see, Persian Gulf and southern Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates River run into, and that's what he was saying. So he was talking about it being near Mesopotamia and Tigris and Euphrates River.
Yeah.
But this, I see both. Because then this other one says that it's in Qatar, Eden Farm, Eden.
These right here are the more ancient areas too. This is where a lot of the old civilizations come from. And he was talking about this region too when he was mentioning I forgot their names again. Shit. There was a tribe that just vanished, and it was an ancient tribe as well, and they used to bring their trade goods all the way up through here into the Persian Gulf and trade with the Sumerians, which they are mentioned by the Sumerians too, by the way. But this is the region they came from, and it stretches all the way up.
Oh god. And this is that top half that got wiped out by what was it, a tsunami? What was it he said that wiped them out?
It,
And that's why
it
the
was a tsunami, is what he was talking about. Which
yeah.
the region does have the look that something devastating happened there. You know what I mean?
Right, and then does follow that trail. But see, what I was going to ask yesterday, but he was kind of like in his zone. Look, if you look at Australia, it's kind of like the same. It looks like the same type of thing might have had. You see what I mean? Some type of effect. Look at
Yeah.
how it's green all around, and then it has that brown. That's why I was wondering how it could skip that, or was there any story on that? Because when he was speaking on it yesterday, I
Well,
kind of
see,
had that.
when he was talking about, that's the reason why I brought up the thing about England,
Iceland.
about
Oh,
England and
England.
all this. Yeah, what I was just talking to you about right here. Now, see,
Yeah.
this would have given way to the ice, and when it happened, even scientists say that the water eventually came through here and it filled this area up. All right. Now they say that it was over a long period of time that it took place, but what if it wasn't? What if it was a massive uh,
Disaster and
yeah,
then
disaster that
happened at one
occurred?
time.
The water came spilling through here. It hit here. It could have went right over this landmass and hit Australia. That could have probably been the last
Especially
area.
like a tidal wave, because it could just go up and it can skip some stuff, but then where it lands would have more. You know what I mean? Like would have more destruction, more devastation anyway, because no system would be destroyed.
Now, what I was talking about was up here. Okay, you have the freaking mountain ranges up here. Okay.
In Turkey and Greece, yeah, I see
And
that. Yeah.
this right here is being pushed by tectonic plates right here that run across here. Africa is actually pushing north, and what it's doing is it's freaking slamming into Europe, and these mountains are freaking rising into the air. Now it's also
Because the water is pushing them from underneath.
the tectonic plates, like the ground actually has plates all over the place, and they're shifting all the time. And these plates are literally pushing Africa north. The entire continent is moving north, and it's creating these mountain fronts here. Now up here is the same kind of situation that's going on. You have the Russian steppe, which is right around in here, okay? Mm-hmm. Now you have the Himalayas too, and the Himalayas are basically the same situation right in this area, okay? Once in an age long forgotten, or still young, the continents were unscathed. The deep forests, fields, and plains, and dark trenches. They were a noble and wise race with knowledge that stretched back to the very beginnings of the ocean's memory. Their cities were grand, carved with the very bedrock of the ocean floor, with towering spires and luminescent streets, all bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent flora. The deep dwellers lived in harmony with the sea, their culture intertwined with the ebb and flow of the tides. But the deep dwellers were not alone in their underwater kingdom. They shared their world with the Old Ones, ancient entities whose power was as vast as the ocean itself. The Old Ones were revered and feared in equal measure, for they held the secrets of the cosmos and the keys to unimaginable power. The deep dwellers had a pact with the Old Ones, a sacred agreement which that granted them protection and wisdom in exchange for their loyalty and service. This pact kept peace in the depths for eons, but as with all things, change is inevitable. It came to pass that a young deep dweller, curious and bold, ventured into the forbidden zone, where the influence of the Old Ones was strongest. There he discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of his world. The Old Ones were not the benevolent guardians they had claimed to be. They had plans to ascend from the depths and claim the surface world, casting down the sun and sky to reign in eternal darkness. Armed with this knowledge, the young deep dweller returned to his people and warned them of the impending betrayal. The deep dwellers, realizing the gravity of the situation, decided to break their ancient pact and stand against the Old Ones. A great war ensued, a war that raged in silence beneath the waves, unseen by the eyes of men. The deep dwellers fought with bravery and cunning, using their mastery of the sea to outmaneuver the Old Ones. In the end, they emerged victorious, but at a great cost. Their cities lay in ruins, and their numbers were greatly diminished. The deep dwellers, now wary of the surface and the dangers it posed, retreated further into the abyss, vowing to guard against the return of the Old Ones. They became legends, whispers in the tales of sailors and the dreams of poets, a reminder of the mystery that lurked in the heart of the deep. And so the deep dwellers remain hidden in the darkness, watching over the world from their sunken thrones, ever vigilant, ever mysterious, the eternal guardians of the deep.
Possibly be the gross. We were talking about our past. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Especially considering you did remember how that ending got. That's even cooler.
Yeah, that was one of the things that made it the coolest. And if I'm not mistaken, I might have recorded that song around Halloween too. So being part of the whole Halloween, comeback special we're doing, these songs were the most appropriate, these old 2007 demos. Of course, just about anything I did off that album was Halloween grade anyway.
It was the old days.
Yeah.
The good old heavy banging satanic stuff,
Yeah, I was pretty into all that back then.
I think we all were. Well, anybody who was a decent heavy metal, but like nobody could say they didn't like Slayer if they were into heavy metal.
Yeah, there was nobody I knew that didn't like them. That was, if you were into metal, you were into them.
Yeah, it was kind of like almost expected. And if you told people you like Striper, you pretty much told everybody you're gonna get your ass kicked. I don't know if you remember that or if it happened when you were a kid.
When was the Striper thing?
Striper was a Christian metal band, and matter of fact, the guy that came out of, I believe it was Guar, or it could have been what is that? COPD or something.
POD.
Yeah, POD. They one of out of there came out of that band. I forgot his name. No, I'm gonna think that. That's gonna drive me nuts.
He was one of the guys with dreadlocks in POD, wasn't he?
Yeah. He real big on that. I think that's the reason why I really didn't get too much into them whenever that was, because I was still trying to be cool and shit. You know what I mean?
No, I was there. Yeah, I wasn't into anything Christian related back in those days, and now I'm a lot more open to all that stuff than I was then.
Yeah. It took me a while. Especially when I figured out a lot of Christian bands usually like leave the Christian gig just so they can get more popularity.
Yeah.
Like,
there was a thing where a lot of bands were Christian, and they were to try and get more popular there for a while.
I mean, there was quite a few of them during the time when you were a kid that were Christian bands first, and changed over to regular mainstream, and actually made a hit.
Yeah, and I'm a lot friendlier towards Christianity these days myself than I used to be.
Yeah.
My viewpoints towards it have softened a lot, which it actually feels all right to me now. You know.
Well, I mean,
I don't.
My taste in music doesn't solve. Like I'll hit the best of them.
Oh yeah.
My nephews and nieces, all of them, they don't. They get ashamed of me when they're around me listening to music because I like listen to heavier music than they do. You know.
Oh, I still headbang. I still listen to all the heavy stuff.
They're always telling me to turn my music down. Like that's what my mom and dad used to tell me. Oh, these fucking kids.
These kids nowadays are soft compared to what I was with just 17, 18 years ago.
Okay, I uploaded the wrong one. Now it was Dead of Night, right?
Yeah. Yep. Trying to focus on Halloweeny songs. Halloween.
No, I've got that one on here in the thing, so see if we can get it just played directly on. Now, a short song, that's not really Halloween.
Yeah, see if you can get it to play. Mute my microphone. Okay.
In the dead of night, something's not right. The moon looks hazy, as the mood makes you crazy. I tremble with fear. There's something wrong here. In the dead of night, Something ain't right in the dead of night. Something lives here. In the dead of night, the stars shine bright. A darkness surrounds me. I'm only in the dead of night. Something's not right. The moon looks hazy as the mood makes you crazy. I tremble with fear. There's something wrong here. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, the stars shine bright. A darkness surrounds me. Won't leave me be. I start to run, but here they come. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, I'm crippled with fear. In the dead of night, I don't wanna be here. In the dead of night, I see a light. I think I found safety. I see a lady. She stands and grins, and I know I can't win. In the dead of night, something ain't right. In the dead of night, something lives here. In the dead of night, I'm crippled with fear. In the dead of night, I don't wanna be here.
He outdid himself on the guitar with that song, dude.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did amazing on that.
He
All the way around.
He blew that freaking song out of the water, dude.
Oh, he did, man. It was amazing. And that was the first Phoenix from the Ashes song that me and him did together.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very, very proud of that.
That's amazing. You guys freaking did great. When I first heard that, I was like, dude, that guitar is just amazing. That's something else. I love that song. Just to let you know.
And I did the keyboard parts in it, the
Really?
synthesizer, and keyboard parts. That made it more Halloween like than it. That really was a touch to help make it more Halloween like.
I like the whole like bluesy metal sound too that you guys brought to it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it was kind of the bluesy metal sound fused with like an '80s horror movie, kind of vibe. That's why I wanted to play it on the Halloween comeback special. You know?
Yeah. It's pretty cool. So I like it.
Thank you, man. That was, that was one of the crowning jewels of so far. Phoenix from the Ashes. I'm hoping to do more very soon. So I'm hoping the best is yet to come.
That was what I was about to ask you. Like, do you guys have like a set number of songs that you're gonna put on it, or are you just leaving that up in the air?
Well, like that we're gonna record it on a given album, or
Rising from the Ashes, is that going to be its own album, or is it just going to be a continuing thing?
That's the name of our project, so it'll just be a continuing thing.
That's cool.
I'll send him some more ideas, and he'll send me some more ideas that he wants to use for that particular project.
I know.
Yeah, that'll just be a continuing thing.
Well, I think we had an awesome night, so I better say it's time for me to go to bed. It's almost 11 here, so I'm getting to where I'm starting to get tired and stuff. So.
I'm there a little bit. This is the first really cool day we've had, and I'm kind of feeling the fall creeping in on me myself.
Yeah. I think we had an excellent evening, dude. This is beyond my hope. I didn't expect it to be this good. I thought it would be good, but I didn't think it would be this good.
It's absolutely this was absolutely terrific. Yeah, this went great. I mean, way better than I could have even planned it for it to go.
Yeah, and it was just a prompt too. Like we were going to do the first episode of Summer Your Mom's Show, and just out of nowhere, Mark says, "Well, why don't you have him come on here?" And I was like, "Well, I know Nancy wanted to interview you. You mind doing an interview?" And she's like, "No, tell her to come on. We'll do an interview." You know. That's pretty cool.
I'm glad she got on there finally. We didn't get her last season, but
hey, but we're getting better, dude. We're getting better at this stuff. So
yeah, we are. Even with the technical issues and glitches and what have you, we're still getting better. So that's a major step in the right direction.
Now Raphael says he's willing to come on for an interview too. So you and your mom discuss what you want to do there and when you want to do it. And that room that you were in right there, you can always go back in there for the shows when they have them.
Okay, on the Vixen room.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. That's a pretty good show right there. So, these guys are pretty legit. They're pretty good guys. And Nancy too. She's cool as hell.
Yeah, she is.
She's probably
Yeah, she was amazing. I told
Yeah.
her she needs to come onto our show anytime she can make it.
Yeah. She's cool as hell.
Yeah, she is, man.
So I'm gonna get off of here, and we pulled off a pretty good after show. So I'll post this up as an upload, and instead of a live stream, so that if anybody wants to watch it, they can watch the upload. And with your guys' streams, I know you wanted to do the whole break it down in 15 minutes, but I don't do that with your guys' stuff, okay?
Okay.
Because you guys do really good on your shows, and I don't like my content. I'll split it up 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there. That's cool, but you guys do a really good job. I don't know if you realize that or not.
Oh yeah, I did.
You know, you guys do a real
Don't
good.
typically toot our own horns, but yeah.
You know, you guys do a real good job on your shows. So I just like to keep it as a full episode. Give you a cool intro and an outro.
We'll try to make some of our streams in the future longer. So if you do split them up into episodes, they can be longer episodes, and we'll try to divide each stream up into different topics or different like subtopics maybe.
Yeah.
That was kind of what we were thinking.
No, I didn't want to bring it up before, but like the average streamers usually go about 3 hours.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about doing. And like every couple weeks we do a big 3-hour stream, and we split that 3-hour stream up into like topics or like topics or subtopics.
Yeah.
And then you divide them up into episodes based on what we're talking about.
Each subject as it changes.
But tonight was kind of a Halloween comeback special, so
Yeah.
with Nancy coming from the Witches convention, and then me sharing my old 2007 demos, Halloween kind of songs, and the Phoenix from the Ashes Halloween song, you know. This was kind of how this one needed to go off. So but in the future, yeah, I'll discuss doing that format that way.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm the cameraman. Okay, I can get on and I can hang out with you guys whenever you need me to. But it's your shows, you know what I mean? So I'll be the cameraman because I talk way too much. You know. And
I don't mind talking some.
Just some. Okay, so I'm gonna get off here, and thanks everybody for watching. And Austin, thank you for doing the show with me. We did a pretty good job. You got anything to say?
Yeah, it was good.
You got anything?
That should be it.
Sounds good to me. All right. I'll end this now. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Later.
All right. See you. Good talking to you again.
You too.